Chapter 1, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 1. Instinctively, I tried to scratch my nose. Oh, well, it turns out even a simple action like that is now a luxury. Because, right now, I'm nothing more than a small, white glowing orb. Who would have thought that one day, the phrase I used to yell at people "you're nothing but a ball" would actually apply to myself? Hey, reacting so calmly? Honestly, I thought you'd be more shocked, maybe struggle to accept it a bit more. Was my genius assumption wrong? I guess so. Compared to the burning of human order, this is nothing. Excuse me, I didn't even die back when human order was on the line. The one talking is on a sleek, high-tech light screen, a delicate girl who could be described as a living piece of art. To be honest, finding myself dead was less shocking than the girl on the screen. After all, that face is nearly identical to that portrait hanging in the Louvre, Mona Lisa, albeit slightly smaller in size. And the real Mona Lisa wouldn't just refer to herself as a genius, would she? If you're a veteran FGO player, you could probably guess this Mona Lisa lookalike's true identity in an instant. But, Da Vinci. Please call me the adorable and reliable Da Vinci-chan. Alright, adorable, reliable Da Vinci-chan. Why does she sound so sweet and natural when she acts cute? Wasn't she a man in her previous life? What happened, exactly? How did I die? I was just playing FGO alone in my room, minding my business. Are you sure you want to know? Da Vinci frowned. Damn it, she even looks cute when she's hesitant. No wonder so many people buy her Digins even though they know she was a guy. What's your last memory? My last memory is... I remember. I was rolling in the gacha pool, I think. It was year-end, and FGO just updated tons of banners. Too bad I'm free to play. With my pitiful supply of Saint Quartz, I can only stare at all those amazing characters. I remember saving up a good amount of Saint Quartz. I got pretty lucky when I pulled Tamamo no Mae. I still had some left over after, so I thought I'd try my hand at Koyanskia of Darkness, and then... I was about to roll for Koyanskia of Darkness, and I think I even shouted. I sacrifice my buddy's lifespan by 30 years, or something like that. Ah yes, that's right. Looks like your memory hasn't suffered any serious damage after becoming a soul. Well, I'd call that good news, at least. Da Vinci was holding a pen in one hand and paper in the other, scribbling away. But that doesn't make sense. Even if the sacrifice worked, I was sacrificing my buddy's lifespan, not mine. Why did I end up dead? I'm totally baffled. Hey? Oh, that's because your sacrifice wasn't successful. Your good buddy interrupted it, Da Vinci said, glancing up from her notes. Before you could sacrifice his lifespan, he went ahead and sacrificed 50 years of yours. He got the pull. Of course, he got Koyanskia of Darkness in a single roll, along with Gilgamesh, Reigns, Karen, and Saber Astolfo. He even maxed out Astolfo's noble phantasm. Chaldea expletive. What a great friend you are. I had no idea my lifespan was such valuable currency. So tell me, are you more upset that he sacrificed your lifespan without your permission, or more jealous he got all that good stuff? Da Vinci-chan, please don't tease Senpai any further. Senpai is clearly distressed. A second figure appeared on the light screen, with soft pinkish-purple hair covering one eye. Her voice and appearance gave off a sweet, gentle vibe. Mash. You're here too. Oh ho, there she is. The lovely eggplant herself. Even if it's only through a screen. Yes, Senpai. I'm sorry I couldn't come to you right away. I'm supposed to be your shield and protect you. Given Da Vinci's petite figure, it seems this is the version of MASH without Galahad's Saint Graph. Hey? It's alright. Just seeing you, MASH, makes me happy. Besides, you've always been protecting me, whether or not you're by my side, right? Senpai. A blush spread across Masha's cheeks, her charm points increasing by at least 5%. Wait, can I screenshot this light screen somehow? Senpai. What is it? Masha's eyes are a dazzling shade of purple, purer than any gem, clearer than any lake. Even after enduring so much hardship and malice, the light within them has never dimmed, and it's that very light that lets her keep raising that pure, untainted wall of chalk. Nothing. It's just... Mash blinked, a faint smile appearing on her face. It's just that. Senpai is exactly who I thought you were. Ah, a little cryptic, but sweet nonetheless. Honestly, is it really fair? You're all sweet for Mash, but completely different with me. I, Da Vinci-chan, might get jealous, you know. Hey? Can a soul have different expressions? It's your tone, master. As soon as you see Mash, you sound like you've had a honey cake. Is that true? Ahem. Alright, touching reunion time is over. Now, let's enter the Genius Da Vinci's Q&A segment. She paused, smiling slyly. Master, you should be thrilled. Your lifelong dream is about to come true. You'll have the chance to travel to another world, just like you always wished. Because there's no supernatural force in your old world, if you'd simply died, your soul would have just disintegrated into base spiritron particles. Although Chaldea barely managed to hold onto your soul, without a framework to anchor you, your only outcome is to become something that doesn't exist, fading into imaginary space's depths. In that case, dissolving into spirit rons and returning to the world might even be kinder. So, to stabilize your existence, we urgently need to send you into a stable world, an isekai, if you will. Since you've already died in your original world, we can't, at least for now, send you back there. Moreover, there's another tricky issue. Since we didn't bring your physical body with you, we could rebuild one to house your soul. It'd be as easy for me as unscrewing a juice cap, but we have no idea about the dangers in these other worlds. There could be powerful foes that would pose a real threat to you, and Chaldea's team wouldn't be able to reach you. So, after deliberation with everyone at Chaldea, we've decided that each time you cross into a world, a servant will lend you their Saint Graph. You'll have full access to that Saint Graph's powers and skills to protect yourself. Oh, and, fun fact, the inspiration for this came from the novels on your bookshelf. I refuse to be a Valkyrie, transforming into a Genshin character, and one transformation per world. Her words gave me a jolt. Hold up, Da Vinci, how do you know about my bookshelf? And, am I actually going to transform like in those novels? Please. You're thrilled on the inside, aren't you? Ah, she saw right through me. After all, in FGO, each servant is cooler than the last. Siegfried, the Dragon Slayer, Rama, the hero's prototype, even Cu Culane, as long as you ignore his tragic luck, is still undeniably cool. Though I'd probably want to steer clear of Cu if given the choice. Oh, wait a minute. Is the Saint Graph selection random? Of course, although the probabilities will differ slightly. Is it just me, or did Da Vinci's smile suddenly look a bit mischievous? Think of it like a summoning banner, but with a twist. The probability of drawing each servant's Saint Graph is influenced by how high you've leveled them. So if you've only maxed one servant to level 100 with Grails and another is just level 1, then your odds will be around 100/101 for the level 100 and 1/101 for the level 1. Naturally, we want to give you the strongest Saint Graph possible to keep you safe. It's all for your benefit. Da Vinci's explanation sounded pretty reasonable at first. But there's one small problem. I've hardly leveled any male servants. What the heck? That's not our fault. It's not like we stopped you from leveling the male characters. You're mocking me, aren't you? You totally are. I don't play FGO to get stronger, I play it to collect waifus. It's not my fault the official art for female servants is so beautiful. Even if they're not the strongest, I'll level them up just to complete their portraits. My rare max-leveled male servants are probably Arash and Astolfo. Good grief, one is a self-sacrificing hero, and the other, a trap? I leveled up Arash because I was blown away by his stela in the 6th singularity. As for Astolfo, well, my thinking back then was, hey, it's just a game character, who cares about gender, right? I say Astolfo's a girl, and that's that. Alright, master. I trust you're mentally prepared. Without further delay, we'll send you to the nearest world. Deep breath. This'll feel like spiritron transfer, though I suppose you haven't experienced that in the real world. Just think of it like riding a roller coaster without a seatbelt. Isn't that dangerous? Don't worry, don't worry. A little dizziness and nausea are normal, but as a soul, you won't have to worry about vomiting your guts out. Do people actually vomit their guts out? My anxiety deepens with each of Da Vinci's words, but instead of answering, she just tinkers with some controls. The next moment, an irresistible force starts pulling on me, and my consciousness fades away. Is Senpai going to be okay? With her hands clasped over her chest, Mash looked at the now blank screen, her worry barely contained. Have a little more faith in her. As someone who stood beside you through the burning of human order, you know better than anyone just how resilient her seemingly fragile exterior hides a steadfast spirit. Gently placing her hands on Mash's shoulders, Da Vinci's tone softened as she spoke to the pure-hearted girl. Though you can't use your shield to ward off every threat for her as you once did, support comes in more forms than just one. We, the ones aiding from the sidelines, are just as much her shield. A shield that's unseen but essential. Even the great genius Da Vinci can't do everything alone. So, for now, all we can do is trust her. Trust her. She's never let us down, and I don't think she ever will. T/N, you guys might be confused to why the great Da Vinci-chan. And Mash refers to our MC as she, but that's most likely because he chose good echo when playing through FGO. Chapter 2, I don't want to be a heroic spirit too. A little sparrow flapped its wings, enjoying the carefree freedom of flight. Until something suddenly appeared in its path, something that had no business floating around the open sky. The poor bird didn't even have time to react before it crashed right into this strange object, and together, they plummeted toward the ground. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a freefall, rapidly closing in on the earth, or rather, experiencing an unsupervised bungee jump with no ropes. Yet, somehow, I wasn't really surprised. The moment Da Vinci had said, "It's kind of like spiritron transfer," I'd already expected things to take a turn like this. The girl felt the wind rushing past her ears, clouds wrapping around her, with endless green stretching below, indicating that she was likely falling toward a dense forest. At least she wouldn't have to worry about landing in a crowded area and making headlines the next day. That was the girl's last thought before hitting the ground. Thick tree branches provided some resistance, though not enough. Despite snapping countless branches thicker than her arm, she still left a sizable crater when she finally crashed. Painful? Oh, very much so. Each branch felt heavier than a whip lashing against her body. But, it was just pain, nothing more. If it had been anyone else falling from that height, they'd likely be reduced to a messy pulp. But the girl could tell that her new body wasn't too badly damaged, at least, she could still move. In that moment, she understood she wasn't her old self anymore. Instead of immediately standing and crawling out of the pit, she carefully opened her hand. Nestled in her palm, a little sparrow lay unconscious. Thanks to her protective grip, the bird was unharmed. Sorry, did I drag you into this?" Uncertain if the commotion would attract other creatures, she hurried away, gently setting the unconscious sparrow down by a tree before sitting nearby. Now, she was itching to know which servant she had become. A familiar light screen appeared before her, but instead of Da Vinci and MASH, this time it displayed stats, just like in the game. Baopon Sith. Class, Archer. Level, 90. Skills Grumalkin A. Blessed Successor X. Fairy Blood Sucking A. Class Skills. Magic Resistance X. Riding A. Territory Creation A. Parameters. Strength A. Endurance C. Agility A. Mana B. Luck D. Noble Phantasm E. Noble Phantasm, Fetch Fail Not. Baopon Sith, or Fairy Knight Tristan, affectionately called Fairy Tristan. If she recalled correctly, Baopon Sith was her first 4-star archer, one she'd even given a grail to boost to level 90. Even though she later pulled a 5-star Napoleon, well. Baopon Sith is my waifu. My waifu is supreme. The girl, or rather, Baopon Sith, now began to scroll through her skills and stats. Back in the game, she'd never bothered to study these details much, so when she reached the parameters section, my waifu's strength is actually A. Could this be real? The daintiest looking of the fairy knights had the highest strength stat? To put it in perspective, A rank strength meant she shared a rank with none other than Xiang Yu, a true mountain mover and hero of immense might. And this isn't just the historical Xiang Yu, this is the Type Moon World's version, an artificial immortal crafted by Qin Shi Huang from the mold of a celestial being. He could actually move mountains if he wanted to. But as she read further, despite having A rank strength, that luck and noble phantasm were so low. D rank luck, only a bit better than Lancer's infamous E rank luck. In that instant, Baopon Sith suddenly understood why she had arrived in this world in such an absurdly unlucky way. Aren't archers supposed to excel in noble phantasms but struggle with close combat? Are you an archer or a berserker? Chirp. The little sparrow she had saved finally woke up, letting out a confused tweet. Oh, you're finally awake. Baopon Sith looked down at the sparrow, and it looked back at her. But in the next moment, the sparrow suddenly shivered, as if it had just seen something utterly terrifying. Then, with a hurried flutter, it took off as fast as it could, like a snake was chasing it. By the time Baopon Sith had come to her senses, the sparrow was already gone. Am I that scary? Why'd it fly away the moment it saw me? Sure, I caused it to fall and pass out, but it wasn't intentional. Just as Baopon Sith was feeling dejected, Mash's voice suddenly came through the light screen. Senpai! Watch out behind you! A flash of pale light swept past, cleaving the tree she'd been leaning on clean in half, the cut surface smooth and pristine. But Baopon Sith herself was unharmed, relying on her A-rank agility. She'd leapt 5 meters away in an instant, her rose-red spiral curls and skirt trailing in the air. What the heck? Baopon Sith couldn't help but be startled. The creature before her was the very definition of a mental assault. Its grey skin was deeply wrinkled, its arms ending not in hands, but in sickle-like blades. It had eyes on its head, shoulders, and chest, and even a human face embedded in its abdomen, with ominous dark energy swirling around it. Utterly grotesque, to the point of nausea. This type of existence, a wraith? A phantasm? Neither seems quite right. The entity sustaining it is a concentrated form of malice. Da Vinci's voice sounded unusually serious, as if analyzing the abomination in front of Baopon Sith. Don't worry, Master. This thing doesn't even qualify as a proper phantasm. You're an official heroic spirit now, just keep your wits about you, and it'll be a breeze. But... Baopon Sith hesitated. It was like dealing with a cockroach. You might have the strength to crush it, but it's still disgusting enough to make you hesitate. However, just because Baopon Sith was reluctant to make the first move didn't mean the creature would wait patiently. The monster in front of her snarled with its 2 mouths, raising its sickle arms and charging at her. That revolting face kept expanding in Baopon Sith's vision, making her already pale face turn even paler. Just as the massive sickle was about to cleave down, Beoponsith's pupils narrowed. Her grey eyes, reflecting the monstrous creature, filled with a chilling murderous intent. Slash! The sound of tearing flesh was followed by the spray of hot blood arcing through the air. Dash! T/N, MC's pronouns will now be whatever heroic spirit she is. Also, I may get some servant stats wrong, so feel free to correct me so I can change it. And feel free to post images of the character for others. Specially post gifs about noble phantasms. Chapter 3, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 3. In a dense, isolated forest, a group of people moved in a line. Their attire was unusual, and a few of them even carried weapons. Suddenly, a middle-aged man at the front came to an abrupt stop, looking up as if he sensed something. "Hey, what's the hold-up?" A companion shot him an annoyed look, clearly frustrated by the unexpected pause. Unperturbed, the man replied in a grave tone. "One of the spirits was eliminated." He thought for a moment, then added, "And a combat class spirit at that. It was taken down in just a few hits." The other man scratched his head, a nasty expression gradually forming on his face. "A curse user, maybe?" "No idea. You know I can't share vision with Shikigami." "Tch." The look in the other's eyes grew disdainful, but the middle-aged man, having noticed, chose not to comment. In his line of work, he knew what to say and what to let slide, depending on the people involved. Taking down a combat-ready Shikigami that quickly. What are we dealing with here? A top-tier curse user? Or maybe they're not alone. Just like rats that sniff out cheese, right at the crucial moment. The man turned his gaze to the rear of their group, where 4 brawny men were carrying something massive, covered by a thick drape. 6 enormous, indistinct shadows loomed around them, making their faces difficult to discern. With a sly, vicious grin, one of the younger men muttered, almost as if mocking someone who wasn't present. "The so-called strongest of this generation, that infuriating brat. Once Grandpa's plan is complete, you'll all die." The middle-aged man pretended not to hear the younger man's words. He was just a hired hand. "Should we send someone to check it out?" "No. The bait is more important. Actually, let's send a few Shikigami users to investigate." The younger man's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. "Whoever it is, if they're interfering with our plan, they can die here." Dash. "Well done. Looks like Beoponsith's Saint Graph has fused with you quite smoothly. How do you feel?" "Pretty awful. I think I'm gonna be sick." "Good news, I'd survived. Somehow, I'd managed to tap into the power this body contained and wiped out that monster in one blow." "Bad news, the creature's dark, purplish blood had splattered all over my skirt." "Ugh, so gross. Why did the creature's body dissolve into black smoke, but the blood stayed perfectly intact?" And then, there was a more concerning problem. My heartbeat was racing, my blood felt like it was surging. I could feel this body's strange thrill over the sensation of tearing into flesh and spilling blood. If I wasn't careful, I'd find myself savoring the memory of it all. Come to think of it, I wonder how cutting human flesh would compare to slicing through a monster? Da Vinci-chan, did you manage to analyze that creature? I'm guessing it's a native of this world. The most important thing right now was figuring out what kind of world I'd been transported into and if it was one I recognized. Though it was brief, I managed to analyze it. To summarize, you could think of it as a curse with self-awareness. It's primarily made up of human malice, a lot of it. We could call it an artificial creation, born from the negative emotions of humans. A curse? Like the evil of humanity. Oh, that's far beyond its league. That thing transcends mere curses. It's practically a concept. So? Any guesses on where you might be? I think I have an idea. The best way to confirm my hunch was to ask around. If I could gather some intel on key figures, that would be ideal. It seems Master already has a plan. It's wonderful to see you acting so decisively. Originally, Beoponsith had been ready to just pick a random direction and hope she ran into someone. But after learning Da Vinci could scan for nearby life, she ditched her earlier plan without a second thought. No way was she leaving it to luck, not with her D-rank luck. She'd probably end up lost before meeting a soul. There are several human presences at your 2 o'clock, though each of them carries a similar aura to the creature you encountered. It's hard to say if this is normal for everyone in this world, or if these people are just special. They may even be spellcasters. Be cautious, Master, though I don't think the average mage could harm a heroic spirit. Thanks for the heads up, Da Vinci-chan. I'll take care of myself. With a simple flick of her fingers, Beoponsith sliced cleanly through a giant tree nearby. The thick trunk split in two from an invisible slash. Beoponsith could feel the power of her new body becoming more natural to control, filling her with confidence. Confidence is good. In that case, I trust even if you encounter a whole crowd of creatures, you'll be able to handle them with ease. It's one thing to have the power to squash a cockroach, it's another to stomach actually doing it. So, to avoid running into any more nauseating horrors, Beoponsith followed Da Vinci's instructions to learn spiritronization. Surprise! I can spiritronize now too. Most people would probably use it to sneak a peek at girls' bathhouses, but not me. My first thought was to spy on the teachers making test papers and memorize the questions for later. While moving in spiritronized form, Beoponsith spotted several creatures exuding that same dark energy. Though they looked slightly different from the first monster and seemed a bit weaker, they were still unspeakably grotesque. They didn't seem to detect her in spiritronized form, but if she got too close, they'd react slightly. Better to keep a safe distance. With Da Vinci pointing her in the right direction and spiritronized movement allowing her to pass through obstacles, Beoponsith soon began to hear noises. There were people. Quite a few people, in fact. Not wanting to scare them or get blasted with their spells, Beoponsith didn't appear directly in the middle of their group. Instead, she ended her spiritronization behind a tree and approached the front of their formation. You there? The group. Where had she come from? Were the scouts they sent out asleep? T/N, is spiritronization the right word for it? Chapter 4, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 4. She didn't materialize right in the center of the group, instead, she appeared at a visible distance, flashing a bright, sunny smile in front of everyone. But to the others, the girl in front of them had slipped past all their scouts and approached them without any of them noticing. With stealth as formidable as hers, she could have easily taken a few lives without them being any the wiser. Yet here she was, standing openly before them, smiling with the absolute confidence of a powerful warrior. Her demeanor, her smile, it all seemed to mock the strength they once took pride in. Everyone here was a proud curse user. Sure, they'd all had their egos bruised by a certain someone recognized as the strongest since birth, but they'd never admit that. Besides, in their eyes, the one taunting them now was nothing more than a young girl. Talents like Satoru Gojo's only appeared once in hundreds of years. This little girl couldn't possibly be another genius like him, yet her attitude was eerily similar. And so, as if Beoponsith's D-rank luck had activated, each of them began projecting the frustration they'd bottled up against Gojo onto her. Was it just her imagination, or were they looking at her like she'd, knocked over their entire display case of limited edition Gundam models? Probably just a trick of the mind. Better get on with asking about this world. And so, Beoponsith opened her mouth. You bunch of grunts, any one of you will do. Just step up and answer my question. Silence. Utter, deafening silence. The atmosphere was as dead as a graveyard, the very air seemed to have frozen solid. But in reality, this silence was only the calm before the volcanic eruption. What did I just say? Feeling the tension thickening around her, Beoponsith knew she'd messed up and tried to backtrack. This is boring, dull, a pack of pathetic grunts. Are you going to keep me waiting? Should I just slaughter you like livestock? Welp, that's it for me. Sure enough, if looks could kill, I'd probably be minced meat by now. You damned brat! A bearded man at the front couldn't hold back any longer. He conjured a double-edged axe from thin air and brought it down toward Beoponsith's head. Boom! The axe buried itself into the earth, sinking deep, but the bearded man stared in shock at the rose-haired girl now casually perched on top of his axe. It wasn't just the bearded man, all the others had widened eyes, shocked, as few of them had even managed to catch her movements. You! The bearded man snapped back to his senses and tried to yank his axe free, straining with all his might until veins bulged across his burly arms. Yet the axe and the girl standing on it remained completely unmoved. Perched on the axe's edge, her crimson heels seemed to anchor it in place. Even though she had to balance on the axe just to meet his eye level, Beoponsith's gaze seemed to look down upon him, her inviting red lips speaking the cruelest words. What's wrong, little piggy? Use some strength. You're so weak it's not even worth slaughtering you. Would you mind finding a quiet corner to finish yourself off, grunt? A cold flash of light sliced through the air like a crescent moon. But before it could strike Beoponsith, her figure vanished, reappearing 5 meters away. Beoponsith hadn't shown off much of her power yet, but even this glimpse was enough to make everyone else look increasingly grim. Altogether, how pathetic! Trash piled up is still just a bigger heap of trash. Beoponsith laughed with wild abandon, though her heart was anything but calm. Da Vinci! What's going on here? I'm not entirely sure. It might be that your personality is syncing a bit too well with Beoponsith's Saint Graph, so during the fusion process, her temperament is influencing you. If that's the case, it should fade once you've adapted more to the fusion. And what about these people? They're not going to listen to any explanations if they're out for my blood. Then hold back a little, master. Instead of going for annihilation, aim for subjugation, like striking with the back of your blade. Beoponsith looked reluctant, but it did seem like the best option for now. Ducking low to dodge a gust blade aimed her way, Beoponsith tossed her hair back and covered the distance to the nearest attacker in 3 strides, locking eyes with his stunned expression. Carefully avoiding vital spots like the temples, neck, and heart, Beoponsith delivered a firm slap to his stomach. Then, she watched in silence as an entire row of trees toppled over, snapped in two. Maybe I should pull my punches even more? I mean, I already did, but it's still this strong? This is A-rank strength? I could get used to this. Sidestepping an ambush from another would-be assailant, she drove a retaliatory fist into his side. Since Beoponsith's slashes couldn't be held back, she had to rely on hand-to-hand combat. This is feeling more and more like a berserker. Fortunately, none of them were strong enough to make Beoponsith take the fight seriously. From start to finish, they couldn't land a single hit, and it was practically a one-sided massacre. Perfect. This gave her a chance to practice subduing her opponents with just the right amount of force to keep them down without sending them straight to the ICU. As for the poor souls who ended up as practice dummies, well, in Chen Gong's words, necessary sacrifices. Within minutes, the battlefield was reduced to a mountain of bodies. The girl stood calmly at its center, like a valkyrie reigning over the battlefield, her scarlet outfit and hair like a vision stained in blood. Almost everyone lay scattered on the ground. Some were buried with only their heads sticking out for air so they wouldn't suffocate. The surrounding trees had also taken some collateral damage, lying crisscrossed from the fallout. They seemed to confirm the life lesson of the day: staying too close to the action is a serious health hazard. It might have looked brutal, but she'd actually managed to avoid killing anyone. Though a few still clung to consciousness, struggling to rise, Beoponsith quickly knocked them out with a little tap to the head. No worries, no fatalities here. Worst case, a few concussions. And thus, Beoponsith's fine control over her power became even more precise. A cause for celebration, really. T/N, OMG Gojo. 10/10 Fanfic. Chapter 5, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 5. Beoponsith glanced at the bodies littering the ground and gave a casual whistle. Tearing her gaze away from a pair of heels that looked fit to be a collectible, she turned her attention to a large cube covered in white cloth not far off. What's this? Looked like it was something they really cared about. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Still putting up a fight? I only wanted to ask a few questions. Without even turning around, Beoponsith reached back, catching a dagger aimed at her. With a slight squeeze of her hand, she sent its owner flying over 10 meters away, her dragon-like strength leaving the young man defenseless as he smashed into the draped object. His face turned pale as he struggled to breathe. Taking a few deep breaths to clear his spinning mind, he raised his head only to be confronted by the sight of red high heels. That vivid red had already become his nightmare. As the last one left standing, he'd watched this seemingly delicate, yet dragon-like, girl crush every single one of his comrades with sheer brute force. 2-meter giants were thrown like ragdolls. Steel katanas shattered in her grip. Wave after wave of shikigami were sliced to ribbons by her invisible slashes. No matter what kind of attack she faced, the red demon standing before him seemed utterly unfazed. Just like that brat from the Gojo clan. The young man's fingers dug deep into the dirt, leaving bloody grooves, his lips bitten raw without him even realizing it. In his mind's eye, a pair of eyes appeared. Those cold, godlike, silver-flecked blue eyes. Yes, at that time, he'd only glanced at those eyes from afar, and it had sent him running. He'd fled like a beaten dog, with no pride left. Those eyes weren't human, they didn't reflect the mundane world. Instead, they pierced through illusions and glimpsed the true nature of things. Time hadn't dulled his memory of those eyes. If anything, they had become sharper in his mind, haunting his dreams with their divine gaze. Damn it! Beoponsith was perplexed by the young man's frenzied expression. I didn't even do anything. But because of the impact just now, the cloth covering the object had shifted a little, and curiosity drove Beoponsith to steal a glance. One look, and her face froze. Beneath the cloth lay a bloody hand, a small, child's hand, making it impossible for Beoponsith to look away. This is... In that moment of distraction, the young man moved. But instead of attacking Beoponsith, he yanked the cloth free and flung it toward her. Her vision obscured, Beoponsith didn't hold back this time. A crimson slash ripped through the cloth, the air, and the earth, leaving a gaping scar in the ground. Stay back! Or they're dead! The young man's frantic scream cut through the air, and the source of his audacious confidence was clear. He held a small child within the iron cage he'd just unveiled, a dagger pressed against the child's throat. Yes, what had been hidden beneath the cloth was a massive iron cage filled with children. There were boys and girls, each one battered and bruised, with eyes as lifeless as ash. Even with a knife at his throat, blood trickling down from the wound, the child remained silent, eerily quiet. Seeing the children's expressionless faces sent a chill through Beoponsith. If she hadn't felt their faint breathing, she might have assumed they were already dead. Whether it was luck or misfortune, they were all still alive. Though abused, they were kept alive likely because these scumbags needed them for something. Yes, scumbags. Beoponsith had already categorized these people as filth in her mind, the kind that deserved to be sliced into 100 pieces. So, what will it be? You so-called virtuous curse users wouldn't let these innocent lives perish before your eyes, right? Then do as I say. Yes, that's it. Genius or not, the strongest or not, they'd all have to obey him, bow to him. So what if they were angry? So what if they were frustrated? Could they really risk these children's lives just to go after him? Thanks to the overwhelming pressure Beoponsith and a certain other strongest curse user had put on him, some part of the young man's mind had already started to unravel. Or perhaps, something had broken in these people from the day they chose to become curse users. The smile on Beoponsith's face faded, her gaze turning cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. The young man saw the look in her eyes, but instead of fear, it only fueled his excitement. He began to conflate Beoponsith's presence with the memory of that other curse user brat he'd once feared. Watching her emotions change because of him filled him with a twisted sense of triumph. One question. Beoponsith's voice rang out, as though something was being held back. The parents, family, of these children. What happened to them? Ha, I thought you were going to ask something important. He sneered. Those who got in the way, we killed, of course. And every now and then, some guardian even sells them to us willingly. Saves us the trouble if we pay the right price. I see. Beoponsith's voice was low, her long bangs casting shadows over her eyes. In that case, you're no longer needed. The young man noticed a change in her demeanor, a flicker of something different, and for a moment, he hesitated, stunned. Recovering quickly, his eyes flashed with determination, and he gripped the dagger tighter, prepared to make his move. Slash! The sound of steel meeting flesh filled the air, but this time, what spilled was hot, red human blood. The child the young man had been holding fell to the ground, their face warming as their once dull eyes began to show a flicker of life. Meanwhile, the young man himself sat sprawled on the ground, staring blankly at his missing arms, his brain unable to process the scene. As pain finally surged through him, he opened his mouth to scream, but before a sound could escape, the top half of his head vanished. Hot, red blood sprayed onto the grass like paint on a canvas, creating a scene of horror. The young man's upper body slumped forward, while his lower half remained kneeling. Two bloodied, empty sleeves lay a short distance away, while half a face remained, eyes wide open in death. The moment Beoponsith had heard the words curse user from his mouth, she'd made up her mind. In her memory, the core of their cursed techniques lay within the brain and abdomen. So, she'd severed his arms to prevent him from using the dagger, and followed up with slashes to his head and torso to nullify any techniques. The hostages were protected as much as possible. There's something you got wrong. Red heels clicked on the blood-soaked grass as Beoponsith cast a disdainful look at the half-head lying there, as if she were looking at trash. I'm no curse user. I'm a fairy knight. Dash. Author's note. For those who don't know my waifu, I'm attaching a picture below for you to enjoy. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Trust me, I meant for this story to be light-hearted, like a slice of life with a Valkyrie, but somehow it, ended up a bit more intense. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Oh hat, can't paste pictures here. Well, it's time for you guys to paste your fav pics of Beoponsith. Dash. Spoiler for JJK, spoiler for JJK, spoiler for JJK, spoiler for JJK, spoiler for JJK. T/N, the author's note was more than just asking for donations, so I included it. Also, the dude got the Gojo treatment. I was sick for a whole week when Gojo died. Oh, this is spoilers. I probably should stop writing, but I'll just put a big spoiler warning before my notes. Chapter 6, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 6. Innocent children abducted by human traffickers, one family after another shattered overnight. She still remembered a movie she'd seen as a child. It told the story of a young girl abducted by traffickers. Her mother cried herself to death, and her father sold everything he owned, riding a motorcycle across the country in search of his daughter for 20 years. That film was based on a true story, and in the end, they showed a photo of the girl. Her sweet face made you wonder how anyone could be heartless enough to do such a thing. Beoponsith despised traffickers above all. Murderers and drug dealers were secondary. In her previous life, she'd imagined countless ways to torment human traffickers. Even death by 1,000 cuts felt too light. She'd heard of a punishment where they'd slice a cross into the top of someone's scalp, peel the skin back, and pour mercury over the muscles. The victim would walk away, leaving a full skin behind. Maybe it was that hidden bloodthirsty streak that made her Saint Graf such a perfect match for Beopansith. If that's the case, would I also be a good fit for the Countess of Blood, Carmilla? But these curse users she'd encountered in this world, they were far worse than ordinary traffickers. Not only had they kidnapped children, but they'd also killed their caretakers. Unforgivable. They should suffer every last torture known to humankind. Unknowingly, dusk was settling over the mountains to the west. Beopansith looked up at the fiery clouds on the horizon, almost like blood splattering across the sky. Her first kill, yet she felt unexpectedly calm. Even though, in her past life, she'd never even killed a chicken. She'd imagined scenes like this many times, but this was her first real taste of it. "Senpai, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine, Mash." Tilting her head back to watch the sunset felt a bit dramatic, a perfect pose for striking a heroic figure, if only it weren't so hard on the neck. "I'm not a child. I understand there are rotten people in this world, and I won't be shaken so easily. I'm not naive enough to believe in a world without evil just because I see a little bit of good. Nor will I deny the good that exists just because I encounter evil. I'll simply be true to myself. Having power doesn't make me a savior. The last person who got that arrogant was blown apart by a man-made being. I'm just going to take hold of what's right in front of me." If she hadn't stumbled upon this, maybe it would have been different. But having encountered innocent people suffering before her eyes and knowing she had the power to help them, why not reach out? Using a few persuasive methods, Beopansith learned from the surviving curse users that the children in that cage weren't the only ones taken. There had been several abductions like this before. In the heart of this forest lived a prominent family of curse users who hunted down gifted children each year and brought them here. No one knew why, as the survivors were all low-ranking mercenaries or members of the clan. The highest-ranking member's corpse had gone cold by now. He wouldn't be answering any questions. Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't killed him so quickly. Let's go check it out. When Beopansith made her decision, Vinci and Mash both gave her looks of resigned approval. Their expressions almost made her think she was a kind person. Yeah, right. Can a kind person smile sweetly while dismembering someone? Even though both Vinci and her instincts told her that most of the children taken by this family were likely already gone, she couldn't shake the feeling until she confirmed it for herself. But there was still the issue of the children here. She couldn't just leave them. Then Vinci, ever resourceful, offered a solution. "Are you sure that setup will hold?" "Don't worry. With a magic array designed by the great Vinci, not even mages from the Age of Gods could detect it. Territory creation A, due to her training as a mage in the land of fairies, she could construct a workshop with ease. Beopansith's Saint Graf skill allowed her to create a magical hideaway flawlessly, even with Vinci's remote instructions guiding her through her first experience with magecraft. She'd set the field for maximum stealth, so its defensive strength was low. It simply cloaked the children, prompting passers-by to overlook the area or veer around it. After securing the children in this hidden array, she instructed them to stay put and wait for her return. Of course, she placed them some distance from the bodies of the curse users, just to be safe. She even had Vinci check if the kids carried any tracking spells. She'd eliminated every risk she could think of, enough that even Vinci teased her about being overprotective. If all the children had shown that same dead look in their eyes, Beopansith's precautions might have felt unnecessary. Yet one little girl still had a glimmer in her gaze. Though faint, there was a spark in those eyes, and as Beopansith spoke, that girl watched her intently, her small face reflecting Beopansith's own. Beopansith recognized her as the child that one scumbag had used to threaten her, a memory that lingered vividly. "I hope she listens to me, and maybe helps look after the others." When she was giving her instructions, Beopansith had one other worry. After all, she hadn't forgotten her first interaction with the curse users. All she'd wanted was directions, yet somehow, her words had turned into insults: small fry, trash, one after another. She worried she'd slip up and scold the children, too. But to her surprise, her tone remained gentle as she spoke to them, her words kind. In Beoponsith's naturally pleasant voice, she even felt a touch of motherly warmth. Even Beoponsith was shocked at how soft her voice sounded. Does this Saint Graf actually treat people differently? And at that moment, a thought crossed Beoponsith's mind. Could it be that Fairy Tristan herself already knew the curse users were bad people, and her dislike of them influenced my personality? T/N, when talking to the mighty and great Da Vinci Chan, I'm putting the dialogue in italics. If it's too bothersome to read, let me know and I can stop doing that ASAP. Chapter 7, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 7. It seems I'm quite a handful, don't I? The presence of Da Vinci and MASH proved that FGO wasn't just a simple game. For the people of Chaldea, those memories were real, part of their lives. Just to help her live a better life in another world, they'd selflessly lent her their strength. This was proof of their bond, a heartfelt blessing crossing time and space. And yet, so far, she'd only seen Da Vinci and MASH. The rest of Chaldea's members remained out of reach. How regrettable, to be unable to tell them these feelings of gratitude in person. If you can hear me through this Saint Graf, I want to tell you how grateful I am. Thank you, Beoponsith. Thank you for protecting someone as naive as me, and I'm sorry for not noticing the care you and the others showed. Right after saying these words, Beoponsith keenly felt a change within her, subtle yet unmistakable. Before, she'd been able to tap into the powers of her Saint Graf, but there was always a faint, almost imperceptible resistance. Now, however, that resistance had completely vanished. The flow of mana had become remarkably smooth. At the same time, she felt a peculiar, inexplicable joy welling up within her. Why am I feeling happy? Pondering for a moment, Beoponsith decided to test something out. Beoponsith is my waifu. The joy inside her grew, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. I feel like I just stumbled onto something I shouldn't have. Do you think she'll kill me if I ever meet her? She probably won't. Oh no. Considering it's Fairy Tristan, I'm not confident at all. I'm doomed, doomed, doomed. The Arakama clan. Once a prestigious name among curse users, in its heyday it rivaled the three great families of the Jujutsu world. But ever since that monster was born into the Gojo clan, the delicate balance of the Jujutsu world had been forcefully shattered. Most curse user clans went underground, including the Arakama family. The Arakama clan's members hid away in a remote mountain forest, carefully constructing concealment barriers. Thanks to these barriers, the Jujutsu sorcerers' attempts to eradicate them had repeatedly failed. Whenever they captured an Arakama member, it was always a low-ranking pawn, making it impossible to locate their main stronghold. Behind the barrier lay a sprawling, traditional Japanese manor, sparsely inhabited by members of the Arakama family's main branch. The current head of the clan, Arakami Iwaichi, had two sons, his younger son, Arakami En, and his elder son, Arakama Yu. The younger son aside, Arakama Yu was the pride of his father. He had not only inherited the clan's secret techniques but had also demonstrated exceptional talent in managing the clan. Arakami Iwaichi had long been grooming him as his successor, even granting him access to the family's greatest secret. Within the Arakami estate, there lay a sacred, forbidden ground, a space so restricted that even core members of the clan were barred from entry. The curse energy here was so dense it was almost tangible, threatening to warp the area into another dimension. Walls built of skeletal remains were inscribed with intricate curse seals. For ordinary people, breathing this air would be deadly. One inhalation could kill, the curse energy itself acting as a poison. 24 grotesque pillars of flesh stood in a circle, pulsing rhythmically, almost as though they were alive. At the center of these pillars lay the core of this forbidden ground, a true sea of blood. The deadly fumes in the air were merely impurities siphoned from this crimson pool. Seeing this blood sea, one would naturally think this was like amniotic fluid, the curses within it like nutrients feeding a terrible creature. There was no doubt it was evil. Overwhelming evil. It was born from evil, and its purpose was to spread absolute evil. There was no doubt it was God. An evil god from another world. Its form transcended human understanding, and its very existence meant ruin for humankind. Beside the blood sea, atop an altar made of piled stones, sat an emaciated old man clad in a loose grey kimono, barely more than bones. Though he looked more like a corpse than a person, Arakami Uechi and Arakami Yu lowered their heads the moment they saw him. Honored ancestor. Their words revealed the identity of the elder. He was Arakami Damon, the clan's ancient progenitor and the grandfather of Arakami Uechi, the current head. With a creak like bones grinding, Arakami Damon lifted his head, revealing a face that was barely more than a skull. Why is there so little bait this time? A voice like a demon's rasping from hell echoed in their ears, making Arakami Uechi bow even lower. My sincerest apologies. It has become increasingly difficult to find suitable bait. In recent years, the jujutsu sorcerers have also started actively seeking children with potential, which has greatly hindered our progress. When he finished speaking, Arakami Yu chimed in. There's also Arakami Yago. He's yet to return, possibly delayed by jujutsu sorcerers, or maybe he's simply dawdling. Then send for him at once, or find more. Arakami Damon snapped impatiently. I can feel it, the demon god is on the verge of awakening. With just 1 or 2 more rounds, it will fully manifest. When that time comes, neither the Gojo clan nor the Zenin clan will stand a chance. The Arakami family shall reign over the entire jujutsu world. After leaving the forbidden ground, Arakami Uechi turned to Arakami Yu and said, as soon as we return, dispatch another team. But the jujutsu sorcerers are relentless in hunting us. The more we act, the greater the risk of being caught. We have no choice. The longer we delay, the greater the chance of an unforeseen disaster. We must bring that being into existence as soon as possible. The forbidden ground was within the heart of the mountain, the Arakami family having hollowed it out to create their sanctum. To prevent the high-density curses within the sanctuary from leaking out, the clan had installed 7 layers of seals at the entrance and stationed guards to monitor it constantly. Yet as Arakami Uechi and Arakami Yu walked through the narrow passageway toward the exit, they saw not a single guard. This realization made Arakami Uechi's expression darken. Where have the guards gone? No one answered. The silence was oppressive. A growing sense of unease caused him and Arakami Yu to assume defensive postures, ready to summon their shikigami at the first sign of danger, their senses attuned to every sound around them. The wind, the rustling leaves, every noise felt laced with malice. Their nerves were taut, like bowstrings drawn to the breaking point, ready to either release an arrow or snap from the strain. Breaking the silence was a voice, sweet as a wind chime. Looking for someone. T/N, to be honest I haven't played any of the Lost Belts. Chapter 8, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 8. Her voice was sweet, and people often said that just hearing a person's voice could conjure up their image. To Arakami Yu, such a beautiful voice could only belong to a rare and enchanting young woman. In ordinary circumstances, hearing such a honeyed voice nearby would be a pleasure. However, at this moment, the sound chilled him to his core. As a seasoned curse user, Arakami Yu reacted in an instant. A massive, ice-blue skeleton with a white veil appeared behind him, its colossal bone hands swinging backward with fierce momentum. Boom! After the impact, Arakami Yu's figure vanished, replaced by a young woman with spiraling red to grey hair, clad in an elegant red and white dress. Red thigh-high stockings hugged her legs in perfect contours, and her crimson high heels gleamed wickedly. The ground at her feet had cracked, and the surrounding forest had been opened up, branches and trunks blasted aside. Her beauty was undeniable, but her smile was cruel, and her words carried a venomous sting. The thing about rats is that even when you think you've killed them all, you find one or two more skittering in the corners. Ugh! Arakamayu grunted, suppressing his pain as he struggled to his feet. His ice-blue skeleton familiar was in far worse condition, its ribs shattered and cracks spreading all the way to its skull. It had protected him by enveloping him in its massive frame, using its ribs to absorb the force of her first strike. The cost, though, was that it was now barely functional. Quickly, Arakamayu withdrew the damaged familiar. The Arakama family's secret technique was to use one's own blood as a medium to summon Shikigami and bind them with contracts, granting full control over them. This art was known as blood contracting. It was similar to the Zenin family's 10 Shadows technique and the Cursed Spirit manipulation technique. There were no limits on the number or type of familiars a blood contract could summon, as long as the user could fully dominate them. This was similar to the Cursed Spirit manipulation technique. However, when a Shikigami died, it inflicted backlash on its user, and there were significant limitations on contracting stronger familiars. In this respect, blood contracting was akin to the 10 Shadows technique. Congratulations! Beoponsith's sudden words caught Arakamayu off guard. Congratulations on what? Congratulations on enduring one of my attacks without falling. In my eyes, you've successfully risen from the level of an ant to that of a slightly larger maggot. Her slender finger tapped playfully against her red lips as her narrowed eyes looked down on the battered Arakamayu with mocking amusement. After all, an ant isn't even worth squashing. I wouldn't even stop to think, oh, did I just step on something? Arakamayu was still reeling. If he hadn't reacted so quickly, that blow would have left him gravely injured. Who is this woman? How did she get so close without me noticing? Why can't I follow her movements? The snap of a broken branch echoed as Beoponsith's crimson heels stepped down, crackling like a warning. Suddenly, a towering skeleton warrior clad in ancient armor appeared behind her, wielding a long otaki. It was Arakami Uechi, who had been quietly ignored by Beoponsith. I don't know who you are, but to intrude alone into the Arakama family's territory, trespass. Shut up! A massive broken blade sailed through the air, embedding itself in the ground. Ugh! Arakami Uechi's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his stomach in agony. The warrior skeleton protecting him held only a broken hilt, its blade shattered, before it too dissipated into black mist. Impossible! Those were the last words of Arakami Uechi. Beoponsith didn't even glance at his corpse as she coldly murmured, I didn't give you permission to speak. Hee hee, ha ha ha. There was no winning here. Not even a chance to escape. This had to be a nightmare, right? There was no other way to explain the existence of a monster like this. What's this, broken already? Beoponsith approached the crazed Arakamayu, her cold, grey eyes looking down on him as if he were little more than dirt. A broken toy might as well be trash. Luckily, I'm quite good at sorting trash. You, for example, are definitely non-recyclable. Oh? Were you trying to say something? Beoponsith leaned in, her rose-colored hair cascading past her shoulders. Demon! What a rude thing to call a sweet girl like me. At least call me a witch. Seeming to lose interest, Beoponsith turned and started toward the cave's entrance. Watching the red figure slowly fading from view, Arakamayu laughed quietly to himself. Satoru Gojo, your rival has finally emerged. The world was in balance, after all. He had thought that the birth of that someone in the Gojo family would forever disrupt the order maintained in the Jujutsu world for thousands of years. Yet here she was, a being who could match him. If Satoru Gojo was the embodiment of order, then this streak of red was the incarnation of chaos and anarchy. I'll be watching from the other side, Gojo Satoru. A thin red line suddenly split down Arakamayu's forehead, tracing a path downward until it divided his entire body in two. With a soft thud, each half of him fell in opposite directions. And as for the atrocities you committed, even a demon wouldn't stoop that low. Beopansith's voice echoed from the cave's darkness, quickly swept away by the blood-tinged wind. A barrier protected the entrance, allowing only those with Arakami blood to pass. But could such a crude restriction possibly stop Fairy Knight Tristan? She didn't even need to exert effort, her X-rank magic resistance let her breeze right through. Ah, from the way Master's charging ahead, I almost thought she'd fused with Heracles Saint Graph instead of Fairy Knight Tristan's, Da Vinci quipped with a sigh. That was a comment Beopansith was happy to ignore. The curses thickening in the air enough to kill an ordinary human in seconds were equally useless against Fairy Knight Tristan's absurd X-rank magic resistance. Yet while they couldn't harm her, the stench was certainly unpleasant. Seriously, making my waifu's flawless body set foot in a place this filthy? Whoever's inside, you're so dead. Beopansith's rage meter, max. T/N, I would love to play FGO again but I banned myself from gacha games, I can't help but spend thousands. Chapter 9, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 9. So, my end is finally near, is it? When one lives long enough, they develop an uncanny awareness of their own impending death. No logic to it, just a sudden flash of insight. Oh, so, I'm about to die. It was that kind of feeling. Lowering his gaze, Arakami-daemon looked into the stillness of the blood pool before him. The thing within it was his life's work. When he was young, his father had raised the Arakami family to its peak, only for them to face an onslaught from the three great families of the Jujutsu world. In that decisive battle, his father faced none other than the head of the Zenin family, who wielded the clan's ancestral technique, the 10 Shadows technique. 10 Shadows to summon 10 Shikigami. Yet Daemon's father had been a prodigy, so formidable that even the Zenin clan's leader couldn't stand against him. On that day, Daemon had glimpsed the ultimate Shikigami, the true secret of the 10 Shadows, one that was forbidden and unmatched. The duel between the Arakami and Zenin leaders ended in mutual destruction. And Arakami-daemon? He had been left mesmerized by that singular, powerful Shikigami. I will summon a Shikigami just as strong. But it was almost impossible. The Arakami family's technique, blood contracting, was based on offering one's blood to a cursed spirit from another realm. If the spirit was attracted to their blood, it would submit to them. In other words, the higher the quality of one's blood, the greater the chance of binding a powerful Shikigami. Arakami-daemon had indeed found a being as mighty as a demon god, yet even after offering it most of his blood, it had still not been enough to satisfy it. Not only had he failed, but he had almost lost his life, nearly devoured by that spirit. This was why the Arakami family avoided binding powerful Shikigami. One misstep could be fatal. An ordinary person, after barely surviving such an ordeal, would have given up. But Arakami-daemon was no ordinary person. He offered his blood again and again, using special methods to offer the blood of others as well. The greater the jujutsu talent, the higher the quality of their blood. But those with high jujutsu potential were usually strong fighters and hard to capture, with most belonging to the jujutsu world. So, the Arakami family began seeking out children with jujutsu talent among the common people. For one, the great jujutsu clans had always centered around bloodlines and held civilians in disdain. And second, even if a child had a jujutsu gift, they couldn't wield its power without training. Their plan had worked. Over the years, they had captured countless children with jujutsu talent, their blood forming the endless depths of this blood pool. The demon god they sought to summon had been greatly pleased with the sacrifices, and their contract was nearly complete. Binding this demon god was Arakami-daemon's life's ambition. He would not let decades of effort fail at the last moment. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were filled with fierce determination and cruelty. If I can't live to see the day when the three great families are trampled, then I'll take everyone with me to the grave. For this final step, he would pay with his life. O demon god! Consume me, let me become part of you. Even if he himself wouldn't be the one standing atop the mountain at the end, it didn't matter. He would imprint his ambition and will onto the demon's soul. Take my place, unleash ruin on the jujutsu world, and bring eternal despair and terror to those sorcerers. Both curse users and jujutsu sorcerers alike drew power from curses. And the essence of curses was malice, negative emotions. In the instant before death, a curse user's hatred would reach its zenith, releasing a torrent of cursed energy. At the moment of his death, Arakamidamon used his blood contract to pass his obsession to the demon god he had summoned, successfully making it a core part of the demon's being. Dark, putrid curse energy surged up from the depths, forming tornadoes of black mist that ground the surrounding rock walls to dust. The once still blood pool began to churn, a massive whirlpool forming in its center as the pool drained rapidly before his eyes. Elsewhere, Baopon Sith, who had been hurrying along with her nose pinched from the stench, was nearly knocked off her feet by the sudden tremor. Seriously? I know Japan has its fair share of earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and monsters, but did I really have to stumble into one right now? Fen Huiyu! Fen Huiyu! Da Vinci had to call her name 4 or 5 times before Baopon Sith remembered that the name she'd set for herself in FGO was Feather of the Phoenix. That was still mild compared to a certain other novel she'd read, where the protagonist had brought Chaldea along on his travels, only to be greeted by his servants calling him spicy chicken at dawn. The poor guy was practically ready to time travel just to knock some sense into his past self for picking that name. Oh. Right. I'm here, Da Vinci. What's up? Baopon Sith stopped and looked at the holographic blue screen that Da Vinci had projected. You're probably feeling those tremors, right? Just to let you know, they're coming from about 500 meters ahead of you. A powerful energy source just emerged there, one that has enough magical energy to rival a top-tier servant. This one is on a completely different level than the enemies you've fought so far. The ground shuddered even more violently, and loose stones began to rain down from above. Senpai! The cave entrance is collapsing. Roger that! Baopon Sith's eyes lit up with excitement. I've wanted out of this stinky, filthy place for ages. With a speed even the wind couldn't match, she crossed the hundreds of meters in a single breath. Just as she burst from the tunnel's entrance, the cave collapsed behind her, sealing the exit with a massive heap of rubble. Baopon Sith tapped the ground with her heel, mildly impressed that she'd managed to run so fast and steady on her first try wearing heels. Fen Huiyu! Oh, no need for the warning, Da Vinci. She lifted her head, her gaze sharp. This kind of spine-tingling aura, even if it's not the final boss, it's got to be an elite at least. Drawing on her experience playing FGO, Baopon Sith reflexively looked around for a place to duck and cover. Too bad, this time it was all on her. Chapter 10, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 10. The night sky, already devoid of stars, grew darker still, thick bolts of lightning snaking across the roiling clouds like celestial serpents. In ancient times, people must have seen thunder as the wrath of the gods, for such power commands both awe and dread. Below the storm lay the mountain, hiding that unknown, dreadful creature within, as if even the heavens were rejecting its presence on earth. Quite the spectacle, Baopon Sith remarked. With a little grin, she polished a bright red apple against her sleeve before taking a bite, her sharp teeth sinking in easily, letting sweet juice slide over her tongue. Senpai, where did that apple come from? Oh, I just grabbed it from their house when I was looking for the kids. Servants don't need food, but we can still enjoy the taste. She eyed the apple, her gaze lingering as she continued thoughtfully, oddly enough, though, ever since becoming Baopon Sith, the color red makes me hungrier. I never used to care much for apples. While Baopon Sith enjoyed her snack, the lightning above reached its zenith. Boom! In that instant, the darkened world was illuminated, white thunder streaking down from the sky and splitting the mountain. The light faded, the storm's rage subsided, and darkness returned once more. Tossing aside the half-eaten apple, Beoponsith's grey eyes filled with sudden focus. High above, a massive, shadowy figure emerged within the crackling storm, bathed in lightning. It was a creature of pure monstrosity. Its colossal body gleamed under layers of white-scaled armor. A long neck supported 3 heads: a lion, a wolf, and a snake, each crowned by clusters of horns that resembled a jagged crown. It bore leathery wings like a bat and had hoofed feet like a goat's. Well, that's quite the chimera. Roar. As if sensing her disdain, the 3-headed beast unleashed a deafening roar. The sound waves alone shattered nearby lightning into dust and sent rocks scattering. A flood of cursed energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Just being near the beast's rotting aura caused trees to wither and decay at an alarming rate. With its birth thus proclaimed, the beast fixed its 6 blood-red eyes upon Beoponsith below. Its very gaze felt like a curse. The instant those eyes settled on her, Beoponsith felt her skin prickle with unease. Then, with a flick of its wings, the 3-headed demon god shattered the sound barrier, appearing before her in a heartbeat. Its claws, larger than her entire frame, struck down like a meteor, sending her hurtling back across the field. The sheer force of its blow carved deep trenches into the earth. But its attack didn't end there. Dark cursed energy gathered at the monster's chest, surging up its neck and seeping out between its scales as a corrosive, molten fire. The intense heat distorted the very air. The next second, it released that fire in a blinding torrent. A blaze that could blot out the heavens burst forth, a harbinger of pure destruction. It was a conflagration that could incinerate all creation, a cursed inferno to kill all life. Human beings might respond to such a display of power with something close to numbness, as if there wasn't even room for despair. Nothing could withstand this. Or so it thought. Countless slashes, invisible to the eye, tore through the light, as if millions of strikes had fallen all at once. In that instant, as if time itself had stretched, the beam was shredded into neat, glowing fragments. In the starless night, the scattered fragments of the monster's cursed fire blazed in the sky like a sea of stars. The 3-headed beast stood there, motionless, shock flashing in its blood-red eyes. The next moment, countless fine lines appeared across its massive body. Black and purple blood seeped from the cracks. Then, belatedly, came the sound of its flesh tearing. Splat! A chunk of flesh fell to the ground, immediately ground beneath a crimson heel. Pathetic. Tasteless. Such a disappointment. After hearing you had magic energy comparable to a top-tier servant, I expected so much more. But this. She ground her heel harder into the bloody pulp. Trash. Scum. Vermin. After a moment, she let out a long-suffering sigh, her mind wandering back to the rescued children. Guess I'd better go check on the brats. I mean, a fairy knight Tristan should probably be a better role model, right? Turning on her heel, she began to walk away. After all, everyone that needed killing was dead, and neither Fenhuayu nor Beoponsith had much patience for babysitting. Yet, just as she took her second step, a noise behind her made her pause. No way! Turning back, she found the 3-headed beast alive, somehow restored. High-speed regeneration? No, I'm sure it was dead before. Is this resurrection? You've got such a rare ability. Beoponsith's brows lifted in surprise, but that did little to change the outcome in her mind. Struggle all you like, you're still just an insect. Even if you can revive, I'll just stomp you down again. The massive beast flew at her with renewed fury, yet she only extended a single, slender finger. She didn't even acknowledge its impending blow. Just as its attack was about to connect, a slash appeared out of thin air, slicing down the creature's shoulder and across its side, nearly cleaving it in two and sending it hurtling into a nearby cliff. But this time, as her slash connected, Beoponsith's expression grew more serious. This feeling. Roar. The The three-headed beast freed itself from the cliffside. Her attack had barely damaged it. Its scales bore only superficial wounds, no worse than a few scratches. Immunity to slashing? And with a quick twist of her body, she dodged its claws, drawing her fist back as she ducked low. With a simple, unadorned punch, she struck. The ground cracked, spiderweb fissures spreading around them as a shockwave blasted outward. Despite their difference in size, the beast froze, its muscles locked from the impact. Seeing her chance, Beoponsith pivoted, driving her left fist into the monster's abdomen, sending a surge of energy that tore through its body and burst out its back. The beast went flying. "Don't think for a second that archers can't melee, you pea-brained brute," she scoffed. "After all, how often did you see an archer who trained in Bjaken?" Still, her playful grin faded, and she flexed her hand, considering. Not only did it gain resistance to slashes, but its speed and strength increased too. Interesting. As she turned her gaze back to the beast that was once again struggling to its feet, a wicked smile crossed her lips. Blood-red magic surged forth from her small frame, pulsing with intensity. "Now that's something worth grinding into pulp. Roar. Yes, yes. Scream louder. Shred. Rib. Crush. Grind yourself to dust, and entertain me with that decaying soul of yours." T/N, Bro summoned a stronger Mahoraga. Chapter 11, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 11. The mere breath of the three-headed demon god pulsed with a curse so intense it could snuff out life with ease. And its high-temperature corrosive breath? Even a mere graze could melt solid rock without resistance. The battle was in full swing. Dodging the claw that swiped toward her, Beoponsith placed her hand gently on the demon god's abdomen. In an instant, countless slashes sprayed a mist of blood through the air. The three-headed demon god staggered back a step, momentarily stabilizing itself, though appearing unharmed. It reached toward her even faster than before, only for her to leap away. Mid-air, Beoponsith's fingers made a subtle slicing gesture in front of the demon's face. A blood-red slash appeared above its head, forcing the beast to bow under its weight. Her ankles sank into the scorched earth, burnt red-hot beneath her, with wisps of steam escaping from beneath her soles. The three-headed demon god, however, focused solely on its opponent. One of its snake heads suddenly stretched forward, snapping toward Beoponsith, immobilized mid-air. At the last second, the heel of Beoponsith's shoe extended, piercing the snake head's eye. Purple blood sprayed, barely missing her cheek. Grrrah! Oh! That sounds painful. Beoponsith scoffed and swung her arm, sending out another flurry of slashes aimed at the demon god's now open maw. But the results were far less satisfying than her heel strike had been. After all, that thrust had been a true penetrating blow through the eye and out the back of its head. Blood still trickled from the wound. Seeing her slashes fall short, Beoponsith switched tactics immediately, twisting her left leg like a whip. Accompanied by a sharp crack in the air, her kick struck the demon god's side, launching it skyward. But she wasn't finished. The moment she landed, she propelled herself with both legs, moving faster than the demon god as it flew through the air. Her gaze caught a rock of decent size, and she grabbed it, carrying it as she closed in. By now, the ground had fractured into several small platforms, divided by rivers of lava. With the giant rock on her shoulder, Beoponsith dashed along the fragments, moving as fluidly as if she were running on flat ground. The three-headed demon god, in contrast, had wings. With a single flap, it steadied itself, hovering upside down in mid-air. Heat and curses gathered in its chest, channeling up to its mouth. Once that power was compressed to its limit, an annihilating beam of light blasted forth. Even a glance could scorch one's eyes. The radiant beam pierced the earth, bringing equal destruction to anything in its path. Yet, just as the demon god hated, that familiar glint of a blade flashed. The blinding light shattered like a glass pane, revealing Beoponsith before it, lifting the massive rock overhead with a sinister and dangerous smile as its looming shadow fell over the demon god's head. Boom! The stone slammed into the wolf head, and from the opposite side, Beoponsith tightened her fist. Muta 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 muta. Yi! Her small fists rained down onto the boulder in rapid succession, pummeling the demon god through the stone barrier. The boulder, flimsy against the combined strength of Beoponsith's strength rank A and the demon god's power, soon crumbled. And as it shattered, Beoponsith's charged-up punch smashed into the demon god's head. The punch left a dent in the demon's skull, breaking off 2 horns, while blood poured from its nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. The massive figure crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Struggling to rise, the demon god looked up to see Beoponsith above, holding a weapon that looked less like a bow and more like a harp with 6 strings. Her slender, pale fingers brushed lightly across the strings, filling the air with a melody that heralded death. A web of slashes rained down unrelentingly on the demon god. Despite its attempts to brace itself, it could only succumb to the downward pressure of the strikes, forced closer to the ground. The land beneath the demon god caved in, magma surging upwards, only to be shredded by countless invisible cuts, breaking into thumb-sized chunks. The fiery fragments spun around Beoponsith like dancing spirits, illuminating her face with a radiant charm. One hand held her bow, while the other rose high above her head. Crimson magic surged, forming blood-red stakes around her. With a fierce clench of her raised fist, the stakes shot downward into the magma pool below. The storm of slashes subsided, and the floating magma fragments fell back into the pool. As she gracefully touched down, her red dress swaying elegantly in the wind, Beoponsith looked like a princess dancing amidst flames. Perhaps, it wasn't just like. Beoponsith was indeed a princess. Her mother was the queen of the fairy kingdom, making her title as princess entirely fitting. Now, Beoponsith stood on the scarred cliffside, her grey eyes fixed on the churning magma below, silently waiting. Time ticked by as more and more bubbles surfaced in the magma pool. Boom! A wave of magma surged toward Beoponsith. A transparent slash split the wave in half, revealing the massive shadow behind it. Beoponsith gathered her magic, forming sharp stakes that shot toward the demon god. But as they struck its shoulder, they bounced off. The 3-headed demon god bared its fangs, 6 blood-red eyes fixed mockingly on Beoponsith, its wings beating as it lunged toward her. So, that's your ability. At that moment, several bone spikes emerged from Beoponsith's back, piercing the demon's shoulders, hands, legs, and chest, pinning it in place. Curiously observing the snake and wolf heads, untouched by previous injuries, Beoponsith's lips curved up, revealing her small, sharp fangs. Die and come back immune to the last attack that killed you. That's quite a familiar trick. Too bad you don't possess their matchless skill. Even if you resurrect, you're still nothing more than a punching bag. Then again, in this world, most sorcerers only have a single technique. One-on-one, you'd probably be invincible. But too bad you're up against me. Another 4 bone spikes extended, piercing each of the demon's 3 heads and its heart. Luckily, this beast only had 1 heart despite its 3 heads. If it were like Musen, with 7 or 8 hearts moving freely within its body, she'd have had to work a bit harder. I'll take your 3rd life now. Watching the demon god collapse yet again, Beoponsith crossed her arms over her chest, tilting her head back proudly, waiting for its next resurrection. T/N, is it called Fairy Kingdom? Let me know. Chapter 12, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 12. Not to mention its corrosive breath, capable of melting the ground and tearing through the skies. The strongest shield paired with the strongest spear, it was supposed to be invincible in this world. So, where did it go wrong? We've still got plenty of time together, so don't you dare, let me break you too quickly, trash. Wait, which one of us is the demon god? I've died 3 times already, yet your dress isn't even torn. Am I supposed to have no dignity as a demon god? If it had been the former 3-headed demon god, it would have fought to the death with its enemy, as it was nothing more than a monster bent on indiscriminately destroying everything in its path. But now, something else had mixed into its soul. At the moment of his death, the evil god Demon cast a curse on the demon god through a blood pact, making its primary goal the destruction of the 3 great families. Demon had summoned this demon god with a child's glee, eager to flaunt his terrifying creation to his rivals in the great families, even at the cost of his life. And yet, as they say, the best laid plans often go awry. Just moments after its arrival, the 3-headed demon god had run into Baopansith and been smashed to bits. It had not yet brought terror or despair to the Jujutsu world, nor to the great families. How could it die here? What's this now? You're not trying to run away, are you? Baopansith's sharp slashes forced the 3-headed demon god to its knees as she frowned slightly. You're afraid why? You have the power of resurrection and become stronger with each revival. What, then, is it about me that terrifies you? Her high heel pressed down on the demon god's wolf head, the sharp point digging into its forehead. Let me guess. Her teasing tone was that of a cat toying with a mouse, her words a devilish whisper in its ear. Could it be, you only have 1 life left? Danger! 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 It had to run. In that instant, Demon's obsession, compounded by the demon god's fear of Baopansith, overwhelmed the creature's violent nature and pride. Its scaly wings beat powerfully, sending a gale that tossed her long hair and skirt. In the blink of an eye, the 3-headed demon god was high in the sky, quickly fading into the distance. Fleeing at an unprecedented speed, it was desperate to get away as fast as possible. Ah, it actually ran away. Shielding her eyes with her hand as she squinted after it, Baopansith smacked her lips in slight disappointment. And it was such an entertaining toy, too. With both hands clasped behind her back, she watched the vanishing dot on the horizon, her cherry-red lips pouting in dissatisfaction. Oh well. I suppose, since you brought me such enjoyment, I'll grant you a final lesson. She lifted her hands as though cradling something, a slow, cruel smile curling at her lips. This is a true curse. Mist gathered. Not the pure white mist of water, but an exquisite, blood-red haze. The bubbling lava vanished, replaced by a crimson lake. Pink roses bloomed one by one in the blood pool, lazily stretching their petals, each catching the blood mist and swirling around Baopansith. Bones creaking, organs torn asunder, soul sinking into the mire, let me unravel your fate. Far above, the fleeing 3-headed demon god, still savoring its escape from that devil, suddenly heard a chant. The next moment, the world turned upside down, blood-red rings encircling its massive form, locking it in place. Baopansith's gaze was alight with amusement as she held a hammer in her right hand, adorned with a heart-shaped red gem. In her left hand, she gripped an iron stake, smirking down at the now palm-sized demon god. She pressed the stake to its head, raising the hammer high. Now die in agony, illusions of pain and mournful song. The hammer fell, striking the top of the stake with a clear, sharp sound. And so, the flower of death bloomed. Absorbing the demon god's essence, sharp bone spikes tore through its body, with brilliant red blood dripping from each spike, like deadly red spider lilies fed on its life force. Ah, this time, it should be dead for good, right? With her noble phantasm's power dispelled, Baopansith returned to the battlefield, only to be greeted by a searing blast of hot wind. Looking around at what seemed like a volcanic eruption site, she muttered, luckily, this area's deserted. Otherwise, who knows how many would have died. The thought brought to mind Sukuna's battles, his duel with Yago, or his clash with Mahoraga. They'd looked stunning when watching from afar, but those who'd lost their lives in the crossfire, had been innocent. Baopansith thought back to the children she hadn't managed to save. Brushing her hands together before her chest, she knew the gesture was more symbolic than anything, but it brought her a bit of solace. I've avenged you now, little ones. Please, don't linger in this world any longer. May you find happiness in the next. The dead leave nothing behind, but the living must bear their burden and continue onward. This was the weight of a soul. She still needed to find the children who'd survived. The base's alarm hadn't been triggered, which meant the children had stayed safely inside, and no intruders had managed to reach them. To ensure they weren't caught in the crossfire, she'd chosen to move the battlefield further away. The enemy may not have cared to heed her efforts, but that was fine, she didn't need its cooperation. She'd simply blasted it away. Good children who listened were truly adorable. Maybe she'd bring them some candy as a reward? Wait, didn't she have no money? Even the dress she was wearing was woven from her magic, so she was truly as broke as she could be. TCH. Oh, well. Money would come in time. After all, there was a book called The Law, and every quick way to earn money was neatly listed inside. She could always consult it later. When Beoponsith arrived at the magical ward she'd set up, she found the 5 children still obediently inside. 4 of the children's eyes were dull and lifeless, save for a grey-haired girl who glanced over at Beoponsith. She'd been the one taken as a hostage earlier to threaten Beoponsith. Before leaving, Beoponsith had instructed her to watch over the others. Though she hadn't been certain the child understood her words, at the very least, she'd shown some reaction to them, unlike the others. Beoponsith reached out with a gentle smile, ruffling the girl's messy grey hair as she praised her. You did a wonderful job with your task. Well done. The young girl's eyes widened, feeling a strange warmth flow from her head into her heart. Ripples of emotion spread in her golden gaze. This warmth, it was her first time feeling it. T/N, was that the right chant? I looked and it didn't match her chant in FGO. Chapter 13, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 13. Red, snarling, clawing flames stretching from one edge of the sky to the other. These scenes visited her dreams often. If a purgatory had ever existed in the past, it probably looked like this. If an apocalypse arrived in the future, it might look like this, too. Once, her mother had a book on the shelf that said both sinners and saints would pass through purgatory, their sins burned away by scarlet flames before they could ascend to heaven. Now, I believe those words completely. After all, I find myself standing in warmth heaven. Golden sunlight spilled through the glass windows, warming the room. It looked like another perfect day for hanging clothes out to dry. A dusty grey cat slipped through the open gap of the wooden door, striding with an attitude that disregarded the world. It jumped onto the bed, its soft little paws pressing on the face of the sleeping girl. Meow meow. Long lashes fluttered as the girl struggled to open her eyes, her vision immediately filled with the sight of the grey cat's face. Coco. Her golden eyes still hazy, she took a few minutes to gather her thoughts. Then. Coco. What time is it? Meow. The grey cat, flung off by the girl who'd bolted up, performed a graceful flip mid-air, landing perfectly before giving her an annoyed meow, as if to say, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Oh no! It's so late. Coco, why didn't you wake me earlier? I need to make breakfast for Sister Beobhan." The grey-haired girl dashed out, not even stopping to change out of her nightgown, shutting the door behind her. The grey cat casually licked its paw, then with a few jumps, hopped onto the cabinet beside the door, opened the door handle on its own, and elegantly trotted out, tail swishing in satisfaction. The wooden floor beneath its paws made light tape-tip-tip sounds as it walked, and the hurried, clacking footsteps from down the hall revealed its owner's anxious state. Coming down the staircase to the living room, the grey-haired girl immediately spotted the glamorous figure already seated on the couch, watching TV. "Don't run in the hallway, Jasmine, you might trip." The vivid, almost showy red off-shoulder dress, paired with long legs clad in sheer black stockings, left a captivating image. Her round toes and perfectly shaped soles invited more than a few guilty fantasies. Even as another girl, Jasmine couldn't help occasionally being distracted by those criminally alluring feet. I'm so sorry, Sister Baobhan. Flustered, Jasmine lowered her head, bashfully staring at her toes. I'll go make breakfast right away. No need, I've already gone out to buy some. Baobhan gestured to the bag on the table. An apple pie from that shop 2 streets down. It's pretty good. I think I'll go there again sometime. Is that so? That's wonderful. Though Jasmine said this, her voice carried a touch of unmistakable disappointment. Baobhan stole a quick glance at her, then raised her voice in exaggerated self-talk. This apple pie is a bit sweet. It would be so nice to have a cup of tea with it. Got it. I'll get it ready right away. Just wait one moment. Tap-tap-tap, her hurried footsteps echoed again. Even though Baobhan had just told her not to run indoors. Forget it. It had taken so much for her to perk up, no need to dampen her spirits now. It had been a few years since she'd come to this world. And she could now be sure that this was the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, an anime that had been wildly popular in her past life. Baobhan had to admit, up until Gojo Satoru's death, it had been a fantastic story. In this world, the main characters were a group called Jujutsu Sorcerers. Using Jujutsu techniques, their job was to eradicate cursed spirits that threatened the balance of the world. In terms of power, this world's sorcerers could generally be split into 3 categories. Gojo Satoru, Sukuna, and everyone else. A few years ago, through a twist of fate, Baobhan Sith had managed to destroy the Arahito clan completely. Afterward, she arranged for the handful of children she'd rescued to be cared for. After all, she herself was still muddling through this strange new world, much less prepared to raise 5 kids. Why should she have to skip finding a partner and jump straight to child rearing? Though it hadn't been smooth sailing, she had managed to find decent homes for 4 of the children. Not that she'd admit to the occasional check-in to make sure they were doing all right. She absolutely would not admit to it. One child, however, was different from the others. A girl named Jasmine had shown a strong resistance when Baobhan said she would find her a good home. She hadn't said a word, but her trembling hands had clutched tightly to Baobhan's skirt. What had made me so reluctant to turn her away that day? When I couldn't even be certain of my own future. I could get by without food thanks to being a servant, but she was still so young. Was I really going to let her suffer with me? Maybe it had been a moment of moral weakness, or maybe her usual submissive personality kept her from saying no. But in the end, the girl had followed her. And so, Jasmine had stayed by her side, sharing these past few years. Sister Baobhan, here's your tea. I just brewed it, please enjoy. By the way, Jasmine was probably going to be a housekeeper. Not only did she cook well, but she also made a great cup of tea, handled chores, and did the laundry. Jasmine single-handedly kept the entire house spotless. Okay, I know making a kid do all the heavy work isn't exactly ethical, but what other choice did I have? One time, I offered to help with the chores, but Jasmine looked at me with tear-filled eyes, asking if she'd done something wrong, if she could have another chance to improve, promising to do better next time. She was on the verge of tears. I just wanted to help out a bit. Why did it feel like I was about to kick her out? I feel like this little girl might just spoil me into helplessness. Determined to prove that she could survive without a little girl caring for her, Baobhan decided to teach Jasmine Jujutsu. Although Jasmine's parents had supposedly been ordinary people, if the Arahito clan had taken an interest in her, she clearly possessed some unique Jujutsu talent. Magic from the Fate world was incredibly diverse, and with the near-omniscient genius Da Vinci to assist, teaching a young girl shouldn't be an issue. Baobhan lifted her chin proudly, humming a tune as she took a sip of the tea Jasmine had placed on the table. This tea was really good. Dash. T/N, now hear me out, I know it's the wrong clan name, I think, but isn't it in character for her to forget? The right one? It just seems like it is, but if it isn't, I'll go change it. Chapter 14, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 14. Ebe. Jasmine squeaked like a kitten caught stealing cookies. Good afternoon, Sister Baobhan. This little incident started with a clash over washing clothes, with Baobhan and Jasmine having a bit of a disagreement. Even though Baobhan had bought a washing machine for the house, Jasmine insisted on hand-washing the clothes just like before. For the longest time, the new washing machine sat there unused, almost as though it were a decoration. Baobhan had suggested trying the washing machine, saying something like, "Wouldn't it make things easier for you, Jasmine?" However, that won't do. A washing machine has no intelligence, after all. What if it damages your clothes, sister? I'll take care of it, I'm already quite experienced. This morning, Jasmine had overslept. Usually, every morning, Baobhan would find a simple breakfast and freshly heated milk waiting for her when she woke up. But today, Jasmine had overslept for the first time. Baobhan knew the reason. She had given Jasmine an assignment last night related to jujutsu. Determined to meet her expectations, Jasmine had likely stayed up all night, working as hard as Baobhan's high school roommate, who would sneak into the restroom to study after lights out in the dorms. She'd always believed that hard work paid off, and that roommate had gone on to be one of the top students by senior year, scoring the highest on their college entrance exams. But still, seeing Jasmine like this tugged at her heartstrings. This time, she'd stand her ground. For today, at least, she'd insist they let the washing machine handle the laundry. It was time to assert some big sisterly authority. Though the results didn't quite go as Baobhan had envisioned. Jasmine had reluctantly tossed the clothes into the washing machine, then crouched down and stayed there, intently watching the clothes and bubbles swirl. Just how worried are you that the washing machine will ruin the clothes? Baobhan felt a headache coming on. Jasmine! Come here! But I need to watch the washing machine. Before she could finish, Baobhan silenced her with a single stern glance. You're ignoring my instructions now? Or perhaps you'd like me to hang you from a lamppost and bleed you a bit? Since you just learned reverse curse technique, I could leave you up there for a day to help you get the hang of it. And no. I'll come right away. Watching Jasmine, pale-faced, stand and scurry over, Baobhan clicked her tongue in annoyance. Don't get the wrong idea, she wasn't angry at Jasmine's stubbornness but rather at herself. Her spirit origin had been subtly influencing her personality over the years. It wasn't a problem most of the time, but in moments of intense emotion, the effects became more pronounced, often twisting her words of concern into something harsh. Sinking into the sofa, Baobhan patted the seat beside her and ordered, "Sit here." "Okay." Jasmine replied softly, cautiously perching next to her, her hands nervously clutching her skirt. To Jasmine's surprise, as soon as she sat down, Baobhan slid over, putting a little more distance between them. Did I make her mad? Jasmine wondered. Before she could look dejected, Baobhan gently placed a hand on her head, guiding her to rest against her soft lap. Surprised, Jasmine obediently followed, letting herself be gently eased down. Baobhan preferred wearing long stockings, although she didn't wear her overly elaborate formal attire at home, she still wore a pair of sheer black stockings. Resting her head on Baobhan's firm, toned thighs, Jasmine breathed in the faintly sweet scent unique to her. The feeling of the sheer stockings was, unexpectedly captivating. There was just only a very slight sense of regret. If only there weren't stockings in the way and she could rest directly against her skin. Stay still like that. Don't move. Baobhan's calm voice reverberated through Jasmine's mind, and suddenly conscious of her position, Jasmine froze, stiffer than ice. Why so tense? Relax. As she spoke, Baopan's hand reached out, gently brushing Jasmine's head with deliberate, soft movements. Her hand stroked through Jasmine's hair, grazing her earlobes and tracing her cheek. Jasmine was too embarrassed to say a word. This posture doesn't look too comfy. Take your shoes off and put your feet up on the sofa too. Jasmine obeyed, curling her legs up onto the couch. Seeing that Jasmine was still a little tense, Baopan paused for a moment, then began to hum. It wasn't any famous song, just something Baopan made up in the moment, a gentle melody filled with the warmth she felt for Jasmine. But with her golden voice, even the improvised tune grew more soothing the longer it lingered. Feeling the girl's breathing gradually steady and deepen, Baopan's face softened, her expression like warm sunshine on a spring day. Sweet dreams. If you're this exhausted, you should take a proper rest. No need to push yourself so hard. Her hand continued stroking Jasmine's hair, while her other hand picked up her phone. When Jasmine woke up, she nearly thought she was in a bed of flowers. There was a pleasant fragrance lingering all around her. Her golden eyes slowly focused, taking in her surroundings, and a surge of embarrassment detonated in her head like a hydrogen bomb. Be Baopan's sister. I. Save it. Wipe that drool off your mouth first. Hey? Did I drool? She wiped at the corner of her mouth, feeling a damp spot. Her cheeks turned crimson as her head grew fuzzy with embarrassment. I want to die. If you're going to die, don't do it at home. Get ready, we're heading out. Baopan gave her thigh a pat, the one Jasmine had been lying on. For anyone else, having someone rest on their leg for so long might have caused numbness from poor blood circulation, but the servant's body was more than capable of handling it without issue. Hey! Staring at Baopan as she stood up, Jasmine blinked in confusion. You've been wanting to join me on a mission, right? Well, here's your chance. Baopan held up her phone, and the first thing Jasmine saw on the screen was a photo of a high school girl. Name, Riko Amanai. Bounty, 30 million. T/N, Gojo, my love is coming a Gayam calm. Chapter 15, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 15. The phone rang, but the few people in the shop were too engrossed in watching an old TV to notice. A burly man, dressed in a black shirt, black pants, and black slippers, picked up a bottle of soy sauce, pouring it generously over freshly grilled takoyaki, the sauce drenching the dish to an almost wasteful degree. What's this? They didn't return to the academy. The voice was rough and booming. The man was solidly built, with black hair, his only distinguishing feature a scar at the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, he wore the kind of forgettable attire that would blend into any crowd. Yet, his sheer presence was anything but forgettable, an aura powerful enough to make even the bravest shiver. It was the kind of strength without a single weak spot. Just looking at him, you'd think he was some kind of monster. Nothing could describe him more fittingly. Well, lucky us. Holding the phone with his neck, he stretched for a pair of disposable chopsticks. The bounty hunters after that prize should go from morons to maybe competent morons now. Half-lidded eyes, disinterested in nearly everything, he picked up a hot takoyaki, popping it into his mouth without bothering to blow on it. With Gojo Satoru there, that's a six eyes one of a kind in centuries. Paired with his limitless technique, no one can touch the star plasma vessel with him around. The person on the other end of the phone went quiet, while the man continued to toy with the takoyaki in front of him with his chopsticks. But what if Tristan took up this mission too? The takoyaki's crispy outer layer split, letting a white sauce ooze from within. The man's eyes narrowed, silent for a moment. Well, if she's in the mix, things get trickier. Seems this bounty's harder to snag than I thought. I thought you'd have abandoned this job by now. After all, she's slaughtered most of the cursed sorcerers in just half a year. Ha, what nonsense! This is 30 million enough for me to live it up for quite a while. With the way you gamble, it'll be gone in no time anyway. The man didn't deny it, swallowing down the now split takoyaki with a thoughtful chew. The voice on the phone spoke again. You've met her at least once, right? What was she like? The man's gaze grew unfocused, memories from years ago resurfacing. Dangerous. I felt like I could die at any moment. He tilted his head, reaching for another takoyaki, only to find he'd finished them all. Maybe Gojo Satoru will reach that level someday. For now, though, he's just an arrogant kid, not worth my full attention. Still, I suppose I can't afford to laze around any longer. Suddenly, everyone in the shop burst into cheers as the match on TV ended. Most of them were betting on the results. The man glanced at the TV screen, then at the ticket in his hand, before tearing it up with a bored expression as he stood. That woman, she's like a snake. If she finds interesting prey, she won't kill it right away. She'll play with it for a while. And Gojo Satoru is no simple opponent either. Their fight won't end quickly. But stealing the star plasma vessel out from under their noses? That won't be easy. He walked over to the tea dispenser, pressing the button as a pale green stream poured into his cup. I'll be there. For now, I'll let them tear each other apart. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the man. Beautiful weather, isn't it? Location, Okinawa. The bounty on the star plasma vessel, a high school girl named Riko Amani had been live since yesterday, drawing cursed sorcerers and ordinary bounty hunters alike like ants to honey. But none had succeeded in taking her down, thanks only to her 2 bodyguards. Second-year students of Jujutsu High Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. Eventually, realizing it was hopeless to kill Riko Amani under their protection, some had tried to kidnap her friend, Kuroe Misato. In their mission to rescue her, Gojo and Geto, along with Riko Amani, had flown to Okinawa and freed Kuroe from the clutches of the Star religious group. After that, the group decided to enjoy the rest of their time in Okinawa, the ultimate vacation destination, until the bounty deadline was over. So naive, or maybe they're just overly confident. As an archer, keen eyesight was a given. Even from the top floor of the beachside hotel, Beopon-sith could make out the faces of the people playing on the sand below. That one is she the target for this mission. Jasmine, lacking Beopon's level of vision, had to rely on a pair of binoculars to get a glimpse of the figures on the beach. The star plasma vessel, Riko Amani. On the way there, Beopon had already explained the concept of the star plasma vessel to Jasmine. In Japan's Jujutsu world, there was an influential figure known as Master Tenjin, revered for reinforcing the country's barriers, contributing greatly to national harmony and order. Though Master Tenjin possessed an immortal technique, it didn't prevent him from aging. Once the aging process reached a certain point, his immortality technique would begin transforming his body, pushing him beyond the boundaries of human nature. At that point, Master Tenjin would lose his human consciousness and could even become a threat to humanity. To prevent this, every so often, his body's information had to be refreshed by merging with a new vessel. Since Master Tenjin was a star plasma vessel himself, only another star plasma vessel could serve as his new host. Watching Riko Amani splash water at her friends on the beach, Jasmine pursed her lips. Sister Beopon, if she merges with Master Tenjin, what happens to her? She'll be gone, in a way. Her consciousness will be replaced, her body becoming a vessel for Master Tenjin. Though not as grotesque as Kenjaku taking over Geto Suguru's corpse, it was still unsettling, this notion of living merely to be absorbed by someone else. Perhaps to ease this inevitable fate, Master Tenjin had allowed Gojo and Geto to delay delivering Riko to him, granting her a few days to bid farewell to her friends and fulfill any last requests. Kindness and compassion, yet for that very reason. They've given people like us the perfect opening. Chapter 16, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 16. Not just yet. Beopon took a bite out of an apple and replied as she chewed, whether we want to capture or kill the star plasma vessel, Gojo Satoru will be the toughest wall in our way. Don't let his carefree behavior fool you. Despite playing around to entertain Amanai, he's constantly using his technique to monitor everything around him. Even her distant surveillance of the group earlier had alerted Gojo. What an interesting pair of eyes. In her past life, Baopon had watched Jujutsu Kaisen and delved into its lore and theories. Most jujutsu techniques were fairly easy to understand. For example, Geto Sugura's cursed spirit manipulation allowed him to absorb and control cursed spirits. The Zenin family's 10 shadows technique let them control their shadows, which could transform into 10 Shikigami, and the Kumo family's blood manipulation let them control their own blood. Apart from the mystery of Sukuna, only Gojo's 6 eyes and limitless technique had eluded her understanding. What she did know was that the 6 eyes allowed Gojo to perceive the flow of cursed energy and detect movement on a molecular level with no blind spots. His limitless technique ensured that nothing and no one could touch him, while he could teleport and create absolute attraction and absolute repulsion. It was, well, completely absurd. All right, it's time to move. Finishing her apple, Baopon turned and headed toward the rooftop exit. Jasmine blinked, a little stunned, before hurrying after her. Are we capturing Miss Amanai? No. I'm not that clueless. At least for today, let her have her fun. I told you, I don't like people who force themselves. Today, I hope she realizes what she truly wants. Jasmine's eyes widened a bit at Baopon's unexpected response. So, where are we going? A faint smile curved on Baopon's lips. Why, to make the ones who don't know how to read the room disappear. Dash. What's wrong, Satoru? A white-haired boy, handsome enough to be called beautiful, tilted his head, staring into the distance with eyes hidden behind tinted glasses that gleamed with a surreal silver light. Beside him stood a dark-haired boy of the same age, with an odd hairstyle, following Gojo's gaze but seeing nothing. Is there something there? Geto Sugura knew better than anyone the power of his friend's almost absurd eyesight, and he trusted Gojo implicitly. Nothing. Gojo rubbed his chin, unsure how to explain. He'd felt a gaze on them, but there was no malice in it. Who could it be? Take this. Suddenly, a wave of seawater crashed over Gojo, drenching him completely and breaking his train of thought. Ha ha! That's what you get for messing with me. Watching Gojo soaked head to toe, Geto struggled to stifle a laugh only to become the target of Gojo and Riko's water-splashing retaliation. Satoru, time's up. For all his overflowing self-confidence, Gojo often needed Geto to remind him about things as simple as the time. Is it? I didn't realize it was getting so late. The safest place for Riko Amanai was Master Tenjin's domain. As long as she reached him, she wouldn't need their protection any longer. Hearing Geto's words, Riko, who'd been laughing and splashing a moment ago, suddenly grew quiet. Her eyes, shaded by a wide-brimmed sun hat, flickered with a hint of sadness. Gojo noticed it instantly. In front of others, Riko always maintained a cheerful, carefree front, eating, drinking, playing, pretending as if she were merely visiting a friend's house. From the moment Gojo and Geto had met her, she'd embraced the role of the star plasma vessel, the future Master Tenjin. She was the epitome of optimism and bravado. But deep down, was she truly as happy as she appeared? Geto, let's go back tomorrow morning instead. Riko Amanai. Whether to nurture her attachment to life or to grant her last desires, they decided to extend their stay. Boating along rivers, strolling through gardens, marveling at aquariums, and savoring the delicacies by the beach house. From dawn till dusk, Riko Amanai hadn't stopped laughing. Neither the dread of a future that wasn't hers nor the weight of her looming fate had a place in her mind. In this moment, she was living as Riko Amanai, not the star plasma vessel. Acting, moving, indulging as herself. Ah, what a brilliant soul! But why? Why did some people refuse to tolerate even this small, dazzling light? This land has a gravitational pull, one so powerful it draws everything twisted, foul, and corrupt into its embrace, burying them in the soil over centuries, making them a part of this place. At that moment, Baopan twirled a handgun, its model a mystery to her. She was no military enthusiast. At her feet lay a torn anti-material sniper rifle, visibly expensive yet now split clean in half. To take down the star plasma vessel, you went to any length, didn't you? You even brought out something like this. For that relentless ingenuity and conviction alone, I'll give you credit, even if it's just the last flails of fish on a cutting board. With a sidelong glance, she looked down at the man bound and gagged at her feet, her high-heeled foot pressing on his head. Aside from him, there were 4 other men in the room, all unconscious. Just to be safe, Jasmine had tied them up as well. This was for their own good, after all. She couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't shred them into pieces if they started buzzing around her like flies. Within moments, Baopan lost interest in the gun in her hand. I still need to claim my payment from you all, after all. Can't have you all dead just yet. If they were jujutsu sorcerers, she wouldn't have given these guns a second thought, but these men were all ordinary people with no grasp of jujutsu at all. T/N, to me JJK ended when Gojo won. I mean, it's not really Gage's fault. Shonen was rushing him to finish JJK and he got sick, so he had to make do with the amount of time he had left, so that's why the ending seems rushed, though I'm still not over the fact my hubby died. Chapter 17, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 17. With one leg crossed over the other, Baopan's narrowed eyes gleamed with a strange light. Jasmine, having tied everyone up, stood silently behind her with her head lowered, saying nothing. Baopan's scorn was directed squarely at the people in front of her, ordinary humans, or more precisely, members of the Star Religious Group, the very organization that had posted the 30 million yen bounty for the Star Plasma vessel. Baopan had accepted their job, making these people her clients. But that didn't stop her from beating them senseless. If they dared withhold her payment, she'd raze their headquarters to the ground without a shred of mercy. After all, it was only a matter of time, she'd simply be moving up her schedule. Those seeking to take the Star Plasma vessel's life fell into 2 main factions. One group was the cursed sorcerer organization known as Q, aiming to unleash chaos by pushing Master Tenjin to the brink, hoping to destabilize the jujutsu world and elevate themselves. Foolish, but at least their recklessness and audacity were worth noting. But the Star Religious Group was sheer idiocy. The Star Religious Group was a cult of ordinary people who revered Master Tenjin as Japan's guardian deity, the foundation of the nation's barrier system. To them, Master Tenjin was pure and sacred, and merging him with another was a blasphemous contamination. And for this absurd belief, they were willing to take a young girl's life. Truly too stupid for me to even find it funny. Covering her face with one hand, Baopan sighed in dismay, her high heel tapping rhythmically on the floor. Ah, filth, 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 how I'd love to shred something to pieces. Her muttering, like a child venting, came to an abrupt stop as she dropped her hand from her face. Jasmine, don't leave this room until I return. Though she didn't know what had caused Baopan's sudden change of expression, Jasmine didn't ask. Baopan had instructed her at the start of the mission to follow her commands exactly. Jasmine gave a quick yes, and before she knew it, Baopan was already out the door. The hallway outside was long, narrow, and carpeted, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. As she rounded a corner, Baopan's shoulder bumped into someone else's. Oh! Excuse me, miss, said a man with a charming smile and a polite tone, his voice filled with genuine-sounding remorse. I really must apologize. I hope my clumsiness hasn't inconvenienced you. I accept your apology, sir. Baopan returned his smile, but the next words out of her mouth were as cold as a winter gust. As long as you die here. The moment she spoke, the man's right hand burst into a spray of blood, extending 3 whip-like tendrils ending in scythe blades that lashed out toward Beopan only to be diced into bits before they could reach her. With a shout of pain, the man looked down to see Beopan's open palm inches from his face. Consider this a rare act of mercy. Take it well. A series of gleaming blades slashed through the air, and the man's body exploded, his blood splattering the walls, floor, and ceiling in a macabre display. With her grey eyes surveying the blood-streaked hallway, Beopan spoke as if to herself, though she was addressing someone lurking nearby. So you're here too, I see. Is Geto Suguru's cursed spirit manipulation really that valuable to you? Just a sewer-dwelling parasite. But, with a flick of her fingers, a mass of black energy emerged from where the man had been standing, and Beopan held it suspended in midair. You won't be squirming for much longer. After circling the area for a while, she returned to the room. Jasmine was still waiting inside, obediently, just as she'd been told. Sister Beopan, you're back. Just the sight of Beopan was enough to bring a smile to Jasmine's face. Just standing quietly by her sister's side brought Jasmine a profound sense of happiness. You were very good for following my instructions and staying put. What a good girl! Beopan gave Jasmine a gentle head pat, and the effect was instant. A good girl deserves a reward, so how about some ice cream later? I've always been quite good at sneaking in a bit of fun when I'm supposed to be working. Gojo Satoru and his group would likely continue their little vacation until morning. The most dangerous threat didn't seem interested in appearing until the crucial moment, and the others were mere rabble, unlikely to be more than Gojo and Geto could handle. Tomorrow would be the last day of the bounty. It was a pivotal moment. Having come to this world, she had to try something while she could. And for that, as the key to this mission's success, you've got to give it your best too, Jasmine. Beopan ruffled Jasmine's grey hair thoroughly, pleased with the soft feel of it. MMPH. I'll do my best. With fists clenched, Jasmine looked determined. As Beopan expected, throughout the night and into the next day, the attackers failed to lay a finger on Gojo and Riko Amanai. None of them were any match for Gojo or Geto. Their destination was Master Tenjin's domain, the Tokyo Jujutsu High. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they'd arrived. The assimilation of Riko Amanai, the star plasma vessel, with Master Tenjin was scheduled for that night's full moon. Inside the barrier surrounding Tokyo Jujutsu High, one of the most secure places in Japan, their mission was nearly complete. Everyone, good work. Having been the first to reach the top of the steps, Geto Suguru turned, hand on his hip, and greeted the others. But not everyone had his stamina. Riko Amanai was practically panting as she took the last step, leaning over with her hands on her knees. This should finally be safe, right? Through the corner of her eye, Riko saw her maid hand her a handkerchief, and she accepted it with a grateful smile, wiping her forehead. Watching Riko interact so warmly with her maid, Geto turned to glance at Gojo. Thanks for everything, Satoru. At Geto's words, Gojo cast him a sideways look, his silver gaze flashing briefly as he blinked. Next time, I am never babysitting a brat again. Ha! As Gojo and Riko made faces at each other like eternal children, Geto sighed, his eyes filled with fondness. Their protection mission had finally reached its end. Though they were reluctant to part, here, within Jujutsu High's barrier, was one of the safest places in all of Japan. They wouldn't need to stay any longer. Crash! The sound of shattering glass rang out. To their horror, they looked up to see fragments of the outer barrier falling from the sky. Dash! T/N, NOOO he wasn't penetrated from behind. Chapter 18, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 18. Red torii gates lined the trail, one after another with only a few steps between them. In mythology, torii gates marked the threshold between realms. Legend said that passing through a torii would bring one from the human world to the heavenly realm where gods dwelled. Here, these torii served as nodes for the barrier. Each gate represented another layer of protection, with hundreds of them symbolizing hundreds of barriers. It's quite the grand display, I must admit. Beopansith's high heels tapped lightly on the stone steps, and with each step, another invisible barrier shattered. A crack splintered across a torii gate, its once bright red now dull and lifeless. Her skirt flowed with each stride, and the crisp rhythm of her heels announced the breaking of each barrier. She didn't have to do anything. Just her presence alone shattered each barrier, not pausing her for even a second. The more one understood the strength of Master Tenjin's barrier, the more surreal this scene became. "Miss, stay behind me." A figure stepped protectively in front of Riko Amanai, as the intruder's approach made it clear she wasn't here for an afternoon chat. Despite her obvious lack of jujutsu powers, Amanai's maid stood in front of her charge without hesitation. But she wasn't alone, the two figures standing before them as shields were none other than Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. "Satoru, are you all right? Do you even have to ask?" Gojo shot back, "Who do you think I am?" Geto's concern was understandable. Gojo had been maintaining his technique at full power for days on end and hadn't slept in 2 nights. Not ideal conditions. "Oh my, have you two finished your conversation?" Beopan's voice cut in as the final barrier shattered with a crackling sound, and she stepped onto the last stone step. "Ah, how considerate you are," Gojo replied mockingly. "But causing this much commotion might get you swarmed by reinforcements any minute now. What nonsense are you spouting?" Beopan tilted her head in feigned confusion before her smile turned into a mocking grin. "Are you the type to worry when ants gather around you? You just need to swing the blade a few more times, it's not as though I'll be the one cleaning up the corpses." "Hey? What's with that smug look on your face?" It seemed the two were already rubbing each other the wrong way. Geto never took his eyes off Beopan, calling to the others behind him. "Satoru and I will handle things here. You two get inside. Once you're with Master Tenjin, you'll be safe." "But..." Riko cast a worried glance at the broad backs of her bodyguards, but her maid grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward the entrance to escape. "That would be troublesome for me." Watching the two girls begin to flee, Beopan raised a hand toward them only to be interrupted. "I won't let you get to them." A massive white worm suddenly surged from behind Geto, its foul mouth gaping wide to devour Beopan whole. The attack caught her attention, her expression turning to one of pure disgust. Countless slashes sliced through the giant worm's body in an instant. The massive curse, one of the strongest in Geto's arsenal, disintegrated to nothing in less than a second. "I despise insects. My dear mother despised them too, whether they crawl on the ground or fly in the sky, whether they're massive or swarm in numbers. I detest them 100, no, 1000 times over." "Still calling her mother, are you?" Gojo taunted. "You really are just a little girl who hasn't grown up." Despite his words, his tone held none of his usual nonchalance. A dense wave of cursed energy built up in front of him, surging like a storm. Cursed technique, blue maximum output. The blue sphere crackled like a miniature black hole, pulling everything around it with a powerful gravitational force. Gojo swung his arm, and the sphere hurled toward Beopan, roaring with unleashed fury. It hit her squarely, because she hadn't even tried to dodge. Wind whipped through Gojo and Geto's clothes as the blast kicked up a cloud of dust, and both raised their arms instinctively to shield themselves. "What's going on?" Geto, unable to see through the dust, turned to the Six Eyes user for answers. But what he saw was Gojo's face, usually a mask of casual confidence, now uncharacteristically tense. "I know my attack hit her dead on, but her cursed energy hasn't wavered at all. What kind of cursed technique does she have?" Just then, a voice echoed from within the swirling dust. "Ah, I nearly forgot I was here on a mission. Letting the target escape would be inconvenient." A chill ran down Geto's spine. He spun around, voice frantic as he shouted to the two girls just about to enter the building. "Get down!" A clear slice cut through the dust, a transparent slash racing toward Riko and her maid. They ducked just in time, the attack passing close enough to brush their hair and leaving a jagged gash in the stone wall behind them. That was close, but neither was harmed. Geto let out a breath of relief. "Oh my, is it really okay to relax so soon?" Her voice cut through the air again, as menacing as ever. This time, though, Geto realized her voice sounded much, much closer. "Geto. When?" No, that wasn't the right question right now. The only option was to escape. In an instant, Geto formulated his plan, summon his toad curse to leap out of range, then follow up with his squid curse to delay her pursuit. He'd buy time and... Though he was only a student, Geto had no shortage of battle experience. Unfortunately, that experience was meant for dealing with jujutsu sorcerers and curses. Not monsters. His toad curse barely hit the ground before it was shredded into pieces. One squid curse after another launched toward her, each one destroyed the moment it came near her, unable to even graze her clothes. There was nothing to stop her. With ease, Baopan extended her hand, gripping Geto by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Checkmate. T/N, I hope she doesn't kill the Mafafa. Chapter 19, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 19. Gojo's eyes widened in shock, but with Geto's life in her hands, he couldn't make a move. Even Riko's maid and Riko Amanai herself had frozen in place, legs trembling as the lingering brush of death held them rooted to the spot. Watching Geto so helplessly caught in the woman's grip, they were unsure of what to do. Baopan held Geto up by his neck, casually observing the reactions of those around her. Gojo's expression was particularly fierce. So, he could make that face after all. Or perhaps, was this person somehow special to him? Baopan turned her gaze back to the man in her grasp, studying him up close. Not bad looking, but why the strange bangs? In her past life, she remembered Jujutsu Kaisen's author mentioning that Geto had even higher popularity than Gojo. People found him kinder, gentler, compared to Gojo's brazen arrogance and wild antics. Gentle people, it seemed, were often popular. And yet, they rarely received happy endings. His vision was starting to blur. His thoughts were growing sluggish. Geto's face had turned a sickly shade of blue as he struggled for air, a painful, searing sense of helplessness burning inside him. Am I just a burden again? Is this where it ends? Then at the very least, let my death buy Satoru a chance. Geto's cursed spirit manipulation allowed him to absorb curses into his body, releasing them in desperate moments. To prevent his spirits from going rogue, he typically limited how many he released at a time. Now, though, he was ready to unleash them all at once. But just as he steeled himself to act, Baopan abruptly flung him aside as if discarding trash, disappearing in an instant. It wasn't teleportation, she'd moved so fast it defied the limits of sight. Only one person saw her clearly. Riko, look out! Baopan lunged toward Riko Amanai, but a blade of pure energy beat her there. A transparent slash sliced through the air, intercepting a bizarre short blade. The strange scene that followed was surreal. The slash hit the blade and tore through it like paper, though the blade's wielder momentarily faltered. In that brief moment, Baopan closed in on the figure holding the odd dagger, her fist crashing toward his face with unrestrained force. Boom! Wah! The air exploded around them, the shockwave knocking Riko Amanai several meters away. Dazed, she only became aware of her surroundings again a few seconds later. The bulky man in black hadn't taken Baopan's punch directly, he'd managed to shield himself with his arm. Yet even with the force deflected, he was unable to hold his ground, skidding back on the stone floor, his boots carving deep grooves into the ground. Well, I suppose that was a failure. A faint smile remained on his face, as if he'd already expected his ambush to fail. Baopan recognized him immediately, the formidable sorcerer-killer, Toji Fushiguro. In the anime, he was the one who had performed a cranial surgery on Gojo, grievously wounded Geto, and killed Riko Amanai before delivering her corpse to the Star religious group for his reward. If I could have killed you in one strike, it would have saved a lot of trouble. Were you watching out for me the entire time? Toji grinned, his face twisted. Does a monkey like me with no cursed energy even register as a threat to a genius like you? That's a dreadful way to put it. I actually consider you more dangerous than those two, Baopan said with a wicked smile. Like comparing maggots to ants. Oh, that's even worse than my insults. Across the way, Gojo helped the gasping Geto back to his feet, both of them retreating to Riko's side. Geto, are you all right? Behind his sunglasses, Gojo's eyes held an uncharacteristic softness. I'm fine, Satoru, although, Geto forced a pained smile as he glanced at their two opponents. The enemy's strength is beyond anything we've faced. Yet, she's a real monster. Baopan hadn't lied, she truly found Toji more dangerous than Gojo or Geto. Geto's strengths lay in mass battles and crowd control, but he struggled against powerful single opponents. While Gojo's untouchable nature was problematic, his attacks could do little to Baopan, who possessed X-ranked magic resistance. Unless he could master Reversal Red or the stronger Hollow Purple technique, he was no real threat. To Baopan, who held an X-level resistance to all magic-based attacks, Toji's raw physical power posed the greater danger, and he wielded the cursed tool Inverted Spear of Heaven, capable of nullifying any technique. Very well, she'd made her decision. Ripping you apart one by one would be tedious. Let's end this in one go. With a cheerful smile, Baopan delivered words that sent an icy dread through them all. She didn't plan to waste any more time. Immediately, she unleashed her noble phantasm. The chilling fear gripped all three of them, urging them to bring out their trump cards. Toji vanished in a blur, the inverted spear of heaven slicing through the air. Geto summoned his special grade curse, ordering it to unleash a domain to trap Baopan. Gojo poured every ounce of power into cursed technique, blue, drawing in the stone tiles from the ground and the surrounding structures in a whirlpool of destruction. In that instant, they threw everything they had. But the struggle remained futile. Pain Phantom Aria. Overflow, overflow, overflow. Lament, lament, lament. Bloom upon the shores of death, O flower of evil, of sin, of blood, of death. Weep despair, O flower of evil, of sin, of blood, of death. Torn apart, as though he were no more than a tattered rag, Geto collapsed into a pool of his own blood. He could feel his life slipping away. He could feel his consciousness fading. Satoru. Satoru. He kept calling his friend's name. Gojo lay beside him, close enough that he felt he could reach him if he just lifted his hand. Riko. Riko. He kept calling the name of the one he had sworn to protect. She hung limp, stained with blood, held in the clutches of that devilish girl. I'm off to turn in my mission. Today was fun. Let's play again next time. With a cruel smile, the girl spoke words laced with demonic mockery. So, all our efforts, our desperate struggle to the death, was nothing but a game to her? Ah, in the end, we truly were. Too weak, weren't we? T/N, Bruo even worse that what Toji put them through, just pure helplessness. Chapter 20, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 20. Suguru jolted upright, his body soaked in sweat as though he'd just been pulled from the depths of a lake. Droplets fell from his hair, hitting the floor beneath him, their faint sound masked by his heavy breathing. Every nerve seemed to carry a ghostly pain, phantom sensations of needles piercing his veins, bones splintering, organs crushed. The memory of that agony made him shiver uncontrollably. His head throbbed, swirling with pain as if a high-powered blender had been left on inside his skull. And yet, he couldn't stop his thoughts. Where is this? Well, look who's finally awake. Bad dream, hey? You look like you've seen a ghost. It was only then that Suguru noticed he was lying on a cold, metal slab in a morgue, staring up at a girl in black with a cigarette dangling from her lips, her smile casual, almost dismissive. The girl, who looked barely old enough to be smoking, was their classmate Shoko Iiri. Suguru, Satoru, and Shoko made up the entirety of the second-year class at Jujutsu High. Shoko was the only one among them capable of using reversed curse technique. Given that the nature of cursed energy was negative, the reversal technique converted that negative energy into positive energy, allowing her to heal physical injuries. As a result, she rarely went on missions, preferring to stay behind and act as the team's medic. Shoko? So, you're the one who healed me. Well. Suguru assumed it was Shoko who'd patched him up and didn't notice her slight hesitation as he reached up, rubbing his temples in an effort to relieve his dizzy mind. Riko, they took her. All because he was too weak. His right hand clenched into a fist on his lap, nails biting into his palm, but he couldn't bring himself to let go. Where's Satoru? Why hadn't he seen him yet? Where had he gone? If you're looking for Gojo, Shoko said, flicking the ash from her cigarette and nodding toward the door, he's off talking to that woman who brought you both back. The woman who brought us back? A memory flashed through his mind, a wicked smile that sent chills down his spine. Suguru's eyes widened in shock. Did Satoru go to her alone? Is he insane? Bang! The door slammed open behind him as Suguru bolted from the room, leaving Shoko blinking after him in surprise. Well, guess I'll just keep smoking, then, she muttered, shrugging to herself. Suguru ran through the hallways. He felt an unbearable frustration that he couldn't protect the people he wanted to save, that he was too weak. He was furious at himself, at how limited his world had been, believing that as long as Satoru was by his side, they could do anything. But he wasn't letting anger take control. He still had his wits about him, refusing to be consumed by rage. Right now, we're powerless. Because they were powerless, they could only watch helplessly as Riko was taken. Because they were powerless, they didn't even qualify to make their enemy spare a glance. Because they were powerless, he had no way of avenging her. Satoru, please don't do anything reckless. As he burst out of the building, a troubling thought struck him. He didn't actually know where that woman was. If she was a sorcerer hired by the Star Religious Group, she must have gone there to collect the bounty. If so, then... With that thought, Suguru rushed off to find someone who could tell him where the Star Religious Group was most active in the city. As he rounded a corner, he nearly collided with someone. Whoa, watch out! Instinctively, he reached out, grabbing the person to keep them from falling back. But as he opened his mouth to apologize, his brain short-circuited. Hey? It's you. You're awake. Her voice alone exuded so much warmth and cheer that it seemed almost overwhelming. She wore a white headscarf, her black hair braided down one shoulder, and a uniform that looked like a cross between a school sailor suit and a shrine maiden's attire. Riko. Seeing her standing before him left Suguru speechless. He even forgot to release her hand, too stunned to process what he was seeing. Mr. Geto. Her maid, Miss Ato Kuroi, gently reminded him of her presence, breaking the silence. Only then did Suguru register that someone else was there. Ms. Kuroi? You're here too? You both. The scene unfolding before him made Suguru question whether he was dreaming. His mouth opened and closed, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Ha ha ha. Bet you didn't see this coming. Not only am I not dead, I'm here, alive and well, right before you. Riko laughed with such exaggerated gusto that it bordered on theatrical. It was classic Riko, dramatic, a bit eccentric, and fiercely loyal to those she cared about. So, it wasn't a dream after all. Suguru rubbed his temples, which were still throbbing, but a small smile formed on his lips as a sense of relief washed over him. I have no idea what's going on. So, what exactly happened? Suguru turned to Riko, who blinked at him, then glanced over at Kuroi. Kuroi shifted uncomfortably. Actually, I don't entirely understand it myself. Perhaps it would be best to hear from Gojo and Baobhan directly. Baobhan? The moment he heard the name, Suguru instinctively knew she must be the woman responsible for everything that had happened. Fine. There were even more questions now, but based on what he could piece together. That woman must be the key to everything. Riko and Kuroa gave Suguru a brief explanation of where he could find Gojo and Baobhan. And somewhat unexpectedly, but also somewhat predictably, the two of them were still at Jujutsu High, in the classroom Suguru shared with Satoru. The classroom building at Jujutsu High had a decidedly old-fashioned look, much of it constructed from wood. The walls, floors, desks, podiums, even the classroom doors, all of it was wooden. Before he even reached the door, Suguru could hear raised voices coming from within, or rather, the sound of an argument. Most students at the school had little patience when it came to classroom doors, and Suguru was no different. Now, though, his urgency took precedence. Thankfully, Japanese classroom doors typically slid open rather than swung, so the door escaped Suguru's impatient hand intact. It probably would have suffered had it been a traditional door, and considering Gojo's recklessness, it was likely for the best. The door's loud scrape against the floor caused the animated conversation inside to grind to a halt as three pairs of eyes turned toward him. One pair belonged to a girl in a striking red dress, seated with one leg crossed over the other, her steel-grey eyes watching him with a knowing smile. Beside her, a girl with shoulder-length grey hair sat quietly, her gaze directed downward. She seemed nervous, her tense posture suggesting she wasn't comfortable around new people. And finally, there was one last person. Satoru. Suguru called his friend's name softly, his voice filled with relief for his one and only confidant. "What's up, Suguru? You look like you're about to cry." Gojo's typical smirk was plastered on his face, but the silver gleam in his eyes spoke volumes of the affection he held. "Are you crying?" "Idiot, why would I cry? T/N, OMG, just marry each other." Chapter 21, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 21. You two are the worst students I've ever taught. Hey! Gojo's jaw clenched, a few angry veins popping up on his temple. Even with his sunglasses on, the irritation in his eyes was clear as day. "What, got a problem?" Baobhan jeered, unbothered. "Imagine it took you this long to figure out reversed curse technique. I had to beat you both half to death to get even this far. Do you know how much work it is to land killing blows without hitting vital points like the brain and the cursed core? The core of a sorcerer's cursed energy lay in the abdomen, while the cursed technique stemmed from the brain. As Baobhan had just pointed out, any serious damage to these areas would have meant certain death for Gojo and Suguru back there, along with any hope of mastering the reversed curse technique. "Oh, don't pin this on me. It's all Shoko's fault." She tried to explain it with a bunch of sound effects like thud, splat, and glug glug. Like any normal person could figure it out from that, Gojo grumbled, crossing his arms. Suguru, seated beside him, glanced between the two bickering sorcerers. It was surreal, watching them argue now, given that just yesterday they'd been fighting for their lives and nearly lost them to the woman in red who now lectured them. "If you want to learn reversed curse technique," Baobhan continued, her smile wicked, "the quickest method is to just let you bleed out a bit. If you don't get it right away, you're free to go to hell." Suguru couldn't deny he harbored a hint of resentment toward her. She had, after all, been fully prepared to kill them both back there. But did he hate her enough to want her dead? Somehow, that didn't feel entirely accurate, either. Suguru glanced sideways at the grey-haired girl seated at Baobhan's side. Her presence was subtle, as though she wished to be invisible, and she shrank further when her eyes met Suguru's, quickly ducking her head like a startled kitten. Scratching the back of his neck awkwardly, Suguru whispered, "Thank you." "Oh. The girl, named Jasmine, ducked her head even further, her cheeks tinged pink. "Well, it was only because Sister Baopan told me to, so, you're welcome, I guess." Suguru's thanks had its reasons. Before losing consciousness in the fight, he'd witnessed Baopan carrying Riko's body away. Yet today, he'd come face to face with Riko alive and well. He hadn't been mistaken back then. Baopan had indeed killed Riko and collected her bounty from the Star religious group. But instead of handing over the corpse, she'd used Jasmine's curse technique to bring Riko back to life. Jasmine's technique, backtrace, didn't revive the dead in the usual sense, nor was it just a form of healing. It reset an individual's state to a previous point in time. The state reverted was not to a past moment in time per se, but to a prior physical or mental condition, like the removal of ailments such as poisoned, bleeding, or weakened, as well as buffs like strengthened, enhanced speed, and even invincible. Dead, likewise, was considered a removable state. To give an example, let's say someone had received an all-around blessing an hour ago, which wore off 20 minutes ago, then was poisoned and near death 10 minutes ago. Jasmine could use backtrace to erase the poison by reverting to 10 minutes ago, or go back even further to reapply the blessing, effectively resetting the person's state without altering the flow of time itself. While it lacked offensive potential, Jasmine's technique had immense support potential. However, she could only rewind a state up to 30 minutes in the past. If Riko's death had exceeded that limit, even Jasmine wouldn't have been able to bring her back. Thanks to Jasmine, Baopan had felt free to go all out on Gojo and Suguru. "Who cares if they're dead? I can just revive them." Suguru's feelings were all over the place. On one hand, he appreciated that he and Gojo were alive, but on the other, anyone would feel a little disturbed after experiencing death once, right? Yet, they couldn't deny that the beatdown had borne fruit. Gojo had finally learned reversed curse technique, a breakthrough that skyrocketed his potential. While Suguru hadn't mastered it himself, he knew with Gojo's help, it was only a matter of time. And besides all that, there was something else. It was because of Baopan that he and Gojo could now sit here peacefully with her in the same room. After all, Baopan had done something neither of them could have anticipated. She'd granted Riko her freedom. Riko was still a star plasma vessel in terms of her physical existence, but the timing of her assimilation with Tenjin had been on the full moon the very night Baopan's actions had interfered. Without her as an eligible vessel, the star religious group had lost any grounds to target Riko. That girl's future should be her own to choose. Whether it's making friends, enjoying freedom, diving into her studies, or even indulging in fun, she should be free to live as she wishes. A life should be a web of choices and possibilities, not the cold path forced on her by others, and certainly not as someone else's vessel. That's a laughable excuse for a life, and it disgusts me that people would kill for it. That was how Baopan had explained herself to Gojo and Suguru. Now, watching her seated before him, emanating her usual deadly aura, Gojo and Suguru exchanged a glance, each with a strange thought hovering at the edge of their minds. Could it be that this woman is actually a good person? T/N, Wo Cool Curse Technique. Chapter 22, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 22. If that little kid refuses to undergo assimilation, Gojo said under the tree shade, his gaze unwavering. Then she won't be forced to do it. Is that really okay? Suguru chuckled, unsurprised. We might end up having to fight Master Tenjin, you know. Don't worry, there'll be a way. We're the strongest. Gojo and Suguru had already reached a mutual understanding. If Riko Amanai felt any unwillingness toward assimilating with Master Tenjin, then they would both do whatever it took to help her, even if it meant opposing Tenjin and the people behind him. It could be said that Baopan Sith did what they had long intended to do, the difference was that she'd never consulted the person involved, and her methods were a lot more brutal. I didn't do it for the star vessel, she'd explained flatly. I just can't stand Tenjin and those self-righteous zealots from the star religious group. I'd like nothing more than to crack their heads open and see if their brains are as absurdly shaped as their ideas. When Geto had encountered Riko Amanai earlier, he could tell she looked more relaxed, her smile more genuine, as if a heavy, invisible weight had been lifted. Thus, Beoponsith's actions were indeed a kindness. She had saved a girl who had been imprisoned in an invisible sea, severing her shackles and setting her free. Jasmine, Jasmine! Get over here! Don't hang around that gloomy, creepy guy with the weird bangs, Beoponsith called from the lectern, waving her over. Obedient as ever, Jasmine flashed an apologetic smile to Suguru before trotting to Beoponsith's side. The smile on Suguru's face wavered. I take back what I said. She really is a nuisance. A crimson apple, shiny and tempting, was tossed into the air, caught in a fair, slender hand. Oh? You look annoyed. Beoponsith glanced at the two of them, smirking. Good, I'm glad you're upset. Your discomfort is my source of joy. Ah, what a delight, it even boosts my appetite. She took a bite from the apple and settled onto the lectern, looking down at them. Your misery is the only entertainment you lowlifes can provide me, so suck it up. Not like you could beat me, anyway. That's precisely what Beoponsith's gaze seemed to convey. After Gojo learned the reversal technique, he immediately sought out the star religious group and ran into Beoponsith, who had just emerged from their domain. With Gojo practically high on the thrill of his newfound power and Beoponsith's utter disinterest in explaining anything, the two could only speak with their fists. Not long after, Gojo found himself planted into the ground like a carrot. I'll admit, mastering reversal has brought you to a whole new level, but you're still far from fully cooked in my presence. With his mastery of reversal came an understanding of red and the ability to layer his limitless technique with reversal into hollow technique, purple. For the first time, Gojo managed to break through Beoponsith's X-ranked magical defense. This was a feat most casters couldn't accomplish. With a single hollow technique, purple, he shattered Beoponsith's defenses, reducing everything in its path, whether marble or luxurious decor, to nothingness. Luckily for her, the dress she wore was a magical weave that auto-repaired as long as she had mana. And with the Holy Grail providing her endless mana, she didn't lack for resources. Otherwise, she might have appeared before Gojo next in a state of serious exposure. Beoponsith, Battle Damage Version.jpg. After her favorite dress was ruined, Beoponsith, still smiling sweetly, utterly crushed Gojo. No matter how many times I slice you, you keep putting yourself back together. You're less like a pest and more like a cockroach. Rude brat. You haven't even outgrown calling for your mother, you're just a kid pretending to be an adult. Sprawled out across the chair's back, Gojo raised his middle finger toward her. Suddenly, the atmosphere became suffocating, filling the entire classroom. Oh, I almost forgot, you insulted my mother. Beoponsith's petite frame brimmed with mana, flowing like a dragon's surge into the sea or a tiger's prowl through the woods, ready to tear everything including bone and flesh apart. You said the one thing you shouldn't have. This won't end with mere slicing, I'll grind you into dust from the toes up. Ha! I should repay your hospitality properly too. Blue cursed energy and crimson mana clashed and churned, tearing into each other's territory. Even the residual waves from their clash made the entire building tremble, forcing Geto to summon curses to shield himself. Jasmine, meanwhile, was unaffected, the crimson mana surrounded her protectively, parting like water around a rock. Luckily, the two of them had enough restraint to take the battle outside, to the schoolyard. In truth, neither was entirely careless. Gojo was wary of getting scolded by Yaga-sensei. Beoponsith was reluctant to damage the building, lest she be forced to pay for repairs. The fight ended in a draw, Beoponsith had to use her noble phantasm to land a hit, while Gojo could heal any injury, no matter how severe, with reversal. And although hollow technique, purple could pierce her defenses, Gojo's full power attacks weren't enough to seriously harm her, and Beoponsith simply restored herself with her magic. In the end, they fought until sunset, neither able to bring the other down. What kind of technique even is that? Why does my cursed technique seem to lose most of its power against you? Sprawled across the pockmarked schoolyard, Gojo didn't seem to care about his disheveled appearance. His uniform was reduced to mere scraps glued to him with dried blood. I should be the one asking you. You can even heal your brain with that reversal technique? Are you sure you only just learned it? Beoponsith, though standing, looked visibly drained. She'd used her noble phantasm on him dozens of times, while her mana was endless thanks to the Holy Grail, her stamina was not. Are you Captain America's cousin or something? Spending an entire day like this, your persistence is identical. Captain who? And does he look as good as me? Would you look at a piece of trash before taking it out? I don't know about good, but he sure has a firm figure. During their first bout at the Star Religious Group, they'd reached a stalemate much like this one. It wasn't until Gojo discovered that Beoponsith's absurd defenses only applied to cursed energy that he thought he'd found her weakness, laughing gleefully as he charged her for close combat. Apparently, he'd forgotten that the petite girl before him was more than capable of overpowering even the sorcerer killer in raw strength. Otherwise, how do you think Beoponsith had planted him into the ground in the first place? T/N, yai, I know some people will be like that's unbelievable. Heroic spirits are stronger blah blah blah, but let's just enjoy the story. Not to mention she's in a servant container, so her power is limited. Chapter 23, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 23. Beoponsith sat smugly on the sofa, marking a small check in her notebook. Unlike most protagonists in novels, Beoponsith hadn't found herself saddled with some annoying system issuing mandatory tasks. No complete this or suffer penalties, no restrictions on moving to other worlds. As Da Vinci once put it, we're not the kind of emotionless, rigid constructs lacking in critical thought. Master, you're free to pursue what you wish. Go ahead, live your life, Mash, and I will handle the technicalities of crossing worlds. While she didn't have any system-imposed quests, that didn't mean Beoponsith had nothing to do. If I have such a precious opportunity, why not do my best to prevent the tragedies I know are coming? This was something she'd always wished she could do while watching shows at her desk, her desire etched into her very soul, not the influence of her heroic spirit's essence. It wasn't to become a hero, nor to gain praise, nor to promote righteousness. It was hypocrisy, not justice. It was selfishness, not nobility. She wanted happiness for those she cared about. She wished eternal damnation upon those she despised. She deeply understood that offering aid did not necessarily make one good, but taking lives unbidden was always evil. To acknowledge this evil, this sin, this selfishness, and still, she moved forward without hesitation. I've seen people smile. So I believe this is worth doing. Once, she'd watched from afar. She had seen a girl, who was supposed to die in front of Suguru Ghetto, smile more brightly than the sun above. She had seen the people around the girl, grateful for the blessing of her safe return. That day, the sunlight was especially warm, the summer breeze brushed her face, and birds carrying flowers soared with wings spread wide under the clouds. Glancing back, she checked to see Jasmine still busy in the kitchen before continuing to flip through her notebook. After the Star Vessel incident, I think it's Suguru Ghetto's descent into darkness. Suguru, who firmly believed that sorcerers existed to protect ordinary people, that the strong should defend the weak, began to doubt his beliefs. The ugly faces of ignorant, cruel non-sorcerers led him to see them as unnecessary apes, ultimately causing him to turn against the Jujutsu world in a bid to eliminate all non-sorcerers. To be honest, Beoponsith always thought Suguru had lost his mind by then. Cursed spirits were born from the negative emotions of regular people. So, if all non-sorcerers were killed, cursed spirits would no longer manifest, bringing about a peaceful world. How absurd! How was this different from using the Holy Grail to wipe out humanity to achieve world peace? Is it because this world is already insane that everyone in it seems to lose their minds, one after another? Beoponsith closed her notebook, gazing blankly at the ceiling. She didn't want Suguru to turn dark. His downfall would pit him against his closest friend, Satoru Gojo, only to later be buried by him. Even worse, he'd be possessed by Brain Kun, forcing Gojo to confront his best friend once more. Why is it that so many in Jujutsu Kaisen have a knack for taking over other people's bodies? To avoid the chain of tragedies, Suguru's downfall needed to be stopped. But it'd be one thing if I could resurrect the dead, at least I've got Jasmine for that. But treating a messed up mind? I wouldn't know where to start. Annoyed. Deeply annoyed. Her heroic spirit essence whispered to just slice through everyone involved in Suguru's path. Just chop Suguru into pieces, and there'd be no more concern about his descent into darkness. Beoponsith slapped her cheeks, shaking off these dangerous thoughts. Don't rush, Beoponsith. Calm down. Try solving the problem at the source. She circled Suguru Geto's dark turn in her notebook and branched out a few lines. The reasons for Suguru's fall. First and foremost, Riko Amani's death before his eyes. In the original story, the Star religious group hired Toji Fushiguro to kill Riko. When Suguru arrived at the Star religious group's location, all he found was a group of ordinary people clapping and celebrating around Riko's corpse. From that moment, Suguru's belief that sorcerers should protect non-sorcerers began to waver. The second reason would be his cursed technique's relentless toll on his mind. The cursed spirit manipulation technique was rare, valuable enough to catch the attention of that ancient, twisted curse user. But having it wasn't easy for Suguru. Suguru had once compared absorbing cursed spirits to swallowing a rag drenched in vomit. And with spirits born from humanity's negative emotions, it was nearly impossible for his mind to stay unscathed after absorbing so many. After the Star Vessel incident, the frequency of cursed spirit appearances had spiked unnaturally. Satoru had recently mastered reversal and was focused on advanced techniques and domain exploration. Shoko, in the meantime, was on support duty, which left Suguru responsible for handling the rising number of cursed spirits. Satoru had become the strongest, capable of handling missions solo, and the two of them worked separately more often. During this period, Suguru's condition visibly deteriorated, even Satoru noticing how strained Suguru looked. The third reason, Yuki Tsukumo's appearance. Unlike other sorcerers, Yuki didn't actively exorcise curses. Her approach was to address the root cause to prevent the creation of curses in the first place. Through his discussions with Yuki, Suguru began to entertain the idea that killing all non-sorcerers could prevent cursed spirits from ever being born, an idea as ludicrous as it was dangerous. The fourth reason, the death of his mentee. Uehara, Suguru's junior and a peer of Kento Nanami, was a spirited young sorcerer full of hope for the future. But he died during a mission. A cursed spirit that had initially been classified as a Grade 2 turned out to be Grade 1, resulting in Yu's death and his body being sent back to Jujutsu High. The incident made Suguru realize that even if curses could eventually be eradicated, until that day came, more and more juniors and companions would die in the line of duty. While there were multiple ways to stop curses from being born, killing all non-sorcerers seemed to be the fastest, simplest, and most effective solution. If these four reasons were like gunpowder piling up, then, the fifth reason was the spark that lit the fuse. On the fifth line, she wrote words like village, two girls, betrayal, complete descent into darkness, and massacre. With a deep breath, she leaned back on the sofa, staring out the window at the sky. The sun hid behind a blanket of clouds, only a faint corona visible through the haze. Even after thousands of years, humanity hasn't learned. When faced with truth, they only believe what they want to believe. There would always be those among humans who shone like stars. But the higher you stood, the smaller that light seemed, while the muck of darkness grew all the more vivid and repulsive. It became easier to think humanity either needed saving, or to be wiped out. And that's why all I want is to be a regular person, someone who can find beauty in little things in life. T/N, it's hard for heroic spirits like us, sad smirk emoji. Chapter 24, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 24. Even in one of the world's safest countries, crime existed. In a place like Japan, it thrived in hidden corners. Bullying, catcalling, abductions, black market deals, all too common in these unseen cracks. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the dim alley as a black-haired schoolgirl fell to the ground, hitting a trash can. In summer, garbage rots quickly. As it spilled out, the stench spread immediately. The slap was vicious. A red handprint bloomed visibly on her pale face, but her attacker showed no sign of stopping, delivering a brutal kick to her stomach. "You bitch, didn't I tell you to stay away from my man?" sneered a delinquent girl with bleached hair and ear piercings, spitting on the ground as she pressed the heel of her shoe into the black-haired girl's side. 4 other girls, all her age, stood nearby, following their leader's every move with equally malicious grins. I didn't." The black-haired girl's face twisted in pain. "He came to me, I told him no, I told him over and over." "Oh? So you're saying my guy likes hanging around you, hey? What's so special about you that he'd notice you?" More kicks and punches landed as the black-haired girl curled into a ball, trying to lessen the pain. There was no one to call for help, no one to save her. Experience had taught her that fighting back would only lead to worse, that crying for help would fuel their cruelty. So, she endured, waiting for them to tire, to lose interest. "Ugh, this is boring. She's like a corpse." The delinquent girl sneered, giving her one last kick to the head before scowling at her lack of reaction. "Hey! Hand me the scissors." The black-haired girl's pupils widened in terror as her hair was yanked up, and a pair of scissors glinted menacingly before her eyes. "Is this face how you lured all those guys in, including my man? I'll cut it up, let's see how you flaunt it then." "No, please, no." Her panic grew. Anything but this. But her terror only made her attackers more excited, and the scissors crept closer with a cold snip, snip. "Yes. That's the look I wanted. Show me more of that scared face. Why do I have to go through this? Why me? What did I do to deserve this?" The scissors, gleaming in the dim light, seemed to grow closer and closer. In despair, the black-haired girl squeezed her eyes shut. Experience told her that calling for help was pointless, that no one would hear her screams, that no one would come. No one before, no one now, no one ever. It was useless, meaningless to scream. "Someone help me!" Silence. No response met her call. Yet she didn't feel the pain she expected. Her head spun, and only then did she realize she'd forgotten to breathe. As she took a shaky breath, she dared to crack her eyes open. A flash of vibrant red filled her vision, etching itself permanently into her mind. "Open your eyes. You're safe now." The voice was cold, frigid as an iceberg, yet it filled her with an unprecedented peace. Trembling, the black-haired girl slowly opened her eyes to an impossibly beautiful face. A woman stood there, dressed in a crimson off-the-shoulder dress, her silky red hair adorned with a black hairpiece that looked like a crown. Tall and imposing, she left no room for resistance or resentment. The 5 girls who had attacked her now stood motionless to the side, faces blank, expressions frozen, their eerie stillness blending seamlessly with the shadowed alley. And yet, the black-haired girl felt no fear. If anything, she realized she hadn't felt this kind of calm in a long, long time. Why do I always run into things like this? Beoponsith tossed the scissors into the air, and they shattered into fragments mid-flight without any visible force. The black-haired girl had been sent on her way. Before leaving, she had tried to ask for Beoponsith's name, but Beopon had refused to share it. Instead, the black-haired girl cast one long, lingering look at her, as though trying to engrave her face in her memory forever. After that first reassurance, Beoponsith had said nothing more, fearing that anything she added might come out as one of her spirit's barbed remarks. "Congratulations, Master! Another maiden hopelessly captivated by you. Judging by her expression as she left, she's bound to remember you for life. You truly are a heartbreaker. Oh, spare me. As if she could turn my head with a look like that. Do you really think I'd fall for her?" Since gaining her heroic spirit essence, Beoponsith's greatest confidence lay not in her strength, but her looks. "Almost let you distract me, Da Vinci. I still have a mess to clean up here." Turning, she regarded the 5 schoolgirls, frozen like puppets, their uniforms marking them as delinquents. She had saved the girl on a whim, but letting these 5 walk away would only lead to a repeat. Ignoring Da Vinci's bad suggestion to seduce them all, Beoponsith raised a flawless, porcelain-like finger and tapped it gently on the forehead of the ringleader. Magic, so convenient yet so dangerous. It wasn't mind control, nothing so inhumane. Just a subtle suggestion. A simple nudge to ensure these 5 would never bear ill will toward that black-haired girl again. That's all I can do, really. I don't even know if what I did was right or wrong, good or evil. To avoid wrongly punishing anyone, she had used hypnosis to hear them recount the whole story, and only then did she make her decision. But that was the extent of her interference. After all, she was just an outsider. Perhaps she had no right to impose this on them, even if they themselves had no right to bully others and were the ones at fault. This suggestion could come back to haunt them, for all she knew. No one could predict the future. Acts of kindness can lead to evil consequences, evil deeds can yield good outcomes. So Beoponsith always reminded herself, not to mistake good or evil as her purpose, nor to use them as her excuse. I'm doing this purely out of selfish desire. I let my own heart tell me what to do, what I believe is right. Because her heart stayed clear and true, she had avoided being overtaken by her heroic spirit essence and could continue steadfastly down her chosen path. T/N, Hedda Vinci has the best ideas, clapping emoji, what am I doing? Chapter 25, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 25. Beoponsith walked further into the alley, having hypnotized the 5 delinquents and sent them home. By the time they got back, they'd remember nothing about the bullying. That makes 8 times. And of those, 6 involved you rescuing young girls. So, Master, you've been a hero to the maiden at least 6 times. Seems like you're a natural at playing the hero. Beoponsith was used to Da Vinci's teasing by now. 8 incidents of bullying, 7 cases of unwanted advances, 2 gang fights, 1 drug deal, and even a couple doing it in public. Are Japan's alleys really this chaotic? Seriously, what was wrong with that couple? If they didn't want a hotel, fine, but they could at least have gone to the woods. Not that she was on some sudden crusade to clean up crime or play hero. She was long past idolizing heroes. Her frequent visits to these shadowy corners were because such places tended to attract the kinds of things she was actually looking for. Ah, there it is. You really made me search for you, she murmured, rounding a corner to finally find her target. Even in the dim light, she could clearly see the mass of shadows. Gruoin. Gruoin. Can't even speak? Not surprising. If you had a shred of intelligence, you wouldn't stay in a filthy, stinking place like this when there's a nice cafe just next door. A cursed spirit without lower limbs or eyes was drawn toward Beoponsith, attracted by the life radiating from her, its predatory instincts compelling it forward. but it misjudged who was the hunter and who was the prey. Ignoring its guttural growls, Beoponsith wasted no time. One clean slash, and the spirit was gone. Master, maybe you should rest a bit. That was the 37th spirit you've dealt with today. Is it that many already? Beoponsith stepped out from the dark alley, blinking in the blinding sunlight. Then I really can't stop. With cursed spirits appearing so frequently, it's not just for Suguru and his juniors, but for those regular people who'd be killed by these things. For every spirit I take down, maybe I'm saving someone from tragedy. Da Vinci's expression softened as she listened to Beoponsith's murmurings. There was something she'd never told her master. When most people fused with a heroic spirit's essence, they were often assimilated by it, gradually transforming to resemble the spirit itself. But Beoponsith, or, rather, Fen Huanyu, was different. She had the potential to be a hero. Not in terms of strength or accomplishments, but something deeper, an intrinsic quality within Fen Huanyu's very existence. Some people are simply destined to become heroes. Fen Huanyu was like Shiro Emiya, an ordinary high school student with no knowledge of magic, who led a peaceful life, cooking well and gentle to everyone. There was nothing remarkable about him. Yet in countless parallel worlds, many different versions of Shiro became heroic spirits. Heroic spirit Emiya, who inherited Kiritsugu's ideals, the unfeeling Emiya alter, who renounced his humanity, the giant hero who conquered the Holy Grail war for his sister alone. Shiro Emiya possessed a trait similar to many ancient heroes, a quality that, in his mundane life, went unnoticed, undiscovered. Fen Huanyu was the same. Her world was too peaceful. She'd lived in a place without magic, with no parallel worlds to speak of. Perhaps in another timeline, Phoenix Feather would have been recorded in the throne of heroes, waiting to be summoned to the aid of others. A trait akin to that of the ancient heroes allowed her to maintain her sense of self even while using someone else's spirit essence, shaping her path rather than letting the spirit reshape her. Da Vinci dear, where to next? Hold on, I'm analyzing. Seeing you work so hard, Master, I'd feel guilty taking it easy. A bright red dot popped up on the holographic map, prompting Beoponsith to perk up and head to the next location. A shrine. When she arrived, Beoponsith was surprised. After all, who would think a shrine, a place so revered, could spawn a cursed spirit? It's not that strange. Japan's line between deities and monsters has always been blurry. Since ancient times, there've been cases where ghosts were worshipped as gods. Da Vinci explained in that tone only Beoponsith could hear. And this shrine looks abandoned. Probably been slated for demolition, maybe to build something new. A cursed spirit site that people want to redevelop? Or maybe someone noticed something off here, which is why work hasn't started. In that case, it's likely that someone's already died here, Master. Exactly, which means. Beoponsith frowned, I can't ignore this. Didn't think you would. Da Vinci chuckled knowingly. I'll keep support ready as always. Oh, where's Mash? To better distinguish between the sorcerer's cursed energy and the spirits, and to expand the detection range, Mash and I upgraded the equipment last night. I sent her off to bed afterward. She finally doesn't have to fight on the front lines. Why can't she take it easy, like Chaldea's Romani? Da Vinci sighed in exasperation. Honestly, Da Vinci, I'd be worried if Mash ever did start acting like Dr. Roman. You're right. That guy really was a jerk. Pulled one noble act and bailed irresponsibly. Beoponsith fell silent. She remembered that white-coated man with the weary yet gentle smile, always looking like he'd let anyone push him around. At the final singularity, she'd seen him in a different light. He had returned as a divine agent, a watcher for humanity, a bearer of godly insight. But in the end, his familiar smile in the light reminded her that he was still the same doctor she'd known. He wasn't the all-knowing, all-powerful King Solomon. He was just an ordinary man, a man struggling against an inevitable despair with all his might. Da Vinci dear. Beoponsith spoke suddenly. If I keep traveling, going from world to world, do you think I might see the doctor again? All I can say is that it's not impossible. I see. The sunlight today seemed especially brilliant. Beoponsith lifted her head, raising a fist toward the blazing sun. Well, it looks like I have one more reason to keep going to sit with the doctor again and share another strawberry cake. Dash. T/N, hee Da Vinci-chan, good echo blushing. Chapter 26, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 26. There were barely any signs of modern civilization here, and the long stone steps were littered with fallen leaves, untouched by human hands. No trace of recent human touch could be seen, instead, nature's presence was overwhelming. Though it was a clear, sunny day, visibility in the forest was low. Towering trees blocked most of the sunlight, casting this hidden spot in deep shadow, a place that seemed untouched by the progress of industrialization, despite its location within the city. On her way, Beoponsith noticed a butterfly fluttering by, its sapphire blue wings catching the sunlight like they were dusted in gold. Beyond the butterfly, she spotted a fox peering at her from deeper in the woods. Legends held that foxes were wise and spiritual creatures. With one glance, the fox darted away, wary and quick. After climbing the long, worn stone steps and passing under a crumbling red torii, Beoponsith finally arrived at the abandoned shrine where the cursed spirit lurked. With her first step into the shrine, Beoponsith felt a subtle shift. It was as if she wasn't standing on stone but on pulsing, squirming flesh, as if the shrine was no ordinary building, but the gaping mouth of a beast, waiting to devour whatever came near. The sensation was fleeting. When she blinked, Beoponsith was still standing there, everything seemingly unchanged, as if that feeling had been no more than an illusion. But she wasn't about to dismiss her intuition as a mere trick of the mind. Something was definitely wrong with this place. At the very least, the cursed spirit here wasn't like the usual small fry she'd encountered. Interesting, she murmured, her crimson lips curving into a wicked smile as a hint of bloodthirst flared in her grey eyes. Looks like I won't be bored today. Her spirit essence stirred, restless from the lack of worthy foes, of blood that deserved to be spilled. The shrine's doors were shut tightly, as if rejecting all visitors. She pushed the heavy wooden doors open, their groaning echo almost as if they'd collapse on the spot. Looking inside, Beoponsith froze. She withdrew her foot, carefully examined the shrine's structure from the outside, then stepped in again, looking around the room before stepping out once more. She moved further back, scrutinizing the building in its entirety. Master, quit second-guessing reality and just go inside, Da Vinci chided in her ear. With a sigh, Beoponsith entered, her expression a mix of curiosity and caution. Inside, it was as if she'd walked into another world. From the outside, the shrine was clearly abandoned. Moss-covered pillars, fallen leaves left unattended, crumbling stone bricks all made it look like a relic left to decay. Where statues had once stood, only broken pedestals remained. But what she saw inside? A meticulously clean room, brimming with traditional Japanese elegance. Soft rugs lined the polished wooden floor, a breathtaking landscape painting adorned one wall, with a massive bell hanging above it. A delicate fragrance lingered in the air, incense, she guessed, though she wasn't well versed enough to place it. And most notably, this room, it's the same size as the shrine looked from the outside, right? Through a half-open door, she glimpsed a lush green lawn, bordered by a long wooden walkway leading to another building in the distance. None of which she'd seen from outside. She didn't believe this lavish, ornate interior was simply hiding within a dilapidated exterior. The shabby appearance of the shrine didn't feel like a disguise. Besides, since entering, Beoponsith had sensed an eerie, oppressive energy in the air. Cursed energy was born from human negativity, remorse, rage, jealousy, fear, despair, greed, bloodlust. Cursed spirits emerged from these emotions, any one of which could be a breeding ground for their birth. Beoponsith despised the stench of cursed energy, it reeked of drunken vomit, repulsive to her and her spirit essence alike. There was also a palpable presence of death mixed within it, suggesting someone had already met their end here. The source of the cursed energy was clear, it had to be the spirit lurking within. The thick, pervasive energy filling the shrine, combined with this warped, surreal space. First grade? No, maybe special grade. In the hierarchy of both sorcerers and curses, special grade was the highest classification. In the original story, a special grade sorcerer was said to be capable of single-handedly destroying a nation. Beoponsith didn't quite recall the exact standards for a special grade curse, though the original series might have mentioned it. She only knew that the Cursed Spirit Manipulation Curse and Sukuna's Finger curses were classified as special grade. Strong ones, like Yago, could turn half a city into a molten wasteland, while weaker special grades, like the ones infused with Sukuna's fingers, could still be overpowered by Yuji Itadori and his allies. Though the first special grade curse was only defeated by releasing Sukuna, and the second encounter also involved curses from the Cursed Womb, death paintings, the battles revealed the protagonist's growth to audiences in real time. While she wasn't sure about the exact requirements for special grade classification, Beoponsith had an inkling that curses with domains were certainly special grade. Now, the question was this strange space she found herself in a domain? Both Sukuna and Gojo described domains as the pinnacle of jujutsu techniques. In her eyes, domains functioned similarly to the reality marble-bounded fields in the Type Moon universe. It imposed the sorcerer's inner world on reality, amplifying their abilities to an absolute level within it, along with granting an unavoidable hit. If this was indeed the curse's domain, then what was its effect? Why hadn't she sensed anything upon entering? And why hadn't it attacked her, even after so much time had passed? Pacing in circles on the soft carpeted floor, Beoponsith felt it helped her think faster. Customarily, she would have removed her shoes upon entering, but she ignored the convention entirely. After all, she had a particular fondness for her heels. Her dream was to craft a pair that would surpass any high heels across pan-human history. Though this current pair fell short of that goal, they were her most prized design to date. She had a strong aversion to taking them off, as well as to walking barefoot on a structure likely forged by a cursed spirit. She only mused over her thoughts for a moment before her pacing stopped. Not because she was dizzy, but because standing silently before her was a figure in a white fox mask, dressed in a white hunting robe, their gender indeterminate. The figure stood there, still as a statue, as though they had been waiting in that very spot for a long time. Even Beoponsith hadn't sensed their arrival. Chapter 27, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 27. But Beoponsith was not easily scared. If this person had truly wanted to kill her, she would have sensed it by now. The masked figure had come this close because they bore no hostility or intent to kill. And for this reason, Beoponsith didn't strike, instead studying them with curiosity. The figure in the white fox mask blended perfectly with the surroundings, but Beoponsith knew it wasn't due to some harmony with nature. Rather, the cursed energy saturating the air here was the same as the energy radiating from this figure. It was like ink in water. A drop of black in clear liquid is obvious, but black ink in a pool of ink becomes invisible. So, was this masked person a cursed spirit responsible for this phenomenon? It was a reasonable assumption, yet something felt off. If she'd fused with the essence of a clever heroic spirit like Sherlock Holmes, she might have figured out the anomaly immediately. But unfortunately, neither she nor Beoponsith was the cerebral type. As Beoponsith pondered this, the masked figure suddenly turned and walked away, back facing her, toward the only exit. The door she'd entered through had vanished the moment she set foot inside, replaced by a wooden wall that looked flimsy enough to break with a light blow. But smashing her way through wouldn't be worth it. Whether breaking the wall would even let her escape was uncertain. And besides, Her goal was to eliminate the unknown cursed spirit in this shrine. She hadn't taken on the honor of the fairy knight Tristan only to flee without a fight. She wanted her mother's praise, her mother's approval. Her mother had told her to be cruel, so she made cruelty her pleasure. Her mother had told her to be terrifying, so she embraced agony and played the music of death. Her mother had told her to be cold and ruthless, so she bathed in blood and walked a path paved in bones. She was Beopon Sith, the fairy knight Tristan, daughter of Queen Morgan of the Fairy Kingdom. A feral grin spread across her face as she followed the masked figure. "Let's see where you intend to take me." Following the masked figure, Beopon Sith walked down a wooden corridor. The corridor had only railings on each side, allowing her to view the scenery outside. The walkway stretched above a pond, and Beopon Sith paused, captivated by the cascading waterfall and koi darting through the water. The polished wood beneath her heels looked freshly cleaned, like someone attended to it daily. Even barefoot, it would be comfortable to walk on. The masked figure made no complaints about her wearing heels inside. In fact, they hadn't spoken a single word. It was as if their sole purpose was to guide her, with no concern for anything else. Beopon Sith wasn't sure how long they walked, but in this strange space, her sense of time seemed to slip. "Hey! How much longer are you planning to waste my time?" She was no saint, nor was she particularly patient. The blood-scented aura surrounding her began to weigh heavily on the corridor, even causing the air around them to creak in protest. Ahead, she could see a traditional Japanese-style building at the end of the walkway, yet the distance never seemed to shrink, no matter how far she walked. This distorted space was surely the doing of the cursed spirit residing here, and she wasn't about to believe the masked figure wasn't involved or that they couldn't control the distance between her and the destination. Without a word, the figure seemed to sense her impatience. After less than another minute of walking, Beopon Sith finally followed them off the corridor. Though it had felt like a long walk, when she glanced back, she saw the room she'd first entered was actually quite close. With her physical strength, she could have easily leaped across without the corridor. The masked figure hadn't looked back at her even once, nor spoken a single word, acting as though it didn't matter whether she followed or not. Now, it quietly opened the door and stepped aside. Beopon Sith arrogantly strode through the open door, utterly unconcerned whether it was a trap. If this place was truly a domain, nearly any sorcerer's first instinct would be to find a way out or to open their own domain to counter it. But Beopon Sith had strolled through, taking in the sights, even following the guide toward what was obviously a trap. As expected, the moment she stepped fully inside, the door behind her slammed shut. It was the only visible exit. And it seemed the masked figure hadn't followed her in. Did that idiot really think this would trap me? A quick glance around, and Beopon Sith felt her mood drop. No way. After making me wait this long, this is all you've got. The room resembled a Japanese kendo dojo, smooth, polished wooden floors, open and spacious, with an echo that would carry any loud sound. The click of her heels grew faster, sharper, each step's echo marking her irritation mounting. "Fine, if you won't show yourself." She stomped a heel down, casting a sadistic smile toward the ceiling. "Then I'll destroy everything in sight. Let's see how long you can hide in your turtle shell." Beopon Sith was serious now. The proof? She'd taken out her six-stringed bow, a weapon designed to amplify her strikes to their fullest. Though her own magical reserves weren't particularly vast, even requiring the enchanted tools made by Morgan to cast her spells, she had the Holy Grail's power now. Blood-red mana poured forth like liquid, churning with the fury of a tsunami, the rumble of thunder, and the rage of an erupting volcano. Her fingers hovered over the bowstrings, ready to summon a storm of slashes to consume everything within 100-meter radius. But just then, a flash of cold light appeared, aimed at her neck from behind. Beneath her shadowed hair, Beopon Sith's lips twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. "Finally showing yourself, hey? Took you long enough, small fry." Chapter 28, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 28. By the time Beoponsith sensed its approach, the blade was only a fist's width from her pale neck. But that mere distance was a chasm it could never cross. To the masked figure, it felt like a flicker, a blink, and a pale, slender hand had pressed down over its face. An unstoppable force gripped its head, rendering it completely immobile. In that instant, Beoponsith demonstrated her monstrous strength, a force comparable to a dragon, as she seized the figure and smashed it brutally to the floor. After holding back for so long, she finally unleashed her A-rank strength. A hit like that would be fatal, or at the very least incapacitating, for any opponent. Yet the sensation in her hand made Beoponsith's smile fade, a frown slowly forming on her face. The masked figure slipped out of her grip, raising its dagger for another attempt, prompting Beoponsith to dodge several meters back in a blink. She watched as it rose from the floor with ease, its mask unbroken, showing no signs of injury. A-level strength and still no effect? No way it should be unharmed. A technique similar to Gojo's Infinity? No, she'd definitely made contact. Without giving her time to analyze, the figure lunged forward with its dagger once more, only to be swatted aside even faster, slamming against the wall. Don't move, I'm thinking. Beoponsith didn't spare it a glance, too engrossed in her thoughts. The masked figure struggled to rise, only to be knocked down midair by a swift strike, then hit with another slash that sent it crashing back to the floor. Slashes don't work, either. So it's not simply immune to physical attacks, magic doesn't seem effective either. She mused aloud as if she weren't in the middle of a fight, dissecting this like it was some intriguing puzzle. One by one, she tested and discarded ideas, honing in on the only possible answer. Suddenly, sharp spikes extended from Beoponsith's back, ramming into a dark shadow and pinning it against the wall. Just a lowly weakling resorting to backstabbing? Pathetic. She tilted her head, sneering in disdain, then cast a sidelong glance at the trapped masked figure. Ah, so that's it. No wonder it felt off. You're just puppets or clones, aren't you? Of course, they didn't answer. These figures lacked the capacity for speech or thought, programmed only to attack any living being within the room. None of my attacks work on you, and your own strength is barely above a human wielding a simple dagger? How naive! And besides, I refuse to believe your immortality comes without some limit or weakness. Take Achilles from the Type Moon world, for instance. Though he possessed an immortal body, divine servants could harm him, and his heel could be struck to break his invulnerability. Beoponsith analyzed her enemies, while the two masked figures merely stood there, waiting blankly. Then, from the shadows, more fox-masked figures emerged one after another. Soon, over 20 identical figures surrounded Beoponsith. Using numbers to make up for lack of quality, she cast a disinterested look around, quickly losing interest. In the face of absolute power, numbers meant nothing. So, you're immortal? And you're ganging up on me? Her right hand rested on her bow as a feral grin spread across her face, her blood-red mana staining the room in crimson. Fine then, I'll just shred you all to pieces along with everything else here. Let's see if your weakness still hides after that. As the horde of masked figures charged, Beoponsith's gaze turned cold, her fingers poised to summon her deadly melody. But just as she was about to pluck the strings, a sudden surge of unease gripped her, causing her expression to shift. She twisted her wrist, unleashing a flurry of slashes that flung the attackers back. What was that? The mockery on her face faded, replaced by intense focus. But there was no time to dwell on it, as wave after wave of masked figures clambered over the fallen to attack again, this time brandishing an assortment of weapons, long swords, axes, spears, even a naginata. Enough, you mindless puppets! This is getting ridiculous. Another round of slashes repelled the advancing figures, but it didn't slow them for long. The ones she struck down simply picked up their weapons and resumed the charge. Unable to stand their relentless pursuit and still puzzled by that strange unease, Baopon Sith, after repelling the figures yet again, used magic to lift herself into the air. Luckily, the ceiling here was high enough that she wouldn't hit her head. Damn it! A bunch of small fries, and they dare to make me look foolish. From her new vantage, Baopon Sith's view widened. She now saw that the once spacious room was nearly packed with identical masked figures. Baopon Sith noticed something odd. Though she was now hovering above, the masked figures didn't seem to be aiming for her at all. They weren't trying to stack themselves up or even look in her direction, as if they existed in a dimension with no concept of up or down. But Baopon Sith sensed something was off. Just moments ago, some figures had leapt at her, so it wasn't that they couldn't see her up there. And then, there was that eerie sense of dread she'd felt earlier. Could it be that these masked figures' weapons somehow posed a threat to her? But as she looked closer, the weapons all seemed ordinary, nowhere near cursed tools, much less anything exceptional. There it was again. An invisible hand seemed to squeeze her heart, sending a jolt through her nerves, urging her to dodge to the side instinctively. Almost simultaneously, a loud crash drew her attention below. Bang! Steadying herself, she saw several masked figures clustered together, their weapons striking the same spot on the floor. Is that what's causing this sense of dread? An attack on the floor? No, that doesn't explain why the sensation vanished once I moved. It must be something that changes position along with me. These thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant, and then Baopon Sith's eyes widened as the answer came to her. My shadow. She looked down and saw that directly below her, several masked figures were raising their weapons toward a figure trapped within her shadow's outline. The figure in the center was knocked to the ground, but by then Baopon Sith had already leapt to a clear area, landing out of reach. Only now did she notice that, despite rows upon rows of overhead lights, her shadow stayed small, unaffected by distant lights. So that's the trick? And I only figured it out now. Baopon Sith chuckled to herself, half in frustration. If my shadow is struck, it sends a curse back at me. A curse so potent that even with my magic resistance, I feel its danger. Clever. This is quite the domain. Though she sensed its danger, she knew she wouldn't die not with her X-rank magic resistance. But she could be wounded. Here I thought having a heroic spirit's power would make me unstoppable in this world. Didn't expect intriguing foes to sprout up like bamboo shoots after rain. Musing aloud, Baopon Sith received no answer. The moment her feet touched the ground again, the masked figures raised their weapons and charged. If my shadow can be harmed, then, what about yours? Her blood-red mana surged again, her amber hair streaming in the magical wind behind her. This time, she carefully stepped away from her shadow and plucked her bow's strings. The flow of life was severed. Time's passage was severed. Sound itself was severed. A glowing circle expanded on the ground below. It was as if the Creator had drawn the boundary between the old world and a new one with that expanding circle. In the new world, remnants of the old were denied survival. Life, matter, and sound all dissolved upon touching the edge of that circle, disintegrating into the smallest particles. The storm of slashes interwove, forming a hemisphere of pure white over the ground. What it left behind was white death, white destruction. When the pale curtain lifted, all that remained was a massive crater, as if gouged out by the hands of a divine giant. Standing in the center of the crater, on a lone stone pillar, Baopon Sith chuckled into her hand. Well, looks like I got a little carried away. T/N, Sukuna step aside. Chapter 29, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 29. The vibrant green grass, the sparkling pond, the flowing stream from the artificial mountain, the Japanese house surrounded by bamboo, all of it was like a rainbow-hued bubble bursting, like a shattered window separating dream from reality. Baopon Sith knew she had left the cursed spirit's domain and returned to the real world. As her feet hit the floor, the rotting wood, weakened by years of neglect, cracked under her weight, nearly causing her to stumble. Spider webs covered every corner, a thick mildew odor clung to the air, and the floorboards were nearly disintegrated from insect damage. Now this is what an abandoned building should look like. Beoponsith grimaced in distaste, taking in the decrepit surroundings. She glanced up at a spider spinning its web along the ceiling and sighed to herself. Imagine, I actually showed some restraint and didn't level this place. Remarkable. Though she'd broken out of the domain, its creator, the cursed spirit, was still alive. Beoponsith intended to hunt it down. But unexpectedly, she stumbled across a small surprise. Judging by the uniform, this guy must be a student from Jujutsu High, like Gojo. Beoponsith crouched beside the unconscious man. He was injured. His dark uniform was singed in places, slashed in others, and blood had soaked parts of it. The wounds weren't life-threatening, though. With her current level of magic, Beoponsith could stabilize him. He must have been trapped in the mysterious domain just like she was. If she hadn't shattered it, he would likely have perished there. Wait a minute, wasn't one of Suguru's juniors supposed to die on a curse-clearing mission around this time? Beoponsith tilted her head, dredging up hazy memories from years ago. Could this be that one? What was his name? The name slipped from her mind. He'd died so early, before the story had even begun, making only a brief appearance in Gojo's recollections. Beoponsith strained to remember, then gave up with a huff. Ugh, thinking makes my head hurt. Forget it. Difficult questions were meant to be skipped, annoying people were meant to be killed. As long as she was happy, why let anyone else dictate her life? I've lived a whole new life, I'll decide for myself how I want to live it. She decided to take him with her. After all, his death was one of the main reasons for Suguru's descent into darkness. Originally, she'd only planned to eliminate some extra cursed spirits to lessen Suguru's burdens. She hadn't expected she'd get to kill two birds with one stone. And so, Beoponsith tied him up with a rope she'd found nearby, then used a levitation spell to haul him through the air behind her as she left. Did you think Beoponsith would carry him out herself? Keep dreaming. Why should her beloved wife's body be touched by these stinking men? She hadn't even had the chance to be carried in Beoponsith's arms herself. A princess carry would be even better. Following the cursed energy, Beoponsith towed the unconscious Habara behind her as she made her way to the back of the abandoned shrine. The sky was now dark, though it had been bright and sunny when she'd first arrived. Clearly, time within the domain had flowed differently from the outside. Through the gaps in the clouds, a single beam of silvery moonlight illuminated a figure standing there, as if cloaked in silver. The figure wore a white hunting robe and a white fox mask, hiding their features and gender, nearly identical to the other masked figures she'd encountered. But there was something different. Beoponsith could sense a knowing intelligence in this figure that the others lacked. A cursed spirit with intelligence? Beoponsith raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Other than the four curses and the death paintings, she hadn't expected any other sentient cursed spirits in this world. Even Gojo had been startled the first time Yago had spoken. Beoponsith eyed the masked spirits back thoughtfully, waiting as the figure didn't immediately turn to face her. In front of the spirit was a grave. A small mound of earth, alone, weathered wooden plaque, a grave so crude it was hard to tell if it even qualified as one, the epitaph on the plaque looking more like a child's scribbles. The masked spirit knelt, one hand gently caressing the wooden plaque. For once, Beoponsith stilled herself, arms crossed, watching silently as she waited for it to speak. I don't want my master's peace to be disturbed. The spirit finally spoke, in a voice too neutral to identify as either male or female. My master, as the shrine maiden dedicated to the land god, never left this mountain her entire life. To her, this mountain, its trees, its flowers, everyone here, this was her entire world. I don't want the world my master cherished to be defiled. But that's no excuse for murder. Beopansith's words were icy. You want to protect this mountain, to guard your master's peace. But the people you killed were innocent, they had loved ones, people who loved them. You have no right to claim your love as a reason to take their lives. I know. The spirit let its hand fall from the wooden plaque, rising slowly to its feet. I stained the land my master loved with blood and death. But by the time I realized my mistake, it was already too late. The spirit turned, walking toward Beopansith, who remained still, arms crossed, watching as it stopped in front of her, revealing what it held in its open palm. These are. In the spirit's hand lay 3 shriveled fingers, with dark red flesh and black nails, radiating a sinister cursed energy. Beopansith knew exactly what they were. After all, these objects were pivotal to the entire Jujutsu Kaisen storyline. Sukuna's fingers. And there were 3 of them. They granted me the strength to protect against outsiders, but they also brought carnage and misfortune to this land. It isn't right. Please, take them away from here. For a moment, Beopansith was silent. Then she reached out and took the fingers. Though the mask concealed its expression, she sensed, somehow, that the spirit was smiling. Beopansith turned to leave, bringing the unconscious Habara with her. She didn't kill the masked spirit. With its domain destroyed and the Sukuna fingers taken, the cursed spirit would soon fade on its own. It sat beside the small mound, not caring that the white robe would be stained by the dirt. Tonight, there were no stars. It gazed upward for a long time before a single moonbeam slipped through the clouds to bathe it in light. Its master had been a shrine maiden dedicated to the land god. Because of her role, she had never married or had a family. But it didn't matter, because everyone on the mountain was her friend, and she was truly happy. Once, there had been many foxes on the mountain, revered as the land god's messengers. So, as a shrine maiden, she always wore a white fox mask. The young maiden never left the mountain, but she loved playing games. Shadow tag, dodgeball, guessing games, hide and seek. She was never lonely, as her friends on the mountain always played with her. She had never seen the world beyond the mountain, but that didn't matter. This mountain and its residents were her entire world. As a shrine maiden, she was bound to the mountain, a duty that prevented her from ever leaving. And though she died here, she had never once glimpsed the land god that had held her there her entire life. Did that god truly exist? The spirit didn't know. Since it had gained awareness, the sun had risen and set countless times, flowers had withered and bloomed countless times, yet it had never seen the land god who had confined its master to this mountain. Even when outsiders came to destroy the mountain that held her life, the land god never appeared. It didn't matter. Even if that god was nothing but a myth, it was still here. Ah, my beloved master! The spring of new life, the quiet of summer, the harvest of autumn, the sleep of winter. May you dream undisturbed, may you smile in your sleep. The sun will set and rise countless times, flowers will wither and bloom countless times, yet I will remain here, guarding your peace. Ah, my dearest master! The spring of new life, the quiet of summer, the harvest of autumn, the sleep of winter. May you be blessed by fate, may your dreams blossom like flowers. Though the sun will set and rise countless times, though the flowers will wither and bloom, even if I cannot remain by your side, I will always wish for you to rest in peace, undisturbed. A bright beam of silver moonlight broke through the clouds, shining directly on the small mound. Atop the simple wooden grave marker, a white fox mask hung, a hairline crack splitting it nearly in two. In the moonlight, it almost seemed to smile. T/N, who's your waifu or husbando in FGO? Chapter 30, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 30. And right away, he ran into Beopansith, who was casually munching on an apple. Rushing like that you might just keel over from lack of oxygen. Beopansith blocked his path, speaking in an almost indifferent tone. I've already settled your friend down. He's injured but stable. With your friend who uses that reverse curse technique, his physical wounds should heal quickly. But he's exhausted, and the doctor's orders are that he needs plenty of rest. Really, you should be grateful I brought him back alive at all. If you insist on barging in and disturbing him, though, I won't stop you. With that, she took another bite of her apple, while Suguru leaned over, hands on his knees, catching his breath. Through the window, Suguru could see Habara inside, alive but clearly worn out. While his expression remained composed, he couldn't help but feel immense relief. He snuck a glance at Beopansith's profile. So, she'd saved them again? Thank you. It was nothing. I wasn't doing it for you anyway. Beopansith took another bite of her apple, hiding the faint upward curl of her lips. Hey, have you ever seen an octopus spit ink? The question came out of nowhere, making Suguru blink. But with all her help lately, Suguru was starting to trust Beopansith, so he reflexively answered. I think, yes. Actually, I did see one at the aquarium last time I went with Gojo and Riko. Right now, you look like an octopus that's expelled all its ink and is running on empty. What's going on? She tossed the apple core around in her hand, scanning the area for a trash can. Suguru hesitated, then forced a small smile, his eyes narrowed. Nothing really. I probably just ate something bad, my stomach hasn't been the best. As soon as he said it, Beopansith turned and looked at him, her gaze narrowed in a way that made a chill run down his spine, as if she could peer right through him, straight to his soul. Odd. I've taken out nearly 100 cursed spirits over these past days, yet. She trailed off, murmuring to herself, her expression contemplative. Did you say something? Nope, you misheard. Even Suguru wasn't sure if he'd heard her right. She's killed nearly 100 cursed spirits. But why? Or rather, for what reason? Oh, that reminds me. Beopansith interrupted his thoughts, pulling out a small pouch and opening it in front of him. When Suguru saw what lay inside, the sheer malevolence radiating from the objects made the hairs on his arms stand on end. He instinctively took a step back. Ah, seeing your reaction, I guess I don't need to waste my breath explaining. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Suguru forced himself to look away from the pouch's contents and up at her face, which wore a slightly mocking smile. A special grade cursed object. Sukuna's fingers, he murmured, his voice darkening. Sukuna, the king of curses from 1,000 years ago. Back in the golden age of the Jujutsu world, countless sorcerers had tried to take him down, all to no avail. Even after his death, his 20 fingers became special grade cursed objects, drawing cursed spirits like moths to a flame. Even 1,000 years later, sorcerers continued to fear the ghost of Sukuna. Suguru knew Jujutsu High had secured a few of these fingers as highly dangerous cursed objects. Though weaker cursed spirits wouldn't dare approach them, the fingers could sometimes be used to ward off curses. But to more powerful cursed spirits, they were an unparalleled delicacy. Just one of these fingers could elevate a cursed spirit to first grade or even special grade. And here, Beopansith had 3. Suguru was aware of the fingers kept under lock and key at Jujutsu High, but he couldn't be certain if they had as many as she now held in her hand. Where did you get these? Her timing meant. The same place where I found your friend. The opponent was quite the interesting character. She closed the pouch, glancing down with a smirk. It even had its own domain. A domain. That was a technique even he and Gojo hadn't mastered. Special grade, it was certainly special grade. Suguru's chest tightened. If Beopansith hadn't shown up there, Habara, his ever-cheerful junior, would have undoubtedly died. But this wasn't over. To extract Habara and eliminate the curse, they would need to send more sorcerers. And this wasn't just any cursed spirit, it was a special grade curse with a domain. Whoever took on this mission would be marching to their deaths. Only after enough had died would the higher UPS recognize the curse as a special grade threat, and send their own special grade and domain capable first grade sorcerers. Sure, the curse would eventually be dealt with. But those sorcerers, they would have died for nothing. Why? The report said it was just a second-grade cursed spirit. Otherwise, there was no way this mission would have fallen to someone like Habra. That curse won't leave the shrine, but for 3 fingers to gather in one place is very peculiar, Beoponsith muttered, lightly tapping the floor with her heel. A cold smile spread across her face. I think I have a pretty good idea who's behind this. Suguru's pupils contracted, the gentle light in his eyes now clouded with malice. Then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. The turbulent emotions were immediately quelled, and Beoponsith's expression was unreadable. If you want to know who nearly got your friend killed, I'm still investigating. But if it's who I suspect, then based on what I know about them, your friend was likely collateral damage. The real targets were probably you and Gojo. Beoponsith noticed the slight tremor in Suguru's breathing. Where he couldn't see, her expression shifted into a victorious smirk. To her, Suguru's so-called ideals that non-sorcerers should be eradicated to prevent the birth of cursed spirits was misguided. Just like a starving person can only think about food, while those with full bellies can turn their thoughts to wealth, women, and amusement. So how to keep Suguru from pursuing his empty ideals? Easy. Give him an enemy. One conniving and dangerous enough to make him wary, someone who'd target his friends. Once he's fighting a battle for his friend's safety, would he really turn against Jujutsu High and his old comrades? In ancient times, there was a similar principle: how do you keep 2 countries from going to war? Answer: give them a common enemy. It wasn't like she was lying to him. Everything she'd said was the truth. Kenjaku really did plan to possess Suguru's body and use him as a pawn. And to avoid Gojo's interference, he even intended to seal him away. I'm an honest person, you know. I never lie. Somewhere out there, she imagined Kenjaku sneezing from all the times she'd cursed his name. T/N, okay, pay the tax to continue reading. Only 999,999.999999 a day. Cat smirking emoji. Chapter 31, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 31. Flickering, leaping, comforting flames. Just watching them dance could calm her heart. Just watching them glow could make her feel a bit dazed. Meow. Ah, Coco. Where am I? On the table, a girl slowly opened her misty eyes, her soft grey hair spreading like water across the wood-grained surface. Awakened by the soft mule, Jasmine finally realized that she had fallen asleep at her desk. Where was I? Oh, right, I was reading last night. Jasmine loved reading. It allowed her to learn about all kinds of things she wouldn't normally encounter in her daily life. Especially the history and myths of various countries, those were her favorites. Meow meow. Are you hungry? I'll get you some food. After rubbing her eyes, Jasmine hopped off the chair and gently picked up the little cat, Coco, who was waiting by her feet. Coco, have you put on some weight? Meow. Coco seemed suddenly energized, raising her chubby paw to swat Jasmine's cheek. The curtains were suddenly drawn open, and the once dim room was instantly filled with sunlight, invading every corner. These ferocious rays claimed all uncovered spaces as their own, leaving no shadow untouched. This was the study, located on the 2nd floor. On the desk lay a thick book, recounting the legend of the Celtic King Arthur, a story Jasmine loved dearly. Next to it was a melted-down candle, a remnant of her late-night reading. The floor was layered with a thick rug, soft enough that even a jump from the chair wouldn't hurt. Sometimes Jasmine wouldn't sit at her desk to read, she'd lay on the rug, completely absorbed in her books. Back in the day, she'd just lie directly on the floor, until her sister, Beoponsith, worried the cold floor might make her sick. Instead of forbidding her from lying on the ground, she simply bought her a soft rug. Kids lying on the floor is perfectly normal, her sister had said. But honestly, Jasmine sometimes wished her sister would stop treating her like a child. Pouting slightly, Jasmine carried Coco as she headed downstairs. Hasn't Beoponsith come back yet? A few days ago, Beoponsith had mentioned she'd be away for a bit. Jasmine was used to it. In the past, whenever money was tight, her sister would go out on missions to earn rewards. Now, with fewer financial worries, they had more time together, and Jasmine cherished it. Her sister took care of earning the money, while Jasmine ensured everything at home was ready, providing a warm, cozy environment to welcome her sister back, so she could relax as soon as she walked through the door. After scooping out a bit of cat food just enough to avoid overfeeding Coco, who might eventually struggle to waddle around, Jasmine frowned at the fridge. We're running low on groceries. Ingredients had to be ready in advance so she could cook whatever her sister wanted. So Jasmine grabbed some change, her keys, and, leaving Coco as the little watch cat, headed out for groceries. I'm heading out. The market wasn't far, close enough to walk to without needing a bus. The place bustled with friendly older folks, and Jasmine often shopped there, becoming familiar with many of the vendors. Over time, she grew fond of their conversations, her gentle and shy demeanor always endearing her to the vendors. Oh, Jasmine, back again. From a distance, Jasmine's petite figure caught the eyes of the busy vendors. It was rare to see such a young person at the market. Grandma Endo, how's your health? Need a hand with anything? Oh, it's just these old aches and pains, nothing serious. Are you here alone again, Jasmine? Seems like my sister's busy again these days. I wish I could help her out a bit more, too. Haha, you're such a thoughtful child, Jasmine. Just having that in your heart is more than enough. With a gentle smile, Grandma Endo reached over to pet Jasmine's head. Grandma Endo, Jasmine's round cheeks flushed a soft pink. The recipe you taught me last time, my sister loved it. So, could you teach me more recipes? Of course, Jasmine. Anything you want to learn, Grandma is here for you. In the end, Jasmine stayed to help Grandma Endo with some tasks. Although she was small, she could enhance her strength with cursed energy, making it possible for her to handle things alone. Grandma Endo couldn't resist Jasmine's offer to help and, in return, handed her a bag of strawberries and a bag of apples. Take these. You've earned it. With apples running low at home and finding it hard to refuse someone's kindness, Jasmine eventually accepted the fruits with a smile and a quick thank you. Oh, by the way, the Nagano family got some fresh fish in recently. You should check it out, I bet that old man saved a few of your favorites. Thank you. I'll stop by there, then. Take care, Grandma Endo. Waving goodbye, Jasmine turned and walked away with a smile brighter than the sun, one that even made Grandma Endo's eyes squint with delight. Such a good child. A short while later, Jasmine stood in the middle of the street, holding several bags. Got the fish, fruits, and veggies. We still have rice and soy sauce. After some thought, Jasmine decided to pick up some chicken and shrimp as well. Beoponsith had recently had a craving for fried food, which immediately brought fast food places like KFC and McDonald's to Jasmine's mind. How could Beoponsith eat from outside places? You can't even see how they make the food. Who knows if it's clean or not? Besides, I can make fried food, too. She only needs to eat the food I cook. It was, after all, for her sister's health. After finishing her errands, Jasmine hurried back home, where she immediately searched for Coco. Good girl, Coco, for not making a mess. Meow. Coco replied listlessly, as if asking, what exactly do you think I am? With her sister away, Jasmine only needed to prepare a single serving of food for herself. Though they were better off now, the habit of thriftiness lingered, a quiet reminder of the old days. Cooking, washing dishes, feeding the cat, doing laundry, hanging clothes to dry, cleaning the house, a fulfilling day passed in routine. Soon enough, Jasmine was back in her study, picking up her book right where her bookmark left off. The warm light stretched her shadow long, filling the room with a comfortable warmth. Jasmine! Jasmine! Jasmine felt someone gently shaking her shoulder, cradling her so softly she felt like she was drifting off into a lullaby. Jasmine! Jasmine, you fell asleep here again. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Jasmine's golden gaze gradually focused, and she saw the figure beside her clearly. Baopon Sith. Sister! Why don't you go to bed? What if you catch a cold? Baopon Sith frowned, giving her a reproachful look before letting out a gentle sigh. A moment later, Jasmine felt herself being scooped up, a hand slipping under her legs as she was lifted off the ground. It felt like a dream, the soft scent around her, her entire body weightlessly floating, then gently descending, cradled in a warm embrace. Have a good dream, Jasmine. Baopon Sith's slender fingers brushed Jasmine's hair aside, then she bent down, placing a light kiss on her forehead. Thank you for all you do, for our shared home. Chapter 32, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 32. Yesterday, she'd managed to slip some hints about Brain, the one lurking in Suguru Geto's head, into his mind. Of course, she didn't go into too much detail. After all, she had to be careful with information about her own suspicions. Most of her knowledge wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. Instead, she gave Geto a nudge, hinting that she was still investigating and not quite sure herself. By leading him half-truthfully in the direction she wanted, she made it easier for him to believe. She needed him to verify, to ponder, to doubt, and that way, he would end up believing it even more. People often question what's handed to them too easily, but they tend to trust conclusions they've struggled to reach on their own. Someone was always watching him and his dear friend, Satoru Gojo, someone who had even gone so far as to target his juniors. That deep-rooted kindness in Geto would surely haunt him sleeplessly. Before she left, Geto had asked for more information, but Baopon Sith brushed him off with, I still need to confirm a few things. I'll tell you once I'm sure. Give him time to mull it over, let him complicate things in his head, and she could keep things simple. Suguru Geto was bound to think, if even someone as terrifying as Baopon Sith can't handle that person, then they must be an extremely cunning and dangerous figure. Although this might shake her strong image, it was actually beneficial. The scarier Geto thought Brain was, the less time he'd have to dwell on his own darker urges. Then again, she wondered if he'd tell Gojo about the Brain. Coco, you're blocking the TV. Move. The little cat, Coco, who kept darting in and out between her and the screen, finally faced Baopon Sith's justice. She grabbed the cat by the scruff and promptly tossed her aside. Meow. Coco did an elegant backflip mid-air and landed gracefully, glaring up at Baopon Sith with a huff. Ah, so bored. Once upon a time, she could sit in front of the TV all day long, but now, nothing seemed to hold her interest. The shows felt bland, and even the news was dull. She'd once thought about searching for cursed spirits through the news. But after a few tries, she'd realized that most of what aired was rumor-based nonsense. All those so-called haunted locations were fake, certainly unrelated to cursed spirits or jujutsu sorcerers. It made sense, after all. The fear that cursed spirits caused could become a source of strength for them. To prevent that, the jujutsu world strictly censored all related information, and every fight with a cursed spirit involved setting up a special barrier called a curtain. Trying to find cursed spirits through official channels was absurd. That's why Vinci later developed a device capable of detecting cursed energy in the surroundings. Without it, Baopon Sith wouldn't have been able to exorcise spirits with such efficiency. Master, are you feeling bored? Hearing Da Vinci's voice, Beoponsith replied without a second thought. No. Lying isn't good, master. Shut it. Every time you call me, I know it means my break is over. She propped her feet up on the coffee table with a click of her tongue. So, I'm not very welcome in master's heart? Oh no. I'm heartbroken. Sob, sob. How can you be so good at playing cute? I thought we'd have plenty in common, master. After all, we both went through the process of changing from a man to a woman, not just physically but mentally as well. Zip it, or I'm ending the call. Beoponsith raised her hand, about to close the screen. No. Wait, master, hear me out. This time, it's not a mission. It's not about fixing singularities or pruning lost belts, just listen, okay? Beoponsith's hand hovered mid-air, but she reluctantly lowered it. Fine. Let's hear what scheme you've cooked up this time. Haha, trust me a little more, master. You'll see it has its perks. On the screen, Da Vinci cleared her throat and continued, Master, since you're just at home anyway, how about taking little Jasmine out on a date? Don't hang up. Listen, listen. At least let me explain, master. Beoponsith was ready to cut Da Vinci off, thinking the joke was getting out of hand. Two girls going on a date? To this, Da Vinci explained. It's not an actual date. Although, master, you'd probably be fine, it's best to avoid anything that could get you in trouble. I'm just suggesting you take Jasmine out for a fun day, Da Vinci said, holding up a finger, her expression serious. Kids Jasmine's age are enjoying the innocence and joy of school life, yet Jasmine? She's hardly been out. Even when she does, it's usually only for grocery runs, or while under your close watch. That's not healthy for her development, mentally speaking. I get that Jasmine's not suited for a regular school environment, but master, you still need to help her experience some of what kids her age should be doing. Like going out to have fun, or, I don't know, even taking her to pick out a dress from a clothing store. After Da Vinci's lecture, Beoponsith suddenly felt a bit guilty. Raising a child wasn't something she'd done before. Jasmine was a remarkably mature and well-behaved kid who rarely asked for anything, and always seemed content with whatever she had. In the whirlwind of battles and missions, Beoponsith had simply overlooked it. Sitting up, Beoponsith shifted into a kneeling position on the couch, leaning her arms on the backrest. Just then, Jasmine passed by, holding a large basket of laundry she'd just brought in from drying outside. Without really thinking, Beoponsith called out to her. Jasmine, want to go on a date with me? Jasmine's physical strength, of course, was enhanced through cursed energy, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to carry such heavy loads. But the moment Beoponsith's last word left her lips, Jasmine's flow of cursed energy suddenly jolted in a frenzy. Bang! As Beoponsith watched the pile of clothes that now lay scattered on the floor and the half-buried Jasmine with only her legs sticking out, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. T/N, Da Vinci, I love you. Chapter 33, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 33. Thank you. As soon as the cone was in her hand, Beoponsith couldn't resist nibbling off the little peak of the ice cream. She quickly flicked her tongue around the edges, determined to avoid any drips on her hand. Today's sun was relentless, blazing a stark white. The never-ending chorus of cicadas made the heat feel even more intense. Jasmine sat alone under the shade of a tree, her milk-pale legs pressed tightly together, sitting primly with a few plastic bags by her side. She was dressed in a cool, light blue dress, the short sleeves sheer at the shoulders, decorated with little star-shaped charms around the waist. Her usually shoulder-length grey hair was neatly clipped back, finally revealing her rare and lovely golden eyes, usually hidden by her bangs. Today, Jasmine looked livelier, showing a bit more of the energy someone her age should have. Here, Jasmine. This one's for you. Oh. Thank you, Beoponsith. Standing beside Jasmine, Beoponsith, too, had opted not to wear her usual bright red dress. Though as a servant, she didn't really feel the heat, her usual attire might have drawn too much attention out in public. Her outfit today was a white off-shoulder blouse with delicate grey patterns, the neckline dipping down to her collarbone, leaving her smooth shoulders exposed to the sun. The blouse was snug, accentuating her figure, while a black pleated skirt fell just below. The blouse didn't quite reach the waistband, leaving a small strip of her skin bare, and her look struck a balance between elegance and innocence. Despite her more casual attire, Beoponsith's love for heels remained unwavering. Her shoes were primarily white, with the thin stiletto and solace in a striking emerald green. Jasmine accepted the strawberry cone with both hands, her politeness almost excessive, as though handling something precious. Beoponsith didn't like strawberries themselves but loved strawberry-flavored treats and drinks, whether it was strawberry cookies, milk, or cake. Jasmine's cone was also strawberry-flavored, simply because she had said, "I'll take the same as you, sister." Beoponsith couldn't help but wish Jasmine would embrace her own preferences more rather than echoing hers. Ah! It's dripping. Beoponsith frowned as drops of strawberry ice cream trickled down her fingers. Such a waste. This weather really does melt ice cream fast. Without thinking, she licked the melting ice cream off the cone, then switched it to her left hand as she gently lapped the pink droplets that had seeped between her fingers. Even though she'd cleaned it up, her hands still carried a sweet strawberry scent. Without hesitation, she parted her lips and delicately sucked her fingertips, savoring every hint of sweetness left behind. Jasmine watched the whole scene, entranced, unable to look away. So much so that she didn't even notice her own ice cream melting. "Jasmine! Jasmine! Your cone's melting! Oh no!" In a flurry of movement, Jasmine's cheeks flushed a deep red as she glanced down. Beoponsith crouched in front of her, taking out a tissue to carefully wipe Jasmine's hands. As for Beoponsith's own ice cream, she'd already polished it off. "Honestly, why do you keep spacing out?" Even though Beoponsith was gently dabbing her hands, Jasmine felt an odd sense of disappointment welling up inside her. "How many times have you drifted off today? Could it be heat stroke?" Her sister's concerned words reached her ears just as a cool, soft hand pressed gently to her cheek. You do feel a little warm." Those crystal-clear grey eyes, like flawless glass, reflected only her, filling Jasmine's heart with a happiness that was hard to put into words. Still crouched down, Beoponsith glanced around, her eyes landing on a nearby cafe. "Jasmine, there's a cafe over there that looks air-conditioned. Let's go in for a bit." Beoponsith rose to her feet, brushing her skirt, then extended her hand to Jasmine, taking her free hand in one while picking up the shopping bags with the other. As they stepped inside, a delicate bell chimed above them, and a refreshing blast of cool air chased away the residual heat from outside, making them feel much more at ease. It was a popular retreat from the heat, and finding an empty seat proved challenging. Even though they'd just had ice cream, it felt rude not to order something now that they'd taken a seat inside. With the recent reward from the Star Vessel incident, Beoponsith didn't mind splurging a little. Looking over the menu the waitress had handed them, she ordered an Earl Grey latte and a large, 3-layer chocolate fruit parfait. Jasmine, however, spent a long time staring at the menu. With her bangs clipped back, her widened golden eyes were clear to see as she perused each item on the menu. I don't really need anything." With Beoponsith and the waitress both looking at her, Jasmine's voice grew softer and softer, almost inaudible. "I'll leave it up to you, sister." Her head lowered so much she was nearly staring at her lap. "Leaving it to me, are you? Really?" Beoponsith found herself reminiscing. When she was younger and her parents would take her out to eat, every time they asked what she wanted to order, she'd always reply with a casual "whatever, you decide, or I don't mind." Were her parents just as exasperated with her back then as she was with Jasmine now? Your sister is really adorable, you know. The waitress leaned down slightly to speak, drawing Beoponsith's attention. Good eye. Beoponsith's grey eyes sparkled with pride as she straightened up. Jasmine is my adorable, most beloved little sister. At her words, Jasmine pursed her lips, her ears turning bright red. She reached up, instinctively, to pull on a hood that wasn't there. She'd worn a dress today instead of her usual hoodie, so there was no hood to hide under. Their order was soon placed. Through the whole process, Beoponsith and the waitress bonded over their mutual appreciation of Jasmine, making her want to hide under the table. After taking their order, the waitress stole a few more glances at Jasmine, as though trying to edge her shy, flustered look into memory. As the waitress walked off, Beoponsith propped her chin on her hand, casting a sly glance at her retreating figure. In Beoponsith's eyes alone, a serpent-like curse spirit coiled tightly around the waitress's neck, chuckling with a revolting hiss. Since you have good taste, I'll do you a favor. Muttering to herself, Beoponsith extended her hand without the waitress noticing, crimson, eerie mana pooling in her palm. Sensing imminent doom, the cursed spirit squirmed violently, its laughter twisting into a shrill scream. But Beoponsith ignored its desperate struggles, dispatching it with a swift, airbound strike. The curse didn't even last a second before it disintegrated to nothing. The waitress, a few steps away, paused, her expression shifting as she rubbed her shoulder with a puzzled look. But she quickly shrugged it off, going back to her work without a second thought. Chapter 34, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 34. The hem of this new dress was far too short for her liking, leaving her calves feeling exposed and chilly. There was absolutely no sense of security. Since she'd put it on, whether in the mall, on the street, or now, Jasmine had felt more eyes on her than ever before, all watching her with a strange intensity. Even Beoponsith hadn't stopped gazing at her, chin resting on her hand, as she looked Jasmine up and down. Jasmine fidgeted, pressing her hands into her thighs under the table in a vain attempt to ease her anxiety. Sister? Jasmine asked hesitantly, is this? Does it look strange on me? Nonsense. Right now, Jasmine is the cutest girl in the whole world. Wah! Beoponsith, really? Her cheeks felt like they were on fire, and her heart pounded so loudly she thought it might leap out of her chest. With no hat to hide under, Jasmine resorted to cradling her hot face with her hands, hiding behind her own hair. But, everyone's been giving me these weird looks since earlier, Jasmine whispered, glancing nervously at Beoponsith. Isn't it because I look strange? That's because they're enchanted by your cuteness, of course. Everyone appreciates something adorable, regardless of who they are. Beoponsith chuckled, ruffling Jasmine's soft grey hair. Have a little confidence in yourself. Even the waitress called you cute, remember? I. Cute? Me? Jasmine's head drooped as Beoponsith's gentle strokes left her feeling woozy, her face redder than ever. Just then, the bell at the cafe's door chimed, and Beoponsith glanced instinctively in its direction. 2 customers had entered, both dressed head to toe in black. And no, they didn't look like gin and vodka from Detective Conan. Theirs was the standard black uniform of Jujutsu High. One of them, with neatly combed blonde hair, looked oddly mature for a high schooler, complete with faint lines near his eyes. The other, with dark hair, had a cheerful demeanor that felt almost overwhelming, in a way Beoponsith usually avoided. Come to think of it, that dark-haired one looked familiar. Hadn't she seen him recently? As soon as they entered, both of them scanned the room, as if looking for a place to sit. Then, the dark-haired student locked eyes with Beoponsith. She watched as he blinked in surprise, then broke into a wide, delighted grin and made a beeline towards her. Hey! You're the one who, keep your voice down. You're bothering the people around us. Before he'd even taken 2 steps, the dark-haired boy found his neck in a firm grip as his friend yanked him back, deepening the faint lines by his eyes. Who is this overly friendly clown? Clearly, Beoponsith had already forgotten about Hiroshi Habara, the very student she'd saved just yesterday. Compared to the likes of Gojo Satoru or Suguru Geto, Habara had a face entirely lacking in distinction. And with his character cut short in the story, he didn't have the lasting impact of someone like Nanami Kento. Hey! You seriously don't remember me? It's me, the one you saved yesterday? I'd be dead if it weren't for you, killed by that special grade curse. Huh? And why exactly should I remember you just because I saved your life? To Beoponsith, saving him hadn't been some grand gesture. It was done out of personal satisfaction, a selfing kindness. He could repay her or not, it made no difference to her, and she certainly wasn't about to store it in her memory as an act of benevolence. This mindset had one advantage: if anyone ever tried to guilt-trip her into helping them again, with a line like, "You helped me once, so why not finish the job?" she could simply reply, "Sorry, I'm not that morally obligated." But Habara seemed to interpret her indifference in an entirely different way, seeing it as nothing at all. Such compassion! You truly are an incredible person. His exaggerated words made Beoponsith cringe, and yet Habara went on, clearly moved. Even Nanami beside him looked at her with a newfound respect, as if he'd just revised his opinion of her. I don't know what you're imagining, but it's wrong. You're too kind-hearted to stay on the side of curse users. Why not come over to our side, with the jujutsu sorcerers? Kind-hearted and compassionate. Did either of those words apply to her at all? Also. So, you know I'm a curse user? Isn't that supposed to make me an irredeemable villain to you jujutsu sorcerers? No problem. I trust my own instincts. Habara proudly gave her a thumbs up. You're definitely a rare, genuinely good person. Is that so? Then your instincts are awful. As they chatted, the parfaits and drinks Beoponsith had ordered finally arrived, and Habara and Nanami picked up the menus to place their own orders. Would you like me to treat you? Beoponsith asked suddenly. No need, Nanami replied calmly. We may still be students, but removing curses earns us a decent reward. Well, in that case, I'll never be a jujutsu sorcerer. Taking a spoonful of parfait, Beoponsith let the rich chocolate and sweet fruit blend on her palate, lifting her mood considerably. There's no way I could peacefully coexist with the higher UPS in your jujutsu world. They're wary of me for having strength that surpasses Gojo Satoru, and I have zero respect for their cowardice and complacency. To drive her point home, Beoponsith gave a few examples. Take Gojo Satoru, for instance. The higher UPS even considered eliminating him at one point. But he grew too powerful, too quickly, and by the time they realized it, they were already powerless to stop him. Recently, I came across a promising young talent, someone who might one day rival even Gojo. But I've heard the higher UPS are actually contemplating whether to get rid of him before he grows too powerful. Habara gaped in shock at her words, while Nanami's expression grew a shade darker. Instead of surprise, however, he merely asked, "Where did you hear all this?" "Oh, I have my sources." Chapter 35, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 35. Apparently, the original intent was for Yuta Okotsu to be the main protagonist of Jujutsu Kaisen, though for reasons unknown, the focus later shifted to Yuji Itadori. Thinking of Okotsu, Beoponsith couldn't help but recall some of the absurd moves the Jujutsu High UPS had pulled over the years. Those higher UPS had always feared Gojo Satoru's strength. If Gojo weren't so overwhelmingly powerful, many suspected they would have tried to eliminate him ages ago. But even now, they continued to undermine him in small, underhanded ways. In the original story, Yuta Okotsu transformed Rika into a special grade curse, and the higher UPS, terrified of his power, immediately ordered his execution. It was only Gojo's intervention that saved him, bringing him into Jujutsu High and teaching him how to wield his abilities. Then, after Gojo was sealed, the higher UPS first order of business wasn't to release him or take up arms against the curses. Instead, they sent Okotsu to kill Sukuna's vessel, Yuji Itadori. Some people say that the higher UPS judgment about Itadori was spot on. After all, even after Gojo's release, he ended up dying at Sukuna's hand, and many of those tragedies would have been averted if Itadori had died earlier. Beoponsith agreed that there was some logic to that. But what about the other things the higher UPS did? Undermining Gojo and ordering Okotsu's execution. They really thought the same Okotsu they once tried to kill would follow their orders to eliminate his own fellow student? But what Beoponsith found most revolting was that, after Gojo was sealed, the higher UPS had sentenced Gojo's teacher and Jujutsu High's principal, Masamichi Yaga, to death simply because they feared his technique. They claimed Yaga's technique could create an army loyal only to him, a force capable of overthrowing the entire Jujutsu establishment. But their real aim was to seize the power for themselves. They'd even gone so far as to tell Yaga that he'd be spared if he revealed his technique's secrets, an offer tainted by ugly greed disguised as justice. In the end, it was no surprise that the first thing Gojo did upon his release was wipe out the entire higher-up council. The enemies were strong enough to drive anyone to despair, who needed traitors like them around, anyway? She suddenly thought of the Central 46 from Bleach, a council that, despite their authority, were cowardly, hypocritical, and useless in the face of outside threats but absolute experts at infighting. Of course, all this wasn't something she could just say to Jujutsu High's students. All she needed to say was that she didn't see eye to eye with their higher UPS. As Beoponsith looked at Habara, a thought suddenly came to mind. By the way, what happened with that shrine? When both students turned their attention to her, she added, the abandoned shrine that produced that special grade curse. Weren't they supposed to tear it down and rebuild? What's the situation now? Beoponsith didn't know why she cared so much about that place. It was just a question that popped into her mind. Oh, that shrine. Nanami and Habara exchanged glances before Nanami finally explained. Someone died there, so no matter how much they tried, there was no covering it up. All construction plans for the area were scrapped. I heard the shrine has been around for over 400 years, and the locals worship a land deity there. Some of the elders believe it was the deity who manifested to protect them, so there's talk of renovating the shrine and resuming the old traditions. I see. Stirring her parfait absent-mindedly, Beoponsith wasn't entirely sure what feeling drove her to ask about it. Was it because of that conscious curse spirit? She didn't know. Lost in thought, she stirred the parfait slowly, then glanced over at Jasmine sitting beside her. Jasmine. In the middle of eating her parfait, Jasmine looked over, a few large question marks practically hovering above her head. Then she watched as Beoponsith took out a napkin, gently wiping the cream from her mouth with a soft but focused touch. Messy little kitten. You didn't even notice the cream on your face. Don't squirm, or I'll miss a spot. Though Beoponsith's expression was one of mild irritation, her words overflowed with tenderness. Nanami and Habara shared a look, Habara's face breaking into a proud grin, while Nanami shut his eyes to avoid acknowledging him. Frustrated by Nanami's lack of reaction, Habara pursed his lips, then turned to Beoponsith. Hey! Savi! Don't call me savior! Every time you say it, I feel like ants are crawling all over me. Ah! Got it! Seeing Habara nodding in complete devotion, Beoponsith fought the urge to grab him by the collar and demand to know, what exactly do you think you understand? So, what should I call you from now on? After finishing cleaning Jasmine's face, Beoponsith thought for a moment before answering. Tristan. Tristan. Habara tilted his head, repeating the name, and Nanami filled in the blanks for him. Tristan. also rendered as Tristram or Tristane, is one of the Knights of the Round Table who served King Arthur. Known for his archery skills and love for music, he was sometimes called the Knight of Sorrow or Child of Sadness. Oh! I know about King Arthur and the Round Table. No wonder you're so honourable and kind you aspire to be a knight. Haber's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at her, only for Beoponseth to shoot him down with a disdainful reply. Ha! I don't know any King Arthur or Knights of the Round Table. Wasn't Arthur just Artoria? If it weren't for that shabby fairyland fairy, there's no way Her Majesty's reign would have been overthrown. The fairy kingdom would never have fallen. You listen up. The reason I go by Tristan isn't for any ridiculous knighthood nonsense, it's because that name is an honor bestowed upon me by my mother. It's a name that marks my mother's recognition of me. Get that wrong, and I'll cut you to pieces. I am Fairy Knight Tristan, not the Tristan of the human order. And the only king I serve is Her Majesty Morgan, not that lackluster Artoria. Chapter 36, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 36. While explaining about Tristan earlier, Nanami had deliberately left out a famous story, the one where Tristan's words, "The king does not understand the hearts of his people," indirectly led to the downfall of the Knights of the Round Table. But then, an inkling surfaced in Nanami's mind. He'd heard the name Tristan before, and not from legends. Wasn't there a real figure with that name? Could it be that Tristan, the one who'd slaughtered countless curse users, is actually her? If Gojo Satoru was the most powerful among the Jujutsu sorcerers, then Tristan held that title among curse users. However, despite being a curse user, Tristan hadn't terrorized innocents, disrupted society, or hunted down Jujutsu sorcerers. Instead, she'd been responsible for eradicating many of her fellow curse users. Because Gojo Satoru had both the Six Eyes and the Limitless Curse technique, most curse users had gone into hiding, leaving the Jujutsu sorcerers scrambling for ways to eliminate the remaining threats. Then, Tristan appeared. For the curse users, who had already been pushed to their limits by Gojo Satoru's presence, her arrival was like a spark in a powder keg. Cornered rabbits bite back, after all, and the curse users who'd survived the Jujutsu world's relentless pursuit were proud, powerful, and tenacious. Eventually, a coalition of curse users organized an assault on Tristan. The Jujutsu community caught wind of this plan but decided to let the curse users deal with her, seeing it as a case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Then the news came, Tristan had annihilated every single curse user who came for her, leaving not a single one alive. Most people in the Jujutsu world dismissed the story as mere rumor, imagining it as an attempt by curse users to invent a figure who could rival Gojo Satoru, a bogeyman to keep the Jujutsu community on edge. They reasoned that a figure like Gojo only appeared once in a millennium. Surely, there couldn't be another just as powerful in the same era. After that, news of Tristan dwindled until she faded from public attention altogether, making the higher UPS even more certain that her existence was a fabrication, or that, if she had existed, she must have been gravely injured and died in battle. As time passed, Gojo Satoru exceeded all expectations, earning the title of the strongest of the modern era, while Tristan's name became little more than a ghost story remembered only in underground circles. You look like you've finally figured out who I am. Nanami lifted his gaze and met Beoponseth's amused grey eyes. No, this makes sense. Nanami pinched the bridge of his nose, regaining his composure. Considering you're someone who can defeat even Mr. Gojo, it would be unusual if there were no record of you. Even Nanami was shocked, to think that the legendary Gojo Satoru of the curse users actually existed and that she was a young girl. Beoponseth seemed roughly the same age as him, perhaps even younger. Just how old had she been when she single-handedly annihilated dozens of curse users? The more Nanami pondered it, the more overwhelming it seemed, and he rubbed his temples with a sigh. The Star religious group went all out trying to capture the Star plasma vessel. If even you got involved. It's not like I'm here for a bounty, this is the story's opening arc, I couldn't just skip it. Though admittedly, the Star religious group had been willing to spend a pretty penny. That's nonsense. It's not as if Lady Tristan, I mean Miss Tristan, was out hunting the star plasma vessel on behalf of the star religious group. Habara interjected, struggling to keep up with the conversation. I heard from Ghetto Senpai that Miss Tristan acted to protect the star plasma vessel. But Riko Amanai was the star plasma vessel chosen by Master Tenjin. Nanami's voice held no discernible emotion. If Master Tenjin can't merge with the vessel, the stability of this country could be at risk. Hearing this, Baopansith's gaze hardened. So, you too? You think Riko Amanai should be merged with this Tenjin, that her very existence was only meant to be sacrificed on this predetermined date? No, I believe it's a grievous thing, which is why I want to understand your perspective. Nanami's gaze reflected Baopansith's face, and though he feared angering her, after a moment's hesitation, he asked his question. When you decided to save Riko Amanai, did you ever worry about this country? Did you fear that Master Tenjin's technique might fail and bring disaster here? The atmosphere grew heavy. It felt as if the air had gained weight, making each breath harder to take. Fortunately, Nanami and Habara had already set up a barrier around them, otherwise, the other patrons in the cafe might have been crushed by the sheer pressure. Humph! Here I thought you were going to ask something interesting. Baopansith sneered, as if laughing at their naivety. A foolish question. Why should I care what happens to this country? Let me be clear, I never once feared that this nation would suffer a disaster because of my actions. Please. In the original story, Riko Amanai was killed, and Master Tenjin's technique was still stable. He held things together until the main plot began, didn't he? Why should I care? Seeing the shock and wariness in their eyes, Baopansith found the whole situation amusing. Even though Master Tenjin failed to merge with Riko Amanai, nothing happened to this country. Has anyone ever explained why? Recently, Special Grade Sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo mentioned that Master Tenjin had prepared a backup vessel in case the merger with Riko Amanai failed, which is why a disaster was averted. Baopansith took the last bite of her parfait, her gaze downcast as she spoke. That's a lie. Ignoring their stunned faces, she continued, expressionless, even without merging with the vessel, Tenjin can still slow his aging by drawing on the power of the barriers around him. There's no need to sacrifice a young girl's future. Baopansith pointed her spoon at the pair across the table, her voice cold. So, whether it's the Star Religious Group or your precious Tenjin, I don't see either of them as anything worth respecting. If you're wondering whether I'll feel guilty about what I've done, then you're bound to be disappointed. This whole situation was flawed from the start. Nanami stared into Baopansith's eyes for a long moment before a soft smile broke across his face. Maybe so, but I think I've already found the answers I was looking for. Is that right? Chapter 37, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 37. The original story defined curse users as evil sorcerers, a frustratingly vague term. In the anime, such a loose definition didn't matter as much. But now that she was living in this world, Baopansith had come to understand what curse users truly were. Simply put, curse users were individuals who either threatened social order or opposed jujutsu sorcerers. Fulfilling either of these conditions, or both, branded someone a curse user. In Jujutsu Kaisen, it was said that Gojo Satoru's birth shattered a balance that had held in the jujutsu world for nearly 1,000 years. With his arrival, curses began appearing with greater frequency and intensity. It was a concept that echoed the yin-yang philosophy, the balance of good and evil, light and dark. Ever since ancient times, these opposites maintained a fragile yet immutable equilibrium. She recalled a line from Jackie Chan Adventures that she'd watched as a child, where Uncle had said something along the lines of, "When one demon is defeated, a stronger one is born to fill the void, keeping the balance of yin and yang." Watching Jujutsu Kaisen, Baopansith had noticed something interesting. When exactly did Suguru Geto turn to the dark side? The answer: when Gojo Satoru mastered the reversal curse technique and became the true strongest of the modern era. Was this a mere coincidence? Perhaps not. On the surface, Gojo's rise to power put pressure on Geto, and their increasing separations meant Gojo failed to notice Geto's growing despair. There were countless reasons for Geto's fall. But with the lens of yin-yang balance, Baopansith developed another theory. Gojo's birth alone had disrupted a millennium-old balance in the Jujutsu world, sparking a rise in curse activity. What happened when Gojo reached the peak of his power and became the strongest of the modern era? What did fate do to maintain the balance? Perhaps it caused another special grade sorcerer to betray the side of good and join the forces of evil. It was a brilliant move, simultaneously weakening the light and bolstering the dark. If this theory held true, then many other events would make sense. During the night parade of 100 Demons incident, Yuta Okotsu, a special grade sorcerer, joined the good side, and Suguru Geto, representing the evil side, was defeated, once again upsetting the balance between good and evil. And so, the new villain, Brain, emerged, bringing with him the strongest of 1,000 years ago Ryaman Sukuna. Thus, the delicate balance between good and evil was re-established, and the plot of the anime began. Baopansith had initially chosen to be a curse user because she'd thought, I'm probably at least as powerful as Gojo, right? So if I join the side of the curse users, maybe Geto won't need to turn to darkness for the sake of balance. But so far, Baopansith hadn't noticed any significant impact from her decision. Or maybe I haven't been bad enough? Can't be a good person, can't be a proper villain. She suddenly felt like a failure. Jasmine, would you like to study at Jujutsu High? Baopansith's sudden question caught everyone off guard. Jasmine looked up, her expression wavering like a kitten on the verge of being abandoned. But before that look could fully form, Baopansith reached over and gently patted her head. I'm not abandoning you. In fact, you've done nothing wrong, far from it. I'm proud of everything you've accomplished, Jasmine. You're my most treasured little sister, so calm down and listen. Baopansith softened her tone as much as possible to soothe Jasmine's anxiety. Her usually mischievous grey eyes now shone like a calm lake under a summer night, reflecting a field of starlight. I want you to be happy, Jasmine. I want you to look back on your life one day and smile, genuinely. I want your canvas to be filled with all kinds of colors more and more. I know you want to stay by my side, I know you want to help me. But I don't want to hold you back. I can be your sister, your mentor, your teacher, even your pillar of strength, but that shouldn't be everything. You deserve friends who'll share your dreams, juniors who'll look up to you, and rivals to challenge you. After speaking with Da Vinci earlier, Baopansith had done some serious thinking. Leaving aside the inevitable day when she'd move on to other worlds, even if she stayed here, she wanted Jasmine to be surrounded by more people. I want people other than me to stand by you, not because you're my little sister or because I'm your guardian, but because you're Jasmine. People who'll be drawn to you, who'll anchor you to this world. A life worth living is filled with meetings and partings. With every encounter, we learn to understand others and ourselves. With every goodbye, we grow stronger and wiser. Both the comings and goings are precious. Jasmine placed her hand over Baopansith's, feeling a warmth seep into her palm as her sister's words echoed softly in her mind. Baopansith, are you still treating me like a child? Do you feel like you've already grown up? Baopansith's hand ruffled Jasmine's soft grey hair. Growth isn't something that happens just because you've survived danger or experienced loss. Maturity might happen overnight, but growing up takes time. It's in the little things, more hair on your pillow, a favorite snack disappearing from store shelves. All these tiny disappointments add up, and only then can you say you've truly grown. Wait. Didn't she hear that somewhere before? Baopansith's brow furrowed as she realized she'd just repeated something word for word, sneaking a glance at the contemplative look on Nanami's face. Jasmine wanted to grow up. As long as Baopansith treated her as a child, Jasmine could only follow behind, never able to stand as her equal, never able to lighten her burden. But if growing up meant saying goodbye to her sister, you don't have to decide right now. Beoponsith pressed down on Jasmine's head, cutting off her train of thought. I just thought of it since the Jujutsu High people were here. This is a big decision, one that will shape your future. I want you to take as much time as you need to choose, and make sure it's one you'll never regret. So, that's all for now. Beoponsith turned to Nanamai and Habara. If Jasmine decides she'd like to join Jujutsu High, I'd appreciate it if you could lend her a hand. Of course. If it's for Miss Tristan, it's as good as done. Leave it to me. Habara said without hesitation, beaming with pride, prompting Nanamai to look away with a sigh. Compared to Habara, Nanamai's response was much more measured. I'll put in a word at Jujutsu High on her behalf. Yes, that's enough. Beoponsith might distrust the higher UPS in the Jujutsu world, but she trusted Masamichi Yaga. She wondered if Yaga had already become the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High by now. T/N, hehe, I like Kenjaku's nickname. Chapter 38, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 38. The blood-red sun sank fully behind the western mountains, as blue twilight retreated from the sky, making way for a starlit night. With shopping bags dangling from her shoulders, Beoponsith couldn't resist stopping at a few street stalls to pick up snacks. Jasmine, see anything you'd like to try? You can choose, sister. Alright, then let's get some takoyaki, it looks good. This sort of exchange had happened multiple times that evening. Jasmine, determined not to be a bother, had taken on a selfless, almost passive demeanor. Whenever a choice came up, her thoughts immediately turned to what does sister want, rather than what do I want. Having someone care about her preferences this much was endearing, of course, but if Beoponsith could have her way, she'd want Jasmine to show a bit more selfishness, to want things for herself. Puff, puff. Here, Jasmine, try a bite of takoyaki. Careful, it's hot. Taking a break, they sat on a bench, the stars flowing above them like a river, while a street lamp cast a gentle, warm glow that pushed away the night's chill. The light illuminated Beoponsith's profile, accentuating her sharp features, making her skin seem even fairer, lending her an almost lifelike beauty. In that moment, time felt frozen, as if she and the lamplight formed a perfect painting. Ah! I could gaze at that beautiful smile forever. Take a small bite first, don't rush. Yes, just like that. Takoyaki can be tricky, the outside cools quickly, but the inside can burn your tongue, so go slowly, and test it with your teeth first. Holding the takoyaki container in one hand and a toothpick in the other, Beoponsith guided Jasmine patiently, as though she were a seasoned expert. It was as if she'd eaten takoyaki countless times, but the truth was she could count on one hand how many times she'd had it, and half of those times, she'd burned herself. Her expertise was born of painful experience rather than any real talent. It had been a wonderful day, but Jasmine was still young, so it was time to head home and get her to bed. They hailed a taxi back. Taxis in Japan were notoriously expensive, with a base fare over 40 yen and per kilometer costs that quickly added up, even for short distances. But Beoponsith didn't want to drag Jasmine, along with all their bags, onto a crowded train. Besides, they weren't short on money these days. The taxi's interior was far more comfortable than the subway, with white seat covers and no signs of wear or strange odors. The car was spacious, and the driver, dressed neatly in a suit, added to the pleasant ambience. As they drove along the highway, the streetlights flickered by like slides in a projector. Beoponsith rested her head on her hand, staring out at the passing nightscape, lost in thought, until a glowing screen suddenly appeared before her eyes. Only she could see the screen and hear the voice within, so she remained silent, her expression gradually shifting from calm to somber. The taxi was now on a desolate road lined with trees, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, without tall buildings or signs of life. "Mister, could you stop somewhere quiet up ahead? Beoponsith stepped out alone, instructing the taxi driver to continue on, sending Jasmine and their bags home. Jasmine, you go on ahead. I'll catch up soon. That was all she said before sending Jasmine and the taxi on their way. What a shame. I was in such a good mood just now, she muttered, as the night breeze played with her hair. In the next instant, the night sky turned a fiery red as a burning sun rose high, flooding the world with heat waves. The blazing sun fell to the ground. The earth melted into magma. Trees turned to charcoal. Flames rolled like ocean waves. From the thick sea of lava, a figure emerged, a single glaring eye fixed on the massive sun covering the ground. Then, from within the blazing sun, a voice dripped with suppressed irritation. As payment for ruining my lovely day. What should have been a mass of flames was neatly sliced like tofu. A figure in red appeared amidst the silver moon and the red blaze, her tall silhouette emanating a chilling aura that instantly cooled the air around her. How do you plan to compensate me? It had been a delightful evening, only for her to be ambushed. Naturally, Beoponsith was not pleased. But as she got a better look at her attacker, a flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Isn't that Yago? One of the 4 disasters special grade cursed spirit, Yago. Also known online as Yago the Misfortunate. The one fans like to call, can't beat anyone, only ever challenges the strongest. But wait. At this point in the timeline, was Yago this strong? Die. In that split-second distraction, Yago launched another attack. Suddenly, volcanic craters erupted from the walls and ground, spewing columns of magma that engulfed Beoponsith's silhouette. It's not over yet. Yago roared, his palm firing rapid red-hot fireballs like a machine gun. As the fireballs sank into the sea of magma, the heat intensified, distorting the very air around them. 3 colossal snakes of red flame slithered across the molten landscape, spewing fiery tongues that turned the sky crimson. When he'd fired off all his fireballs, Yago leaped high, raising a massive burning sun above his head, then slammed it down with all his might. The sun, radiating a suffocating aura of destruction, crashed into the magma sea, sending waves surging in every direction. When Yago finally landed, he was gasping for breath, but a smug grin tugged at his mouth. Just a human. No matter how strong, they can't possibly. The words died in his throat as an enormous, blood-red slash tore through the sky, as if splitting the world in two. The crimson blade parted the magma sea along with Yago's artificial sun, as though reenacting the myth of Moses dividing the sea. Tap! Tap! The rhythmic sound of high heels striking the ground echoed as Beoponsith emerged, a dark red silhouette surrounded by fiery feathers, resembling a goddess of flames. If you ignored the cold, predatory gleam in her eyes, like a snake eyeing its ensnared prey. At that moment, Yago felt himself shrink, reduced to a rat hiding in the shadows, while the figure before him grew, looming over him like a serpent coiled and ready to strike. The instant he recognized this feeling, fury surged, momentarily overpowering his fear. You wretched! Chapter 39, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 39. Unforgivable to feel such fear. Unforgivable, this woman who made me feel such fear. Yago clenched his fingers in a sealing gesture, flames roaring up behind him like the fangs and claws of a ravenous beast, surging toward Beoponsith as she advanced, undeterred. Her steps remained calm and measured, and the fire disintegrated into neat slices before even reaching her, like paper shredded into confetti. Yago's eyes widened in shock, his instincts compelling him to take a step back. Then he immediately stepped forward again, refusing to acknowledge his own hesitation. Fueled by fury and determined to erase his shame, Yago roared, his attacks growing more frenzied. Walls of fire sprang up, only to part when Beoponsith's foot touched down. Explosions of molten rock were cut apart as smoothly as tofu. Swarms of ember beetles self-destructed, unable to touch her. No sound the explosions, the magma, the buzzing of the ember beetles could drown out the steady rhythm of her footsteps. Not only were his attacks failing to harm her, but they couldn't even disrupt her pace. By now, Iago had descended into a kind of madness. Just as he prepared to launch another assault, he realized that the looming figure, exuding an overwhelming presence, was suddenly right in front of him. The fireball in his hand trembled. He had never felt death so close. It was like a python coiling around him, hissing against his neck. Like a seed of death had been planted within him, drawing out his life, ready to tear through his body at any moment. Arg! Ah! Iago shook, growled, and howled in rage. Overcoming the terror of death with sheer will, he launched an attack on his formidable foe before him. Yet, as he tried to throw his fireball, he realized, he couldn't feel his limbs. When staring down at his missing arms and legs, Iago's mind was flooded with confusion. Then, a surge of force struck his chest and abdomen, raw power expanding from within as though his entire body were meant to be obliterated, destroying every organ, vein, and bone. Blown back, Iago's body was launched through the air, smashing through countless trees, gouging deep craters in the ground, before finally crashing into a lake and coming to a halt. Relying on cursed energy, he barely managed to stay afloat. Leaning over his knees, he spat out a mouthful of purple blood, stumbling under the strain. Desperately, he tried to rise, but his body refused to cooperate. Standing was an exertion beyond his strength. His vision blurred, his head pounded, and his ears rang incessantly. He could barely breathe, his legs wobbled like jelly. When his sight finally cleared, the first thing he saw was a pair of blood-red high heels. What happened? Where's that arrogant pride of yours? Why are you on your knees now? Are you here to beg to be my slave? Under the silver moonlight, Beoponsith looked down at him, one hand on her hip, a smile so cold it sent a shiver through his entire being. Not a chance. You're ugly, and weak so much so that I wouldn't even let you be my dog. Your only worth to me is the pitiful screams you'll make when you die. So go on, wail in despair, scream with all you've got. Ha ha ha. Weak? Me? You dare call me weak? Cursed energy pooled in Iago's hand, the lake beneath him beginning to boil. Steam rose, and the water turned red-hot as if ignited from below. But before Iago could launch an attack, Beoponsith swung her right arm in a half-circle, bringing her elbow crashing down onto his shoulder. The devastating impact tore through his body like a swarm of locusts in a rice field, breaking down his bones and sinews. With a loud splash, Iago's head plunged into the lake. The force from her strike spread through the water, sending massive waves rippling across the lake's surface. Beoponsith followed immediately, diving underwater. Despite it being night and underwater, her vision remained crystal clear. Surges of magical energy propelled her forward, closing the distance between them in seconds. Just as she was about to reach him, however, her expression shifted slightly. In the next instant, two enormous, white fish with mouths lined with razor-sharp teeth emerged from the darkness, ready to swallow her whole. Boom! Beoponsith burst out of the water, the two colossal fish chasing her, each tooth larger than her entire body. What a catch! If she turned these into sashimi, they'd feed an entire village. The thought crossed her mind as she lifted her hand and made a slicing motion. The moonlight seemed to sharpen into blades, cutting through the fish's armor-like scales as if they were paper, killing them in a single swipe. Her hair and dress billowed in the high-altitude winds. In the distance, she watched a vine stretch into the lake, pulling Iago out of the water and quickly retracting into the forest. I'm sorry. Hanami, Dagon. I've held you back, Iago murmured. It's all right, Iago. We're family. The cursed spirit named Hanami was covered in white with black markings, branches extending where its eyes should have been. The cursed spirit called Dagon was bright red, with an octopus-like head and numerous tentacles around its mouth. All the four disasters were here well, except that abomination, Mahito. Yago, born from humanity's fear of the earth. Dagon, born from humanity's fear of the ocean. Hanami, born from humanity's fear of the forest. Mahito, born from humanity's fear of other humans. Together, they were the four disasters, rare special grade curses with intelligence and self-awareness. This is fascinating. What exactly brought you all here to attack me? If they had fur, every hair would have stood on end despite their acute senses. None of them had noticed her approach until she'd spoken behind them. Hanami and Dagon instinctively turned, synchronizing their attacks, each throwing a punch that struck with the force of a battering ram. But Beoponsith's smile didn't waver. She crossed her arms, effortlessly catching their blows with a single hand each, her hair lifting in the gusts created by their impact. With a sudden surge of strength, Beoponsith threw them aside, sending them flying before they could even react. But in that instant, a flash of red appeared in the corner of her eye. "Take this!" With a roar, Yago unleashed a towering pillar of fire that exploded in front of Beoponsith. As he tried to pull his hand back, a soft, white hand reached through the flames and gripped his wrist tightly. The soft, delicate hand felt to Yago like a steel clamp. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't wrench his hand free. "I always like to keep a little something up my sleeve." A red high heel grew larger and larger in Yago's vision, driving into his face with staggering force. The impact sent him flying backward. Unfortunately, his hand was still in her grip, so when he was launched backward, his arm tore off completely, while he himself shot into a nearby mountain like a missile, leaving a crater fractured with cracks. Standing amidst the flames, Beoponsith held Yago's severed arm, a slightly disappointed look on her face. True one up. Chapter 40, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 40. The quiet forest was suddenly swept by waves of intense heat. Yago's fingers pressed together in a seal, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of flames that sprayed from his palms, targeting the darting shadow weaving through the trees. Every bullet of flame punched through rock as if it were nothing, leaving molten trails that dripped like lava from the holes. The dense forest was quickly transformed into a sea of fire. Yago's eyes never stopped tracking his target, but even so, she slipped behind him with a single, fluid step. Cursed energy flared around his fist like fire as he twisted to strike, but his punch met only empty air. His arm was gone, severed before he could even land his blow. Bang! A seemingly dainty fist connected with Yago's face, the terrifying force almost severing his head from his shoulders. He started to fly backward, but Beoponsith wasn't done. She grabbed his ankle mid-flight, swinging him like a massive, spiked club, slamming him straight into the face of an enormous piranha-like beast that had lunged forward with fangs bared. Purple blood sprayed like an arrow from the impact, and the ground cracked, sending a shockwave that snuffed out the ring of flames surrounding them, leaving only a scorched wasteland in its wake. Beoponsith lifted Yago by his leg, intending to slam him again, but found herself holding only his severed foot. A survival tactic, hey! Despite taking a blow like that to the head, he'd still managed to detach himself to escape? Or was it reflex, something he'd done without even realizing? Two thick vines shot toward her from behind, skewering her figure, but her form dissolved into mist. It was only an afterimage. Hanami tensed, throwing a punch to her left, only for Beoponsith to tilt her head to the side, effortlessly dodging it. "Keeping up with my speed? No, you're tracking me through the plants around us." Analyzing as she went, Beoponsith's body moved faster than thought. In 3 quick steps, she closed the gap and drove her elbow into Hanami's chest, immediately following up with her other hand, smashing it against Hanami's forehead. 8 Extremes Fist Tiger ascends the mountain. The curse's tough, armor-like skin cracked under the strikes. It looked like a light injury on the surface, but the internal damage from the shockwaves had nearly obliterated it from within. But curses were fundamentally different from humans, their life force stubbornly enduring. So long as they had enough cursed energy, they could recover from damage like this with ease. But still, they're learning. Baoponsith had trained Jasmine and beaten down Gojo and Geto in the past, but these cursed spirits developed at a rate entirely unlike humans. In the midst of battle, she could feel their power growing, adapting. Ignoring Hanami, who was now slumped on the ground, Baoponsith turned, tearing apart a massive water serpent that had swooped toward her from above. A shadow fell over her as Dagon's hulking form loomed, muscles bulging as he aimed a powerful punch at her head. But before the punch could connect, his fist split down the middle, the fracture extending all the way to his shoulder as his arm split neatly to the sides, bypassing her completely. Hasn't anyone taught you not to touch a woman's face? Dagon's eyes widened in shock as he tried to step back, but a delicate white hand pressed firmly against his face. Boom! With a deep, resounding thud, she drove Dagon into the mountainside, cracks spreading outward like a spider web. Baoponsith dragged the bloodied curse from the wall, lifting him by his head and slamming him down into the earth. The ground cratered beneath them, rippling outward as the earth split around her. She paused, frowning, then yanked Dagon out and slammed him against the mountainside again. The frown relaxed into a satisfied smile. This side's got a better feel to it. Dagon. Yago, having returned, stared in horror, his rage like a volcano erupting atop his head. Tristan! I'm going to kill you! The wave of molten rock surged toward her, only for Baoponsith to scoff. Could you stop spouting nonsense? You're making yourself sound pathetic. Her sword flashed, slicing through the wave of magma in a heartbeat. The assault shattered, several of the strikes even slicing through to Yago, blood spraying from fresh wounds. He dropped to his knees, vomiting up purple blood that sizzled as it hit the smoldering ground. Just as he tried to lift his head, a crimson high heel pressed down on it. This is the gap in our levels, the one you should remember. He couldn't move. It was as though the air around him had solidified, trapping him like a fly in amber. With Baoponsith's foot on his head, even twitching his fingers felt impossible. The moment you all decided to team up against me, your defeat was inevitable, Baoponsith sneered. Only the weak need to find meaning in teamwork. The strong impose their will, asserting dominance. There's room for only one on the throne. She pressed down harder, her strength pushing Yago's head further into the dirt, fissures snaking out from the impact as the forest shook, trees collapsing under the force. The weak should bow down, gaze upon the mighty, tremble before their power, because this is a world where those who refuse to submit to the strong have only one fate, death. She floated upward, slicing a fallen tree with an invisible blade to fashion a makeshift wooden stake, then aimed and hurled it down at Yago. Squelch! The stake pierced his body instantly. Ha ha ha! What a beautiful sound! Such a melody of suffering! Landing atop the stake, Baoponsith pushed down with her foot, driving it deeper into Yago's body, as violet blood splattered in every direction. Yago's screams grew more anguished and desperate. Baoponsith brushed her fingers across her cheek, her grey eyes half closed in rapture as her skin flushed with pleasure. She extended her tongue, slowly licking her lips and her pinky finger. Come on, scream louder. Make it more pitiful. Make it last. Yago. Stumbling toward him, Hanami's voice was filled with sorrow and worry. What's wrong? Won't you come closer? Baoponsith turned her head toward Hanami, who stiffened, wary but unwilling to attack. No? You won't rush in to save your friend? Or? Pausing, Baoponsith observed the shock that spread across Hanami's face, her smile twisting with a sinister amusement. Could it be you think you've stalled for enough time already? Dash. Translator's note. Hi, trainers. I'm so excited to finally bring you Team Rocket's second in command. After translating over 300 chapters of this absolute gem, I can tell you it's everything action, drama, and just the right amount of chaos. Luo Yuan isn't just a trainer, he's the trainer, slaying battles, running the underworld, and making us all swoon with his brilliance. This is the last story I'll be posting this month, so let's go out with a bang. Thank you so much for all your love and support. You've made this journey so much fun to share. Now, let's dive in and cheer for our boy as he takes the Pokemon world by storm. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 41, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 41. Inside the moving taxi, Jasmine was practically glued to the window, frowning as she stared at the passing scenery. She could see things invisible to ordinary people. A huge black dome covered the spot where Beoponsith had gotten out earlier, obscuring anything within from her sight. She believed her sister was the strongest, undefeated. But still, when will I be able to stand by her side? She wanted to be of help to her sister, even if what she could do seemed trivial, even if it was just adding another brick to the wall her sister built. All she wanted was to stand by her sister's side, to see the same view her sister saw. The taxi suddenly came to a halt. Before Jasmine could even look puzzled, the driver poked his head out the window and yelled, "Hey! Don't just stand in front of the car. What if I hit you?" What was going on? Was someone there? Jasmine blinked in confusion, her gaze gradually sharpening. "Hey! Can't you understand me?" the driver shouted again. He got out of the car, ready to confront the shadowy figure blocking his path, but as he got closer and made out the creature's appearance, he fell back in horror. Monster! It's a monster! Imagine late at night, confronted by a repulsive creature with a long snout, blue skin, and a grotesque, bloated shape. Terrifying, right? The driver scrambled to his feet and bolted, abandoning his car and his passenger without a second thought. The fleeing driver went ignored by the creature, whose focus was on someone else. A petite figure leapt onto the car roof. Under the moonlight, Jasmine's shoulder-length grey hair seemed to gradually turn silver, and her golden eyes gleamed brightly in the night. This strange cursed energy. A curse spirit? No, that driver could see it, so. Cursed spirits were born from humanity's negative emotions, aggregates of cursed energy invisible to those lacking sorcerer talent or with sparse cursed energy. Zenon Maki, the second-generation sorcerer-killer, couldn't see cursed spirits. In the beginning, she relied on special glasses to perceive them. Later, after achieving her heavenly tyrant abilities, she could still strike down spirits purely by intuition, though they remained unseen. Jasmine's face darkened as she pieced it all together. GRK. Rayarg. Grumble grumble. The chorus of monstrous calls assaulted her mind. One by one, the grotesque creatures emerged from the shadows, surrounding Jasmine in an ever-tightening ring. Jasmine immediately understood, these monsters were tied to the same enemy Beoponsith was facing. Beoponsith couldn't possibly lose, so. This is an attempt to capture me, to use me against my sister, isn't it? A chilling glint instantly sharpened Jasmine's golden eyes. Dash! Why the surprise? Did you really think you'd hidden your motives that well? Beoponsith drifted down gracefully from the top of a wooden post. Hanami hurried over, transforming the sturdy wood into soft vines to extract it from Yago's body. Whatever couldn't be removed was burned away by Yago himself, who now bore a gaping hole in his torso, nearly splitting his upper and lower halves apart. Yago had been the strongest attacker among the three cursed spirits, consuming far more cursed energy than Hanami or Dagon. Without enough cursed energy, his regeneration rate had slowed significantly. Blood-covered Dagon staggered over to stand alongside Yago and Hanami, the three of them now facing Beoponsith from afar. You knew we were stalling from the start. Hanami's feminine voice carried disbelief and shock as she spoke. What other reason could there be for you to continue a fight with no chance of victory? Beoponsith closed her eyes, casually rubbing her neck. I didn't even know who you were before today, so there's no reason you'd suddenly target me. And the barrier set around us isn't like anything the three of you could conjure. The barrier prevented her from seeing Jasmine's side, likely a secondary function of its setup. Usually, barriers were cast by jujutsu sorcerers to block ordinary people from witnessing the battles within and to restrict anyone without cursed energy from entering. But if a barrier were configured to prevent only one person from entering or exiting, even someone as powerful as Satoru Gojo would struggle to break through it in a short time. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, there existed a unique mechanism called binding vows. By imposing restrictions or making sacrifices, one could bolster their abilities in other areas. For instance, sorcerers often revealed the workings of their own techniques to enemies. Though it appeared to weaken them, it actually enhanced their cursed energy and battle prowess. The same principle could apply to barriers. By limiting the number of those able to pass to a single person, the barrier's defense could be maximized to its limits. Whoever set this barrier likely specified it to restrict Baopansith alone, turning it into a binding vow. However, the enemy was clearly aware of Baopansith's fearsome power and didn't expect this barrier to hold her for long. That was why Yago and the others hadn't fled the moment the barrier went up. Instead, they stayed to buy time. To let your allies capture Jasmine, and then come here to support you, am I right? The three calamities said nothing, but their silence confirmed her suspicions. If you knew we were stalling, then why aren't you in a hurry? Hurry? Far from it, she seemed perfectly at ease. Yago had seen that smile on Baopansith's face too many times to count. With each glance, it looked more like she was mocking their naivety. Could it be, she didn't care about that little girl's life at all? That's what I mean when I say you're all far too naive. Baopansith folded her arms across her chest, smiling faintly. You underestimated my power, you underestimated Jasmine's, and above all, you underestimated the trust we have in each other. Dash. Meanwhile, Jasmine was surrounded by monsters, yet she calmly assumed a Bag Chuan stance. One of the creatures closest to her couldn't resist lunging forward. Before it could swipe its claws at her tense face, Jasmine's aura locked onto it. Her mind was clear as a mirror, her golden eyes unflinching. Every movement the creature made was hers to read, memories of all her sister's teachings flashing through her mind. Lower stance. Steady breath. Strike. Every movement flowed seamlessly into the next. Her punch was as fierce and decisive as thunder, directly impacting the creature's chest. Instantly, her cursed energy surged out, dark lightning streaking across the night sky, slithering along the ground like black serpents. Black Flash. Chapter 42, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 42. For instance, during Gojo Satoru's fight with Ryaman Sukuna, a single black flash from Gojo had Sukuna reeling, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness, making one wonder if Sukuna might have been killed right then and there, if not for Mahoraga's timely interference. However, the black flash isn't just about power amplification. Sorcerers who've experienced black flash are worlds apart from those who haven't in terms of their closeness to cursed energy's core. In the 5 minutes after achieving a black flash, sorcerers enter a state akin to the zone that athletes describe. Cursed energy flows as naturally as breathing, without the need for forced control. If one word could capture this feeling, it would be burning. At this moment, the bluish cursed energy covering Jasmine's body was aflame, as if ignited. Her physical strength wasn't naturally high, at least not on par with someone like Itadori Yuji, who could leap several floors without enhancing himself. But with cursed energy reinforcement, combined with her grounded, powerful Bajiquan techniques, Jasmine could unleash immense force in an instant. Strike with the shoulder and shatter the heavens, stomp the ground to shake the 9 provinces. That is the essence of Bajiquan. Bajiquan emphasizes strength rooted in the ground, power rising from the heels, transmitted through the waist, and released through the fingers. It requires a strong foundation and forbids high kicks, limiting leg movements below the knees. But in exchange, the punches are ferocious and swift. Outwardly, it might seem that the monster struck by Jasmine's punch only had its chest caved in, but internally, it was obliterated, truly dead beyond saving. And yet, it's not vanishing. Jasmine knew that cursed spirits, upon death, reverted to their purest form of cursed energy and dispersed entirely, even more completely than if they'd been reduced to ash. That's why jujutsu sorcerers typically didn't have to worry about cleaning up corpses after dealing with cursed spirits. Even jujutsu sorcerers' shikigami, similar in essence to cursed spirits, would dissipate naturally upon death. If these creatures weren't cursed spirits, could they be some type of physical entities? Jasmine had never heard of living beings with such twisted cursed energy. Her thoughts and questions only lingered for a brief moment. She remained aware of her current predicament. Don't cause Beopansith any trouble. That thought kept her hyper-focused, allowing her body to move with perfected technique. As the monster charged, Jasmine stomped, cracking the ground, and struck with her right fist, gathered at her side and swirling with cursed energy. Bang! In that instant of impact, the struck area of the monster twisted violently, its back erupting in a spray of blood. At nearly the same moment, that ominous black lightning appeared again, streaking like cracks through the air. Black flash! A double hit! If another sorcerer were watching, they would have been speechless at this sight. No sorcerer could intentionally trigger black flash at will. Even those who had managed to pull it off once rarely managed a consecutive strike. But Jasmine wasn't bound by convention. Beopansith, having crossed over from another world, knew much about this world's workings. With Da Vinci's genius guidance and a crafted training plan, Jasmine had access to unparalleled teaching. Where else could you find such powerful tutelage? Jasmine's raw talent might not match that of Yuta Okotsu, Gojo Satoru, or Ryaman Sukuna, but she had the two best teachers in the world, which allowed her to master reverse curse technique and black flash with surprising ease. Gojo nearly died before he learned reverse curse technique, after all. As Jasmine tore through her monstrous foes like a tiger among sheep, Beopansith, too, maintained her effortless dominance. Dash! Come on, give it your all. On the charred black soil that had long become a dead zone, Beopansith leisurely held Yago's head with one hand, her left arm tucked behind her, her tone unhurried. Purple blood dripped from Yago's body, pooling into a dark purple puddle beneath him. Fight with all your strength, use every last trick and ounce of bravery. I don't mind your battle of attrition, your delaying tactics, your traps, or your mind games. Use everything you think counts as strength, because unless you throw everything you have at me, you'll never win. Come on now, try harder, get stronger, push yourselves. The only reason you're still alive and still holding me here is that I believe you can do better. I believe you can still amuse me. In other words, the moment I decide you're no longer capable of improvement, that this is the best you can manage. Beopansith turned her gaze from Yago's nearly lifeless form to Hanami and Dagon, lying battered on the ground not far away. A flash of murderous intent, as cold as death itself, crossed her eyes. That's when I'll kill you without hesitation. There was no defeating this monster. None of their attacks could harm her, even when all three of them joined forces, they were simply played with. Forget victory, Yago felt like he was dancing on the edge of death with every second they managed to stall her. Just as she'd said, she could have killed them all in an instant, not giving them the slightest chance to flee. She'd refrained from killing them only to see how far they could go. So they had to get stronger just to survive. Not to defeat this demon before them, but simply to stay alive. For Hanami and Dagon's sake, Yago had to grow stronger. His tattered arms, little more than ragged flesh, trembled as he raised them. Though his limbs were ground down to nearly powder, with only an outer layer intact, he still struggled to lift them. Beopansith waited, watching with interest. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Yago's hands came together, his shattered jaw barely moving as he forced out words. D-Domain. Expansion. The pinnacle of jujutsu, the domain. This was Yago's ultimate move. Until now, he'd never succeeded in casting it, not even at full strength, let alone in his current state, depleted of cursed energy and on the verge of death. But success isn't the point, it has to work. Even if this would be the only domain he could ever cast in his life, even if the cost would be everything he had, even if Yago himself ceased to exist after today. I was the one who chose to challenge this demon, so, at the very least, I have to let Hanami and Dagon. For the sake of success, Yago placed a curse upon himself. A vow that could only be used once, a curse of death. This terrible curse became the strongest binding vow upon Yago, exchanged for equally formidable enhancement. In one final blaze, as though his life were flashing before his eyes, a massive surge of cursed energy erupted from his broken body, terrifyingly vast, greater than even the combined strength of the three calamities at their peak. And so, the world turned upside down. The full moon above Baopansith and Yago was swallowed by darkness, the scorched earth transforming in an instant into the mouth of an erupting volcano. Domain expansion, coffin of the Iron Mountain. Chapter 43, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit. 43. They varied in appearance, each more grotesque than the last, testing the limits of human aesthetics and revulsion alike. But Jasmine was unfazed. As the battle raged on, her mind, body, and spirit sharpened to a singular focus, with black lightning erupting around her with every strike. Each punch sent gusts rippling through the air, every blow lethal, and no matter how many curses approached, none could withstand her attacks. Another crackling black flash erupted as Jasmine landed yet another devastating blow. By now, she'd unleashed the black flash over 10 times. Only seasoned jujutsu sorcerers would recognize how utterly astounding this feat was. In the original story, Nanami Kento held the record, striking 4 consecutive black flashes, a record then broken by the protagonist, Itadori Yuji. But now, Jasmine had struck over a dozen black flashes, and it was clear this wasn't her limit. With a swift kick to her opponent's leg, she forced it to kneel, following up with an elbow that smashed into its face. Black-red lightning pierced the creature's skull, tearing upward into the sky as translucent shockwaves expanded outward from her elbow. Black flash. In truth, Bajiquan also included techniques involving a spear. Grandmaster Li Shiwen, a master of Bajiquan, even possessed the class attribute of Lancer. However, Jasmine hadn't learned the spear form. Baopansith had decided it wasn't auspicious. The other reason? Baopansith's spiritual form as an archer had a particular distaste for lancers. Being pierced by a lance was excruciating. As Jasmine steadily reduced the horde of curses, a figure lurking in the shadows grew increasingly anxious. This wasn't going according to plan at all. It had only devised this scheme after carefully analyzing Jasmine's curse technique. To its understanding, Jasmine's technique had almost no offensive capability, and considering her youth, she couldn't possibly have any real combat strength. She could only function as a support, like Iiri Shoko. A fighter as powerful as Tristan would keep a girl like Jasmine nearby solely for her support abilities. After all, Tristan hardly needed help on the battlefield. If it were in her position, Jasmine would be studying her curse technique, practicing only a few self-defense techniques. But what Jasmine displayed now was far from a few techniques. Nearly every strike she threw was a black flash, a feat even it couldn't comprehend. No. This can't continue. Those 3 won't be able to hold off Tristan for much longer. If she makes it back here, it'll be too late. It knew Tristan hadn't stopped hunting for it. Once she found it, no amount of defensive measures would save it. What baffled it was why Tristan seemed to know so much about it, why she harbored such hatred, so determined to see it dead. After all, it didn't even know her. Leaving this country and lying low until Tristan either lost interest or died of old age would be the best option, but it was unwilling to leave. For over 1,000 years, it had prepared its grand plan. And in this era, the pieces had finally aligned, presenting a rare chance to realize that plan. It couldn't abandon this opportunity because of one person. It couldn't bear the thought of waiting another millennium. Gritting its teeth, the hidden figure pulled out a fist-sized, cocoon-like black object from its sleeve and threw it toward Jasmine. Huff, huff. Jasmine steadied herself, slowing her rapid breaths after the intense fight. Around her, a mound of colorful curses lay in a grotesque heap. Luckily, she'd changed into shorts and a t-shirt earlier, to avoid getting her skirt dirty. Fighting in that would have been far messy. After confirming that the curses were all dead, Jasmine returned to the taxi. She had tried her best to keep the battle away from the car, but there were too many curses, and some damage was inevitable. Several parts of the cab were now smashed or scratched. At least the things she'd bought earlier today were still intact in the back seat, giving her a bit of relief. Though, she felt bad for the driver. Speaking of which, was he all right? Earlier, she'd been too preoccupied to check, but now she found herself growing concerned for him. She couldn't exactly drive the taxi away, and carrying all these bags on foot was impractical. Should I go find sister? But that might trouble her. She wavered, uncertain. Suddenly, a surge of cursed energy, thick and dark like sludge, caught Jasmine's attention. She took a few steps back, turning to look to the side, and there, she saw a white figure. A powerful, muscular body, skin grey-white like plaster, and an aura of unrelenting malice toward humanity. A special grade curse. Sweat dripped from Jasmine's forehead, her pale lips trembling slightly. When Atadari Yuji had just started his training as a sorcerer, someone had explained to him the different grades of cursed spirits. Assuming ordinary weapons worked on curses. Grade 4? You could handle it with a wooden bat. Grade 3? A handgun should do. Grade 2? A shotgun would barely suffice. Grade 1? A tank might not be enough. But special grade? You'd need a bombardment of cluster bombs. Sure, in the anime, Itadari's second mission threw him against a special grade curse, but in reality, special grades were exceedingly rare. Jasmine had never encountered one in all her years of training. This was her first time seeing a true special grade curse, and the overwhelming malice emanating from it was on a completely different level from anything she'd faced before. Can I actually handle a special grade curse? The moment her eyes registered the threat, Jasmine instinctively took her Bajiquan stance, sweat dripping from her brow and down her face. She had once faced a grade 1 curse, which had been a tough fight even with Beobansith nearby. Though her sister had told her countless times she wouldn't intervene unless Jasmine was about to die, just having Beobansith there had filled her with absolute confidence, an unwavering sense of safety. But now, her sister wasn't here. No, that's wrong. Jasmine shook her head vigorously, scattering beads of sweat that hit the ground. She had studied jujutsu so that one day, she could stand by Beobansith's side. So she couldn't keep relying on her sister's protection forever. Her gaze fixed on the strangely moving special grade curse, and the brilliant gold in her eyes shone with nothing but the purest resolve. I will defeat you. To show my sister how far I've come. Chapter 44, I don't want to be a heroic spirit 44. After taking out so many monsters, she was immediately confronted with a special grade curse without a chance to recover. Unlike her, the bizarrely moving curse had yet to use any techniques of its own, yet it wielded a massive amount of cursed energy. Simply by gathering and hurling cursed energy blasts, it created destructive power that Jasmine, in her current state, struggled to deflect. She'd never seen such a wasteful use of cursed energy before. And, to make matters worse, the curse emitted a constant, nerve-grating laughter. A momentary lapse in focus allowed an orange-yellow cursed energy blast to graze her sleeve, a sharp sting flaring in her shoulder as she winced. Though she could theoretically defend herself by covering her body with cursed energy, her reserves couldn't match her opponent's, and its cursed energy blasts came one after another. There was no way she could block them all. so, she had no choice but to evade. Jasmine's technique couldn't effectively attack, her only offensive option was to enhance her body with cursed energy and engage in close combat. Yet her opponent, as a curse, possessed a physique that wasn't much weaker than her enhanced state. Though she could compensate with the sheer force of her Bajiquan strikes, there was nothing she could do about the curse's superior speed. Most of her remaining cursed energy went to reinforcing her legs, allowing her to dodge its energy blasts. But if she kept running, she would lose. She had to get close and strike. A determined glint sparked in Jasmine's golden eyes. "I have to win." Sister said that sometimes, victory in battle comes down to seizing that single chance. The white curse clasped its hands in front of it, continuously gathering cursed energy between its palms and firing it as blast after blast. It was crude and straightforward, but with enough output, even such an attack could have devastating power. Yet, the curse was growing bored. Imagine swatting at a fly over and over but never managing to hit it. You'd lose patience too. Sure, it enjoyed destroying the ground, walls and trees around it, but what it really wanted was to hear the anguished screams of humans. Human suffering was its food, its reason for being. It was newly born and eager to savor a fresh, tasty morsel standing before it, yet it could only take small bites. Although it couldn't express itself, a deep frustration was gnawing away at it. Lacking intelligence, the curse didn't know patience. Its attacks grew more frantic, its precision slipping in its haste. Jasmine found it increasingly difficult to evade, as the reduced distance left her less time to react, and the curse's sloppy aim made its moves harder to predict. But the more impatient it grew, the more mistakes it made. Their fight gradually shifted from the road into the small forest nearby. The trees provided cover, helping Jasmine avoid the curse's attacks and whittle away at its patience. Another massive, orange-yellow blast shattered a tree thick enough for two people to wrap their arms around, sending splinters flying, which Jasmine shielded her face from instinctively. It seemed the curse's patience was finally at its limit, and its attacks grew wild, tinged with hysteria. Just as well. I'm about at my limit, too. Grrrrrrraaaaaaghh. The white curse let out a piercing shriek, gathering an unprecedented amount of cursed energy into its palms. Meanwhile, Jasmine darted behind an exceptionally thick tree. A cursed energy blast nearly 2 meters wide shot forth, tearing a deep trench into the ground and obliterating the tree trunk in an instant. But behind the shattered tree, the curse saw no sign of Jasmine. It looked up just in time to see the massive tree trunk it had felled hurtling down toward it. Jasmine had leapt onto the tree just before the blast struck, using its momentum to redirect the tree precisely above her opponent. The white curse cackled, gathering another cursed energy blast in its hand to obliterate both the tree and Jasmine together. But did it really think Jasmine wouldn't anticipate that? The air whistled as several black serpents shot out from the shadows, coiling tightly around the curse's body and arms, freezing its twisted grin. A closer look revealed they weren't serpents at all, but strands of black rope. And each one was infused with cursed energy. A cursed tool. Jasmine hadn't been evading aimlessly this whole time. She had led the curse into the woods to wrap this cursed rope around its surroundings, intending to bind it at the crucial moment. While this tool wasn't strong enough to hold down a special grade curse for long, it would buy her just enough time. Jasmine braced herself atop the trunk, gripping both ends of the black rope wrapped around her hands. With a determined pull, she increased the tree's speed as it plummeted toward the immobilized curse. Just as the tree was about to crash down with a resounding blow, the white curse raised its head, mouth wide open. Instead of gathering cursed energy in its hands, it condensed it in its mouth. Orange-yellow light illuminated the surrounding darkness, shining on Jasmine's stunned expression. Oh no! Boom! The cursed energy blast erupted in a blinding white flash, lighting up the entire area as if it were midday. The massive tree splintered into fragments, leaves and wood chips scattering into the air. The white curse laughed triumphantly, having caught a glimpse of her stunned expression before she was engulfed in light. It believed she'd been obliterated by its attack. Until it sensed a dense concentration of cursed energy from behind. Had fooled ye. The curse twisted its neck around, just in time to see Jasmine, grinning playfully with her tongue out, her fist cloaked in dark, crackling cursed energy, about to make contact. A punch prepared with such patience was bound to be earth-shattering. Black lightning surged skyward, serpentine bolts writhing in the air with raw power. The roar of thunder followed, a beat behind the dark flash. Bam! Black flash! Taking a direct hit from this full-force black flash, the curse's head almost flattened into a pancake. As it dropped to its knees, seemingly unconscious, Jasmine wobbled unsteadily, nearly collapsing. But she managed a small, triumphant smile despite her exhaustion. "Sister! I did it! I actually defeated a special grade curse. They say a reversal can happen in an instant. Especially in that single moment when you let your guard down." Suddenly, two massive hands grabbed Jasmine, lifting her into the air. The giant arms were still attached to the shoulders of the white curse. The crushing grip made her dizzy, her face turning pale from the pain. But what terrified her even more was the sight of a mouth on the curse's stomach, silently gathering cursed energy. How? Wasn't it supposed to be unconscious? But no one could answer her question. The massive energy gathering within the curse solidified. Jasmine was powerless to break free or even gather cursed energy to defend herself. "Is this how I die? Sister." Chapter 45, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 45. Flickering softly, leaving no ashes. Beautiful, pure flames. Since that day, this flame had always been there, lingering in her dreams, within her very soul. If something were thrown into it, it would burn to nothing. If sin were cast into it, it would be seared away to pristine white. If memories were tossed in, they would dissolve into void. Cursed energy is born from human negativity. It's a form of negative energy, symbolized by a dash sign. Those were my sister's words, long ago. I remember everything she's ever said, as if each word were engraved on my heart. Though this negative energy can strengthen the body, it can't heal. Reverse curse technique works by converting this negative energy into a positive energy that can heal, like multiplying two negative numbers to yield a positive. When you master reverse curse technique, you can theoretically perform technique reversal as well. A sorcerer's body has two cores, a cursed energy core in the abdomen, and a technique core in the brain. The innate technique of a jujutsu sorcerer is triggered when cursed energy from the abdominal core activates the brain's technique core. So, if you use the positive energy from reverse curse technique to stimulate the technique core, you can trigger a second, inverted version of your technique. Jasmine had already mastered reverse curse technique, meaning she could convert negative energy into positive energy at will. But using this positive energy to activate her technique core and perform technique reversal? She had never once succeeded. Yet now, with her cursed energy almost depleted, after using Black Flash, the energy coursing through Jasmine felt as natural as breathing, flowing seamlessly with her intent. First, she drew the last of her cursed energy from her abdominal core. Next, she imagined multiplying two negatives to produce a positive, transforming her cursed energy. Finally, she channeled that positive energy to her brain. The creature that had survived 1,000 years suddenly recalled the terror of death. And the source of that deathly chill was that little girl. Its nearly solidified cursed energy sphere was ready to strike, while the girl it held in its crushing grip appeared unconscious, her head hanging low. The white curse wasn't truly conscious, it had indeed blacked out from Jasmine's last black flash. It was merely reacting on instinct, a primal, destructive urge, driven by its creator as nothing more than a failed prototype. This creature couldn't contain that ultimate consciousness, nor control the full power its creator sought. Reduced to a vessel of pure destruction, the creature couldn't sense the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the girl it held. The orange-yellow sphere finally burst forth, its blinding white light poised to consume everything around it. Just before the scorching brilliance engulfed Jasmine, she lifted her head. Her grey bangs blew back, revealing her usually bright golden eyes now dull, unfocused, with the tiny black flame flickering at their center. Raising her hand toward that blazing sun, Jasmine conjured a delicate black lotus flame at her fingertip, as though it would be snuffed out in the next breeze. In the white blaze, that small black flame was like a lone star against the night sky. Two opposing forces hurtled toward each other, only to be intercepted by a flash of red. That's far enough. The crushing grip on Jasmine's bones suddenly disappeared, and she felt her body lighten, as though she were falling into a field of roses. The fragrance of flowers, a gentle whisper in her ears, everything was so soft and peaceful, her tense nerves unwinding all at once. The white blast roared forward, overwhelming and unstoppable, yet a slender hand rose before it, pale and flawless like carved jade. The hand seemed minuscule against the blazing attack, but as it made contact, the cursed energy sphere stopped cold, as though it had struck an immovable mountain. Then, with a faint crackling, the hand clenched slowly, the fingers curling. The searing sphere seemed to gain mass, and with a loud pop, it exploded, crushed in that single grip. Gah! The mouth on the curse's abdomen emitted a bewildered sound, the events unfolding before it surpassing its understanding. In the next instant, 5 savage cuts tore through the ground behind it, extending back dozens of meters from the curse's body. 5 dark lines appeared across its form, dividing it into 6 parts, black flames of malice burning within each slice. The special grade curse that had fought Jasmine for so long, cornering her multiple times, didn't last even a moment against Baopon Sith. Baopon Sith, sister. Jasmine stirred in Baopon Sith's arms, her golden eyes hazy with lingering confusion. Yes, I'm here. Sorry to keep you waiting, Jasmine. You did wonderfully. Baopon Sith's voice was soft, her embrace warm, easing the pain in Jasmine's aching body. Did I make you proud, sister? Of course you're my pride and joy. Jasmine's face broke into a gentle, contented smile. It was a smile of pure happiness, brimming with satisfaction. Caught in Jasmine's warmth, Baopon Sith's expression softened, warmth brightening her gaze. Yet, even in such a serene moment, someone always had to intrude. Prison realm, open. The instant that voice echoed, Baopon Sith's face paled with horror. She whipped her head toward the curse's corpse and found herself staring into a massive, bleeding eye. A chill ran down her spine, stabbing through to her very core. She clutched Jasmine tighter, ready to flee from this sinister object. She knew exactly what it was, and precisely because she understood its powers, her dread was overwhelming. Yet, the owner of that voice, having taken the trouble to bring it forth, wouldn't let her escape easily. Oh dear, I hadn't wanted to use this. Among all the treasures I've gathered over the centuries, this one is truly irreplaceable. Baopon Sith didn't see the speaker's face. As soon as the voice reached her ears, a wave of dizziness washed over her, her vision turning blinding white. And in that blinding whiteness, a figure stood before Baopon Sith, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. She was severe as the winter, majestic as the frost, and beautiful in her ice-cold perfection. Snow-white hair, flawless and bound at the back of her head, crowned with a regal tiara. Her eyes, a piercing ice blue, were filled with a frigid wrath tempered by years of twisted desire, eyes that had withstood 2 millennia of storms, smoldering in eternal winter. Mother! Baopon Sith, why is it always this way with you? The goddess of winter, embodiment of dominion, regarded Baopon Sith with a gaze that was both disappointed and disdainful. You never fail to let me down. The words were like blades, piercing Baopon Sith's heart, stripping away her defenses and leaving raw wounds. T/N, Morgan? Nah. Sundays are off days now. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 46, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 46. Baopan Sith. Sister. Utterly exhausted, Jasmine lay sprawled on the ground, her gaze fixed in horror on the small, blood-red cube before her. Just moments ago, she'd watched as that blood-crying eye suddenly emerging from the corpse of the special grade curse had swallowed her sister whole. It had then transformed into this tiny, fist-sized cube. The cube resembled a dice, except that instead of red dots, each side had a single rolling eyeball, with its red, uneven, almost organic surface making it look like a living thing. It seems it worked. I had to burn through quite a few trump cards just to deal with her. The voice from earlier echoed out of the shadows. Jasmine looked toward it, her eyes blazing with anger. It was obvious this person was the mastermind behind everything that had happened today. A figure emerged from the shadows, an ordinary-looking man with a stitched line across his forehead and a too-perfect smile, so flawless it felt eerie. The corpse of the white curse had vanished entirely, not even a speck of dust remaining. Only a twisted, black-purple finger and the prison realm cube sealing Baopan Sith remained, which the man stooped to pick up. He pocketed the finger and held the cube in his hand, then, as he adjusted his mask, it shattered, revealing a face split in a grotesque grin, wide as a snake's jaw, eyes narrowed in manic glee. You were strong, remarkably strong, perhaps on par with Sukuna in his prime 1,000 years ago. But what does that matter? I'm the one who gets the last laugh. A cursed object of the highest grade, the prison realm. Originally, this was a trump card meant for Gojo Satoru. But the urgency Baopan Sith inspired had forced him to use it early. The prison realm was the mummified body of a legendary monk, Genshin, who became a special grade cursed object upon his death. Its power was terrifying, nothing exists that cannot be sealed by the prison realm. Of course, this fearsome power came with strict limitations. The target must be within 4 meters of the prison realm, and it required a full minute to activate. The 4-meter range was manageable, but for targets like Gojo or Baopan Sith, a minute was plenty of time for them to utterly destroy the caster. Fortunately for him, the 1 minute referred to was mental, not physical, time. Thus, to ensure absolute success, he had prepared an additional special grade cursed tool, the Eye of Reflection. Its effect was to trap the target within an illusion of their most painful memories, something he'd acquired from a foreign sorcerer. The only drawback? It could be used only once and had disintegrated into dust in his hands after use. 2 special grade cursed objects, a failed prototype of a special grade curse, and 4 special grade curses he'd painstakingly strengthened. Even after living 1,000 years, he couldn't help but feel a sting of regret at the cost. But it didn't matter. If his plan succeeded, everything would be worth it. Once sealed by the prison realm, no one, no matter how powerful, could break free from within. Still, from the outside, it wasn't entirely invulnerable. To guarantee success, he would need to retrieve the only 2 tools that could break it from the outside. But there was still one thing left to do. Wiping the crazed smile from his face, he donned a gentle, eerily perfect smile as he looked at the girl on the ground. Jasmine. You have quite a rare innate technique, young lady. Looking at him, Jasmine felt as though she were staring into chaos itself, an indescribably twisted and monstrous entity lurking within. What she sensed wasn't malice. Malice and kindness were human attributes, and this creature before her was neither human nor alive, possessing only the madness and distortion of something purely unnatural. My great plan requires Suguru Geto's cursed spirit manipulation technique, he said, a chilling pleasure in his tone. But fortunately, I just so happen to have one more spot. Let's save it for you, shall we? I can tell that you haven't yet unlocked the full potential of your technique. No worries. I'll handle that for you. The older I get, the fewer surprises I come across. He approached Jasmine, savoring each step and the desperate look in her eyes. Jasmine wanted to stand, to bat away his outstretched hand, to get her sister back. But her body felt like a rusted machine, refusing to move and giving her only more pain in return. Sister. She closed her eyes. To steal an innate technique, he would have to target the core of her technique, embedded in her brain, a process he'd perfected over a millennium. Yet for some reason, his hand began to tremble uncontrollably, surprising him. Wait, it wasn't his hand that was trembling. It was. He glanced at the prison realm in his hand, utterly stunned. The crimson-red cube had turned silver after sealing Baopon Sith, but it was glowing red-hot again, not the blood red of flesh, but a molten, overloaded red, radiating heat and pulsing in his hand. The eyes on its 6 faces were rolling wildly, cracks splitting open on its surface and sealing up again in a cycle. The first thought that struck him was, impossible. As far as he knew, breaking the prison realm from within was absolutely impossible. The prison realm's interior was a chaotic, twisted space where time and space were utterly distorted. An outside minute could be an instant or an eternity within. Those who live the longest, who know the most, often become prisoners of their own knowledge. The wise are bound by wisdom, while the foolish walk freely. The depth of his understanding of the prison realm's power made the sight before him even more incomprehensible. You dare! A howl tore from the depths of hell, a roar like an ancient beast awakening from primordial rage. Fury, bloodlust, and cruelty, malice beyond measure. The sheer violence emanated from within the prison realm, a wrath capable of tearing the world asunder. He'd thought Baopon Sith's power rivaled that of Sukuna in his prime, but he hadn't anticipated that she had been holding back ever since arriving in this world. After all, within her resided the Holy Grail. Though fragile, it was an impeccable power source. And now, with her restraint shattered by fury, Baopon Sith's burning anger unleashed a curse potent enough to scorch the world. Dash! Baopon Sith! Sister! Kneeling on the ground, Jasmine cradled the cracked prison realm cube in her hands, not caring that her clothes were dirted. Ah, sorry. I must have scared you, Jasmine. The cube was covered in deep cracks, Baopon Sith's voice emerging from within, slightly strained. I'm fine. Are you all right, sister? Jasmine shook her head, worry plain on her face as she asked. I'm managing. I couldn't break the seal, but I can speak with you now. Then, how can I free you, sister? The malevolent aura that had radiated from Baopon Sith didn't matter to Jasmine. No matter how frightening her sister's energy had seemed, Jasmine would never fear her. All she wanted was to know how to free her. There are 3 ways to unlock the prison realm. The simplest would be the inverted spear of heaven I left at home. Thankfully, I didn't destroy it when I came across it. Aside from that blade, which could sever any technique, the only other known methods were the angel's nullification of all techniques and the black rope, which could neutralize and disrupt cursed energy. Whether the angel had awakened was unknown, and the black rope was currently in the possession of a foreign jujutsu sorcerer. In that case, I'll go home and bring you out at once, Jasmine said, now on her feet with enough energy to make the journey. Wait. Don't be so quick to release me, let me stay in here a few more days. Jasmine hesitated, then nodded obediently, asking no questions. If her sister had a reason for this, she would trust it. Baopon Sith, relieved Jasmine hadn't inquired further, sighed quietly from within the prison realm. She couldn't very well explain that her current state wasn't exactly suitable for public viewing. Jasmine left with the prison realm, but she left the country's jujutsu sorcerers with a monumental problem. A towering tree of white bone, stretching tens of meters high and covered with thorn-like branches. Massive cracks ran through its trunk, seeping a bloody, ominous light. While the size alone was striking, the tree's aura was its true menace. Its cursed energy overflowed ceaselessly, enough to spawn dozens, perhaps hundreds of special-grade curses. Even Baopon Sith, confined within the prison realm, sensed the danger of leaving such a thing behind. She had destroyed that man, but the tree had absorbed his life and spirit, growing into a new calamity. Though she'd defeated a massive villain, she seemed to have created an even worse disaster. If the malice within the tree were to escape, it could destroy the world. When I'm freed, I'll use the Holy Grail to suppress it. Though it would weaken her, she couldn't allow this threat to go unchecked. Fortunately, the tree only passively released cursed energy. It would take days to manifest even one special grade curse. And since ordinary people couldn't see the tree, it wouldn't cause a panic. The jujutsu sorcerers, though, well, they probably wouldn't panic, right? Chapter 47, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 47. Perhaps it was because there was nothing here, no form, no color, that the void appeared so white, so empty. This was a place beyond the touch of time and space, a gap between worlds, an ocean formed of imaginary numbers, an existence that should not exist. Though it was called an ocean, this term was merely for convenience, a metaphor humans could use to understand. Since time doesn't exist in this imaginary space, Master, even if you return to your previous world, you can select the exact time point you want. However, to avoid complications with your proof of existence, I recommend you choose to return about a month after you left. So, no matter how long I stay away, to Jasmine and the others, it'll feel like I was only gone for about a month, right? Master, you're forgetting one small condition, the condition being that you actually return to that world. Ah, that was an issue. If I died in another world, I'd never get back. It was strange that, when I thought about dying, I wasn't even afraid of death itself. My biggest fear was not being able to return to the people waiting for me. I wonder if many people think like that. Before leaving, she'd made sure to prepare for everything. She'd told Jasmine that she'd be leaving on an overseas mission for over a month, and she'd arranged for Nanami Kento and the others to keep an eye on her. The cursed bone tree was suppressed with a holy grail. So long as no one disturbed it, it would be safe. Most of the dangerous curses had been eliminated, and that man had died by her hand. Whatever remained would be a problem for Tenjin and the other sorcerers. Ignorance and malice would always nurture themselves within civilization's progress. Perhaps the star plasma incident would persist around that cursed tree she'd left behind, but opponents of that level should be manageable for Gojo and the others. Anyway, she'd only be gone a month or so, nothing too catastrophic should happen. Probably? Master, your flight is about to reach its destination. Please fasten your seatbelt. Any upcoming sensations of weightlessness or nausea are completely normal. Remember to give us a 5-star rating, okay? Hey! She barely had time to process the message before she was gripped by a powerful pull, as though she were thrown into the eye of a storm, followed by the jarring weightlessness of bungee jumping without a harness. Before she lost consciousness, her last thought was, "I thought you said people get used to this." Dash. A jagged mountain peak, sharp as a blade, loomed above. Standing at its summit, one could feel the thick clouds beneath their feet, with an endless, clear blue sky above. The wind here was harsher than any sword's edge, gusting like relentless waves against the cliffs 24 hours a day. The frigid air and relentless snow turned this place into a forbidden zone for any living creature. Under the snow's icy grip, a small, white mountain stirred. A head of cherry blossom pink hair poked out, shaking off the snow from her head. TCH. This time I didn't fall from the sky, but emerged from the ground. Chaldea's spiritron transfer is as weird as ever. A girl with pink hair slowly wriggled her way out of a snowdrift at least a meter thick, her black scarf billowing in the fierce wind. She wore a swimsuit that barely covered her, paired with high-knee socks completely at odds with the icy surroundings. Why a swimsuit, though? No wonder I felt a chill around my navel. A short while later, Okada Tsuji managed to pull on a black and white haori, her scarf changing to a solid white. However, there were still no pants. No skirt, either just a black swimsuit bottom. Though servants were largely immune to the cold, embarrassment was another matter. This is way too short. Okada's cheeks flushed as she tugged futilely at the hem of her haori, only to realize that the garment's hem was shorter than its sleeves. Defeated, she wrapped her arms around her midriff in an attempt to shield herself. Ah! Master's cute, flustered expression. Screenshot. Save. Backup. Upload to social media. Da Vinci. Hearing Da Vinci's laughter, no, it was outright glee. Okada's face flushed even brighter as her confidence wavered. Ugh! To think my swimsuit debut would be this humiliating, and to top it off, I've become the internet's latest joke. Okada Tsuji's greatest failure. Well, that's what you get for not summoning any other version of Okada Tsuji and going for the swimsuit one instead. How was Okada supposed to know she'd turn into her own wife one day? And besides, you know that Okada's swimsuit form is only 4 stars. The others are all 5 stars. I didn't have enough Saint Quartz for 5-star Okada, okay. Resigned, Okada finally crouched down, pulling at the back of her haori to cover her exposed lower half. Anyway, Okada's a saber, right? We have plenty of sabers in Chaldea. There are so many of us, almost a third of all servants are sabers. I can't even count the 4 stars. I've got Atala and Ibukitaji as 5-star sabers already, so I definitely didn't need another. The only reason I summoned Okada Tsuji was for the swimsuit. The frigid wines reminded Okada of her grueling experiences in the Russian and Nordic lost belts. First, I need to find traces of civilization, figure out which world this is. But with this biting cold, even as a servant she felt the chill. Was there really anyone here? Please don't let it be another land of Yaga. This swimsuit version of Okada Tsuji came equipped with a jetpack, meant for soaring through bright, sunny skies. There might not be summer skies here, but she could still fly. She just had to take a leap of faith, and leave the rest to luck, or guts. The jetpack, outfitted with mysterious servant technology from across the universe, featured ultra-acceleration, extreme deceleration, and galactic-level control over space. It came with standard equipment, such as her Kiku Ikimonji sword, a photon Vulcan cannon, and photon missiles. Surely even if she leapt from this high peak, she'd come out unscathed. After a moment's thought, Okada Tsuji decided to look around for some stairs. It definitely wasn't because the endless sea of clouds below looked terrifying. No, it was absolutely not because she was scared. T/N, Jujutsu Kaisen arc has ended for now. Chapter 48, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 48. As I thought, there's nothing here but cliffs and snow. Not even a hint of something new. Whether it was her imagination or not, the wind seemed to be picking up even more than before. Okada judged this based on how often her scarf whipped against her ear. The conditions up here were truly harsh, maybe even absurdly so. Following the steep mountain wall, she climbed down carefully. There were almost no footholds, yet each step she took was steady, grounded. It's surprising. I didn't know these things could be concealed. Okada patted her waist, where she usually kept 2 small jet propulsion devices, reminiscent of those carried by the Survey Corps from Attack on Titan, albeit much smaller. The device was hidden, or rather, it had been spiritronized, much like her weapon. She could summon it directly as needed, saving both space and mana. Mana conservation was essential, after all. She didn't have a holy grail to fuel her endlessly. Okada Tsuji, being a modern heroic spirit, didn't have the strongest magical presence or mystery level. Her mana stat was a measly D, barely enough to keep her going even with the jet propulsion made by the enigmatic XX of the Servant universe. Her original version, unmodified, had an E rank in mana. She couldn't help but think back to her former self Beopansith with practically unlimited mana. Okada felt a sharp pang at the memory. It was like going from feasting on delicacies one day to scrapping for instant noodles and rice at the discount store the next. The fall from grace. It was enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Of course, Okada Tsuji had her strengths, too. This swimsuit form had 6 attributes, 2 at D, 2 at C, and a dismal E in endurance. But her agility was a stunning A+. Apart from the untouchable X rank, A and was as high as it got. Achilles, who had the title of fastest heroic spirit, had the same A and agility, meaning Okada was right up there with the best. Simply put, among heroic spirits, Okada Tsuji's agility was among the top. Humph. This is why Master trusts Okada the most. The most reliable and strongest guard who'll take down any scoundrel that dares to approach. Leave it all to me. Lifting her head proudly, she tapped her fist against her heart. Though, this place is ridiculously hard to get through, hey. Okada murmured in surprise. Despite the thick cloud cover, she saw a patch of clear ground below. Judging by the height, it looked safe to jump without injury. When Okada thinks, Okada acts. Releasing her grip on the wall, she leaned to one side and let herself fall. Plummeting through the bone-chilling air, she felt the cold pierce her skin like daggers, sharper than any beast's fangs or warrior's blade. The flapping of her clothes, the fierce whistling of wind against her cheeks, all of it made Okada feel like a bird, stretching its wings against the sky, breaking free of the chains of wind, clouds, and snow. Free, untethered, boundless. With a flick of her jetpack, twin streaks of flame shot from her back, executing a flawless 540-degree flip as she landed. Perfect. The snow was deep here, swallowing her feet past her ankles. Okada continued to walk, searching for a path down the mountain. Master! Master! What is it, Da Vinci? Okada tugged at her loose sleeve, muttering in annoyance as the wind rushed up her sleeve, billowing it and making walking difficult. But when those wide sleeves and flowing coat-tails fluttered in the wind, well, she looked impressive, no denying that. That's why she loved long coat outfits so much. She'd always wanted to try on historical clothing too, though she'd never gotten the chance. Master, while scanning the area, we detected what might be traces of human activity nearby. Really? Okada blinked, glancing around in confusion. Are you sure, Da Vinci? How could anyone live here? Here, Okada couldn't sense even the faintest trace of life. No plants, no wandering animals, not even a whiff of organic presence. If someone were living here, it couldn't possibly be a large settlement. At most, there'd be one person. But then who would live alone in such a desolate place? Before she could think it through, it arrived. There were no words to describe it, but in an instant, Okada knew she'd been locked onto by a sword. Its sharpness was such that it could split the heavens and rend the earth. Its strength was vast as the ocean. Its weight, deep as a 1,000-year mountain. And wielding this sword was an unsullied vision of pure white. Waist-length snow-white hair, pure white eyes, ivory skin, a white armored skirt, and dual snow-white swords. This was a Valkyrie clothed entirely in white. The moment her eyes fell upon that snowy figure, Okada understood. The peak of the sword, or, more accurately, the peak she had not yet reached, now stood before her. Ah, what should I do? Her legs trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattered, her fingers shook. I should run away, shouldn't I? If I swing my sword at that towering mountain, I'd be crushed beneath the falling avalanche, right? Running would be the wise decision. Doesn't the old saying go, as long as there's life, there's hope? With my agility, escaping would be easy enough. Then why hesitate? Wasn't the choice made from the beginning? Her sleeves and scarf whipped in the wind, ringing in her ears. She lowered her stance, took a breath, her left hand on the scabbard, her right hand slowly moving toward her hilt. Such a summit, such a blade, how could she resist trying to climb? How could she not try to sever it? Her fingers were about to touch the hilt when the sword that had locked onto her grew even more ferocious. It was as if the entire sea, no, the whole world had become her opponent's sword. To draw her blade, she first had to brace herself against this mountainous pressure. It was as if, the instant she gripped her sword, her opponent would strike with a thunderous, dazzling blow. Perfect, that's how it should be. This was a battle between swordsmen. If there wasn't a strike like that, she might cough up blood from frustration. Because if there wasn't, it meant she hadn't been acknowledged as a fellow swordsman. Honestly, this isn't me at all. If I were my usual self, I'd have bolted long ago. It seems Okada Tsuji's spirit origin is affecting me, or maybe I'm still not used to this form. But that didn't matter. This was no time for hesitation. Fear, uncertainty, regret, worry, none of it had any place in her sword. A swordsman who couldn't cut through illusions would never hold their sword steady. In the end, her hand found the hilt. It wasn't a divine weapon, but a simple blade. It bore no traces of gods or monsters, nor was it forged by a legendary craftsman. It was just a sword that had stayed by her side the longest, the one that suited her best. Kikuikimanji Nori Mune. That was the name of her sword, famed as the greatest of the 21 great swords. But it was only a name, holding no special mystery. The worn hilt fit her hand perfectly, the grooves recording her years of wielding it in battle. A hint of blood seemed to linger in the air, her hand feeling slick and sticky. Those who died by my hand, whose blood this sword has drunk, are you unwilling to reincarnate? Do you curse me still? A crazed smile, one that should never grace a human face, twisted Okada Tsuji's features. Too bad for you. Your resentment only makes me more thrilled. A blood-drenched demon, a sword-wielding fiend. Body mired in the path of slaughter, soul eternally tormented by hell's flames. The silvery blade slid slowly from its scabbard, emitting a clear, ethereal hum. Her fingers, whitened with exertion, gripped the hilt tightly, raising it until it was level with her shoulders, parallel to the ground, aligned with her sight. You're not going to make the first move? Giving me a chance? Seeing her opponent only grip their twin blades without striking, Okada turned her body, right leg stepping forward, feet shoulder-width apart, adopting a middle stance. Then bear witness to the culmination of Okada Tsuji's life, a strike as radiant as cherry blossoms, as fleeting as a shooting star. My proud, secret technique. Ah, it feels so good to have a healthy body again. A shimmer of cold light flowed like water down the length of her blade to the tip. An invisible pressure Okada Tsuji's sword intent split a seam in the towering wave of energy surrounding her. Compared to her opponent, she was like a lone boat in a storm. Which was all the more reason to sharpen her sword to the utmost. With her first step, she surged forward. With her second step, her sword intent spiked. With her third step, it reached its peak. First step, swifter than sound. Second step, infinite suffering. Third step, the absolute sword. This was the dazzling culmination of the sword known as Okada Tsuji. This was the ultimate strike of the strongest swordsman of the Bakumatsu era. A Vidi 3-stage thrust. Chapter 49, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 49. A world where a person's future was determined the moment they were born. Here, the weight of destiny people carried was a tangible force, something measurable. This force was known as mana. Mana is the power to enact one's fate. Those with low mana were destined to a life of mediocrity, while those with vast reserves could even bend the workings of the world. Those with powerful mana could manifest their very souls as weapons, using mana to channel innate abilities and perform feats beyond human comprehension. In ancient times, such people were called sorcerers or witches. Today, they were known as espers or warriors. Names varied from country to country. In this country, they were collectively known as blazers. A blazer's abilities defied scientific explanation, their power manifesting as visible, undeniable miracles that surpassed ordinary understanding. Because of this, blazers were considered strategic resources far beyond the value of tanks or missiles. A nation's strength was often measured by whether it could produce a blazer of sufficient power. This led countries around the world to enact laws centered around these individuals. One such example was the Mage-Knight system. The Mage-Knight system stipulated that blazers must graduate from internationally certified institutions, obtaining licenses and the status of Mage-Knight before using their abilities legally. In Japan, 7 academies had earned international accreditation. Known collectively as the 7 Stars Academies, they were named after the stars of the Big Dipper: Hagun, Tenro, Migres, Fekta, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade. Within these schools, young blazers known as student knights trained daily, honing their skills, challenging one another, and growing together. Today, a girl with amber eyes sparkling with excitement stood at the entrance of one of these 7 Stars Academies, Hagun Academy. Hagun Academy. Here I am, Miss Okada, as radiant as cherry blossoms dancing in summer. With that, Okada Tsuji charged straight into the academy. Starting today, she was officially a new student here. There was a lot to handle: uniforms, student handbooks, and, most importantly, the dorm arrangements. Despite having gone to college before, Okada still found these things to be quite a hassle. I hope my roommate's easy to get along with. Then again, she'd been pretty lucky with past roommates in middle school, high school, and college, so she felt a bit more reassured. Miss Okada has always been blessed in that regard. However, it was likely that Okada wouldn't meet her roommate today. Though she was a first-year student at Hagun, the term hadn't officially started. With a few days until the opening ceremony, the new students hadn't yet arrived, and most of the upperclassmen were still on break. After wandering through the somewhat empty campus, Okada finally located the dormitories. Hagun Academy was spacious, with a beautiful environment, and provided excellent facilities for students and teachers alike. It was one of the most highly regarded academies among the 7 stars, offering free tuition and housing, which eased a significant burden off Okada's shoulders. Of course, this came at a price. The academy had very high standards for its students. In this world, blazer abilities were ranked, with A being the highest and F the lowest. Hagun Academy was the only 7 stars school with an entrance exam. If you didn't pass, you couldn't enter. Those whose abilities fell below the upper E rank also couldn't enroll. While other schools had their own level requirements, they didn't seem to have such stringent entrance exams. Okada wouldn't know for sure, though. It wasn't like the other schools had anything to do with her. Opening her dorm room door, she stepped in, her eyes widening at the sight. Inside was a narrow wood-floored entryway with 2 metal doors on the right, likely the bathroom and shower. The left side held a small kitchen with a fridge, stove, and range hood, allowing students to cook if they wanted. Straight ahead was a spacious living room. There was a rug, a couch, a TV, a desk beside the TV, an air conditioner on the wall, and a balcony door across from the main entrance. Spacious and fully furnished, it was nothing like the dorm room Okada had pictured. Haha, only the bunk bed here matches the idea of a shared dorm. Looking at the metal bunk bed, Okada felt a pang of nostalgia. She wasn't sure if anyone else had this habit, but whenever she arrived at a new place, she'd automatically locate all nearby power outlets. Unpacking was quick and easy since Okada hadn't brought much with her. She pulled out a black notebook, flipping to a specific page. At the top of the page was the title Chivalry of a Failed Knight, and below it were 2 names, Ikikurogain and Stella. The name Ikikurogain was even circled for emphasis. She remembered Stella's name well enough, but not her full title, just that she was a princess from a small country, one even smaller than Japan. But it didn't matter. The TV would surely mention her name, since Stella was known worldwide for possessing an overwhelming amount of mana. In this world where one's fate was dictated by mana, a person like Stella would naturally draw the attention of countries around the world. If she hadn't been living in a desolate, God-forsaken place for the past few years, she probably would have heard Stella's name 100 times over by now. It wasn't that the place lacked information, it was just the only person I had for company, didn't care at all about the outside world. However, Okada's real interest lay not in the heroine, but in the male lead. In fact, the reason she'd chosen Hagun Academy besides being familiar with its setting as the story's core was for the male lead. Don't get the wrong idea, she wasn't in love with him or anything, nor did she plan on being his long-lost soul mate. Her interest was solely in his sword. The uncrowned Sword King. Okada's natural, innocent expression vanished, replaced by a fierce smile as she brushed a hand against her neck. It's an exciting title. T/N, the author posted some pics of Okada, so here you go. Pics didn't get posted, so post pics of Okada here. Looking at you. Penguin. I'm the one on the right, teehee, LMAO, there's no pics, idiot me. Chapter 50, I don't want to be a heroic spirit. 50. A faint glow tinged the morning sky. It was another day's beginning. The dawn might look the same each day, yet each sunrise felt uniquely beautiful. Whether the morning was clear and bright, shrouded in misty rain, graced by cloudless skies, or streaked with fiery clouds, every dawn held its own quiet wonder. Okada Tsuji was still asleep in bed, her head not on the pillow but instead wrapped snugly within the blanket. Next to her pillow lay her student handbook. Though it was called a handbook, it was basically just a rebranded smartphone complete with internet access, calling capabilities, and all sorts of functions. For example, suddenly, Okada sprang to life from beneath the blanket, twisting in one fluid motion and half crouching on her bed like Spider-Man, her ember eyes fixed on the student handbook. After a moment, in the split second before her alarm sounded, she pressed the button to silence it, a triumphant grin spreading across her face as the room fell silent again. Hat. The terrifying alarm beast has been defeated by Okada Ultraman. Victory for Miss Okada. Yes, the student handbook also functioned as an alarm clock. Not that she needed it. Okada always woke up on time anyway, barely giving her alarm a chance to do its job. With a quick tug, she drew open the curtains, then stepped out onto the balcony, greeting the rising sun with enthusiasm. Good morning, Mr. Sun. Some say that the difference between humans and animals lies in our sense of wonder, that we find beauty in the little moments, in our expressions of love and appreciation. Like watching the sun rise from the eastern horizon, along that faint line of dawn. The horizon, the boundary where sky and earth meet, and yet, the line that divides them. There were probably many myths about that horizon, though Okada hadn't looked into it much. She only vaguely remembered that, in Mesopotamian mythology, both the horizon and the line of dawn were weapons wielded by the god Zababa. They were named the verdant horizon that parts 1,000 mountains and the dawn line that burns 1,000 seas. Of course, she was talking about the myths of the Fate universe. What those myths were like in her own world, she didn't know. But I'd sure love to swing a sword like that one day. Okada's eyes lingered on that red-hued horizon, her gaze wistful. To wield a blade that could split sky and earth, that would be something beyond cool. She raised her hands, gripping an imaginary sword, and slowly slashed along the invisible line where sky met earth. For breakfast, Okada decided on something simple, a small, sweet pastry. She didn't particularly like sweets in the early morning, and making them always gave her the uncomfortable feeling of someone watching over her, scrutinizing her every move. But right now, dessert making was about all Okada knew how to do. She didn't know how to make much else, and even this skill had been drilled into her by that woman. The woman had impossibly high standards when it came to desserts, which meant that while Okada couldn't even manage to fry an egg, her dessert making was top tier. After all, if her desserts weren't world-class, that woman would never have been satisfied. High-calorie food like this, I'll get fat, won't I? As she savored the pastry, Okada couldn't help worrying about her weight. If she gained weight, it would be hard to keep her footwork light. And if the fat ended up in her chest, it would just get in the way of her sword swings. It was such a dilemma. The dorm room was quiet with just Okada there, so she allowed herself a bit more freedom. Then again, she was used to this. In college, whenever her roommates had some free time, they'd head out to see their girlfriends, play mahjong, or go to karaoke. During exam season, they'd flock to the library to study, leaving her alone in the dorm, sometimes for days on end, with no one else coming back at night. Was she lonely? Maybe a little. Her roommates had always been so lively that, when they were gone, the silence would catch her off guard. Sometimes, she'd realize that she hadn't spoken a single word all day. But the solitude had its perks too. She could stay up late without worrying about disturbing anyone's sleep, and there was no one to fight over the bathroom with. That sense of freedom would last until her roommate returned, just as the loneliness would. The television was on, airing the morning news. Okada had traded her usual black haori for the school uniform of Hagun Academy. The news currently focused on the Kingdom of Vermilion's second princess, Stella Vermilion, who had achieved the highest entrance exam score in Hagun's history. The news anchor seemed almost starstruck, describing the young princess with words like genius, strongest, top of her class, and rising star so often that Okada's ears were starting to itch from all the praise. Only when the camera finally cut to the red-eyed, red-haired girl with twin pigtails did Okada glance at the screen. So, that's the tsundere heroine, hey. She looked at the beautiful girl on the TV, then shrugged, glancing away. Sure, she was pretty, but her swordsmanship, not exactly impressive. To be honest, even the protagonist, Iki Kurogain, didn't have the level of swordsmanship Okada found thrilling, at least, not yet. He was still too green. But that was okay because Iki's talent in swordsmanship was remarkable, especially his borderline inhuman ability to learn. She may not yet see that unpolished blade honed to perfection, but just witnessing his progress could be incredibly rewarding for her. Turning off the TV, she tossed the remote onto the couch, then triple-checked that she'd brought her keys. Her roommate wasn't back yet, so if she forgot her keys, she'd be locked out of the dorm. Stepping out the door, she was greeted by a cool, refreshing breeze. The perfect morning for a run. I'm heading out. The morning breeze carried the scent of cherry blossoms, mingling with the cherry pink of Okada's short hair and lending it a delicate fragrance. A lone cherry blossom dancing by the shore. Okada Tsuji takes the field. T/N, author posted an image of a smug face, but that was just a tuna, so I didn't add it. What I'm really thinking is when he gonna show what level he took Okada to. Anyways, tax time, you thought I forgot, but nah. Also, you'll most likely know what world we are in now. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Chapter 51, I Don't Want to Be a Heroic Spirit 51. Most people in this world have a twisted mindset. They obsess over the amount of magic they possess, ignoring their own personal growth. Right now, Okada Tsuji is out for a morning jog, something her classmates likely wouldn't understand. With magic capable of strengthening physical abilities, who would waste time on training that doesn't seem to yield any visible growth? Wouldn't it be better to focus on honing one's abilities and combat skills? She controls the length of her strides, the rhythm of her breathing, and the swing of her arms. The act of growth itself shouldn't apply to a servant. Their saint graph is fixed, only affected by the magical energy that sustains them. But she isn't a typical heroic spirit. Although her appearance and power derive from her saint graph, her essence remains her own. In this sense, she is somewhat like Mash, a demi-servant. Jogging might not appear to aid Okada Tsuji's growth, but only those at her level understand, the basics are never to be neglected. In the world of Type Moon, the pillars of swordsmanship are, to her knowledge, Sasaki Kojuru and Miyamoto Musashi. Her own skill is far from reaching such heights, but even those masters continue practicing the basics like striking a set number of times each day. Who knows how proficient Demon King Tsuji's swordsmanship is? Has she reached the level of Sasaki Kojiro or Miyamoto Musashi? Unfortunately, her Chaldea doesn't have Demon King Tsuji, only Demon King Nobunaga. Cherry blossoms fluttered through the air, carried by a cool breeze. Whether in people, things, or events, the way is hidden in every detail, and expressing it through the sword becomes kendo. In the sword of Sasaki Kojiro, one can see birds, flowers, insects, and even mountains and rivers, but that's clearly not her path. She has her own way of the sword. Her concern now lies in how to fully embody this path, in purging distractions from her sword and making its essence purer. That's why she came to see him. The purest swordsman in this world. Okada Tsuji gradually slowed her pace. Beneath a cherry blossom tree in the distance, she saw a lone figure. Short, clean black hair, clad in a sporty hoodie and sweatpants. He wasn't exactly strikingly handsome, but he was certainly pleasing to look at. Yet, beyond such trivial details, there was one thing that drew her attention. Such a clear fighting spirit. It was impossible to describe that clarity. Even a crystal-clear lake has mud and impurities, but he felt purer than any clear lake she'd ever seen. In his hand was a katana, black as a crow, looking as ordinary as its wielder. But what resided within that blade was anything but ordinary. Horizontal cuts, vertical slashes, thrusts. Each move was executed in practiced, foundational strokes. He repeated those basic movements, yet with an almost ethereal simplicity. Each strike was free of unnecessary flourishes. The advantage was that it made his sword quicker, conserving unnecessary energy. Gradually, he entered a mysterious state. It was as if the area touched by his blade separated from this world, becoming his own domain. Then suddenly, an intruder appeared in that domain. The black blade seemed to slice through the air, tracing an arc so subtle it brushed past Okada Tsuji's slender neck, grazing her fair skin and cherry-pink hair. Yet, despite the blade's proximity, Okada Tsuji remained unfazed. "Oh, did I get a bit too close? Sorry. Your sword was so beautiful, I ended up watching a bit too intently." She laughed carelessly, but across from her, Ikikurogain felt a chill run down his spine. Not because his blade had nearly slashed her throat though, that was part of it. What truly alarmed him was that he hadn't sensed this girl's approach at all. This was unheard of, especially for him when he was so focused on his training. Even the falling cherry blossoms around him didn't escape his senses, yet she had reached this close without disturbing him. If she had approached with killing intent. "If I had wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have been able to get this close." As if reading Ikikuroga's thoughts, Okada Tsuji clasped her hands behind her back, shaking her head. "A little confidence, please. You're not so weak that you can't sense killing intent, right? Though, for a true assassin, killing intent is often unnecessary. They may eliminate their target without even a hint of it." An assassin? A killer? The reason Ikikurogain hadn't detected Okada Tsuji's approach was simple. Presence concealment, JB. A skill of the assassin class servant, Okada Tsuji, which allows her to hide her presence completely. According to her, even though she is a swordsman, she has accepted assassination and stealth missions. In fact, her suitability for the assassin class surpasses that of the saber class. Though, she often jokes that her assassinations somehow always end up as rampages, leading to her getting scolded by Hijikata Toshizo, the vice-captain of the Shinzengami. But, imagining the combat style of a certain grand assassin, it seems Miss Okada's approach is the true form of assassination. Several Hassans, "Hey, cut it out. My apologies if I startled you," she said, seeing Ikikuroga's dazed expression. Okada Tsuji leaned forward, looking up at him with a playful smile. "You looked like you were reaching some kind of epiphany. I didn't want to disturb you, so I softened my footsteps, but I guess that backfired, didn't it? Hee hee." Could that really be achieved just by softening one's steps? Ikikurogain was dumbstruck. Then, he saw her extend her hand. Her hand was pale, not the unhealthy sort, but a milky white, almost glistening in the sunlight. My name is Okada Tsuji. I just transferred here yesterday. With amber eyes that curved into little crescents, Okada Tsuji flashed him a dazzling smile. Nice to meet you. You're the first person I've met at this academy. Ikikurogain stared at her smile for a long moment before he, too, smiled. Although there were countless mysteries surrounding her, his instincts told him she wasn't a bad person. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Ikikurogain. T/N, I looked it up and this version of Okada is an assassin. Thanks for reading. Let me know if you spot any mistakes or inconsistencies in the story. If you wish to support me or read ahead, here's a link. Patreon.com/wisetl right bracket